that one play with Ruby was crazy. And it looks like it could be Juxin for the early game prio. But of course, if you look in Juxin, then you are looking at a pretty early game to mid game based composition, where only hero that's really scaling into the late game will be Claude. So yeah, you really need to lean on that Claude. Also, you have so much physical damage in your comp, where Lapu Lapu, Roger, and Claude will be dishing out a lot of physical damage, and only Juxin is your sole source of magical damage. So for the side of their opponents, they could be looking at some pretty formidable XP laner, some pretty formidable tank. Of course, could be Ruby in that XP lane. Will it be Ruby in the XP line? Oh, it is Ruby. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Of course, it's Ruby in XP line because Chip is there locked in already from the beginning of the draft. I would really like. I wouldn't really like that hover. I really like the one they had before. I think that would work for their composition a little bit more. But of course, Suyo going for that backline. You can go for Roger. You can, of course, go for Claude, go for Juxin. There's a lot of targets that you can go for the side of Wasted and rest of his squad. It's a little bit easier because, as we have said, not so much durability across the board. You have Chip, who will be a little bit tanky. Of course, he is building that roamer items, that slash tank items, so he will be decently durable. But you pair him up with Ruby, that will be your biggest tanking source. And the rest is pretty much squishy. Of course, Suyo is low-key durable. You can say that he's low-key durable because he can run around, block some damage through his forms. He can dodge skill shots and so on. But if he gets locked up, if he gets locked in, focused down, he will be going, his HP bar will be going away super fast. Faster than you can blink, probably. Wasted, of course, playing that Roger in the jungle. And Kyoka, it will be matching the retail with his Claude. There is a leash happening for the side of VNM, so Lager can finish his purple buff a lot sooner than he would be able to otherwise. Roger starting, of course, both junglers starting their pathing towards the gold lane. That's the classic right now. Gold lane is super strong. They are your main carries. Usually Wu are winning the games for. Oh, Sivek going a little bit deep. Chiyoko now playing it out, but getting bursted for his actions. Sivek getting bursted even more, I would say, and that Revitalize being procced on both of them. Now Suyo in that face check against 3 members, I don't think you really want to contest, and I think Wasted will be getting this one for. Oh, doesn't look like it because Bao is playing it out in mid lane. Gets first blooded. Oh, Chiyoko and Love playing this one out much better. And now Lager is in trouble because since his mid lane doesn't have the pressure anymore, he needs to give this up. The question is, will he be able to take it? I think he took it, but he could be dying. Chiyoko taunting up. Now Airborne getting pushed away. Lager will be the down, Wasted in his werewolf form, able to finish him off, and now going for Bao. I think Bao a little bit deep, and I think he will be dying anyway, even though even as he tries to flicker away, it's just not enough. And for Surge Titans, it already looks pretty nice. So since of course they have the name of our company in their name, it of course pleases us even more. You know, you can say we are rooting for it. Well, not really. We're rooting for both teams, and we're rooting for MLBB as a whole. Oh, there's an intense 1v1 on the top side. Kyoka getting pretty low. He still has his flicker available. Matty Fitan shouldn't be able to kill him just yet, and he will be hitting level 4, so that ultimate will be ready. Moji getting taunted up, and CC locked in. He tries to jump away. Oh, flicker will save him for just now. Lapu Lapu tries to finish him off. This was a straight farfel run, and you still get turtle, and the kill goes to Chip. This was actually pretty nice one. For a bit, I thought that Raphael kind of overstepped and went a little bit too deep, but he gets the kill on Moji, he gets the kill on his opposing laner, and the kill on that other side just goes to Chip. It's the sole kill, the sole only lonely kill for the side of VNM. If they really want this game to be go in their favor, they need to slow down the advance of their opponent. Of course, it's important to say that VNM have a little bit more of a scaling composition. That far side lane game will be brutal compared to Juxin, where she will fall off pretty soon, coming into that mid game and later phases of the game. And Mati Fiten, of course, will be super strong on that Irrital coming into late game. Claude, of course, will be matching it up by a little bit, but Irrital should be the stronger carry in late game teamfight. Chiyoko getting locked up. Now Bao trying to play out for Love. Teleports coming in. Love will be the target. Tries to lock them down. Going on. Sarafiel going for more, and Bao goes down. 2 kills picked up for the side of Surge Titans. And even without that Valentina, they are still able to move around quickly enough to respond to Chip's teleport. I think for VNM, this wasn't the smartest call. I think right now they should be making those teleport plays just as a response to actions of their opponents. I really don't think they should be playing it aggressively, since, as we have established, Sivek needs to scale up, Lager needs to scale up as well, and that Rita in late game will be super spicy. But right at this moment, Wasted, super strong on that Roger. Kiyoka still scaling up, but Seraphia super big on Lapu Lapu. Oh, there could be a new fight happening. Now Lager stunning Love up. Love is alive though. There's a and he down. Now Matiafen has to run away. Under the tower, Iron Knight has been awakened. I mean Turtle, sorry. There has been, of course, the new patch, so we have a little bit of a prehistoric expedition on the map. Unfortunately for us, only purple, orange buffs, Turtle, and Lord are changed. Not really the little camps, so that's a little bit unfortunate. Turtle has been taken, and now Chiyoko might be in trouble. Could be a little bit too deep. He tries to play it out, escapes with his ultimate, and makes a great bait for Lapu Lapu. But I don't really know who is baiter and who is baited. Getting stun up, and Lapu Lapu could going down, and he does. Couldn't even flicker out, of course. Once more, the kill goes to Chip. So that's really unfortunate. Claude tries to play it under the tower, goes for Matty, and killing spree for Wasted. Wasted is in it just for a bit now, transforms back, going for Bao, tries to kite it out and let his carry survive. He is able to do just that. 3-0 Wasted, coming pretty strong into this game. I must say, the names on those players are pretty ironic, because Wasted doesn't really play like he is Wasted, and Raphael doesn't really play like he's tired. Maybe that play on top side was a little bit tired, you know, like you can say, oh, I had like 40 games of MLBB today, I'm a little bit tired, so you do some bad decisions. But until then, until that one moment, Raphael was pretty clean. His dev was very well traded on that bot side, and he able to get a lot of kills across the board for himself and for the team as well. Oh, Cywak getting locked in, tries to flicker out but cannot. Killing spree, Seraphiel kills Moji, and 2 targets already down. Lav diving it out and goes for Matifi, and Wu goes down. 3 targets out of the board, out of the map, and VNM not looking pretty alright in the 6-minute mark. 30 seconds for the 7-minute, and soon new turtle will be spawning. Lager tries to play it out, but he is alone against 4 members. Taunted for out of the tower. Kill goes to Chiyoko, and Chiyoko gets killed by Sivek. Well, this wasn't really a great trade for the side of Surge Titans, because you get a kill on Roamer, but your opponents get killed for a mid laner. Sivek, of course, scaling into that late game. Turtle will be going for the side of Surge Titans. Third turtle already. So all turtles through this game were taken by the side of Surge Titans. 3 towers for them as well. VNM are completely blind on this map. They only have their tier 2s, so their jungle is for the taking for the side of Surge Titans. 100 seconds until Lord, so until then it should be pretty chill. Only if someone missteps. What we will be seeing in the next few minutes will probably be Surge Titans trying to cheese out some plays, trying to sneak into their opponent's jungle, try to steal the most they can from their opponents, and make a use of their advantage that they already have. We are right now looking at 6,000 gold lead for the side of Surge Titans, so they look pretty decent in this one. Of course, BO3, oh, action happening on the top side. Roger could be getting caught through this teleport usage of VNM, but unfortunately it's Ruby on both sides who gets caught, tries to flicker out, still dies. 0-4-3. Moji doesn't have the best game for himself. Kyokai getting another tower, and now Lagger tries to defend at least that mid lane. Tier 2 jumps away. That wave is clear though, and Wasted looking super strong on that Roger. Roger, of course, has been banned before due to a known bug that was happening when you press recall and you were able to attack so much faster. But right now he is open, I believe, because the bug was fixed, or maybe the players promised that that they will not do it. It was like a gentleman's agreement. No, I think the bug was fixed. I think otherwise it wouldn't be possible. So now we see Roger, even without his bug available, 3-0-2 Wasted, carrying his team level 13 compared to Lagger's level 10. This is a statement. This is such a strong show of power and skill as the Lord will be coming onto the map. Roar spawned, I mean Lord, as Lager will probably try to look for a steal. I don't know if he can quite get it. It looks like he's giving it up, not looking for that steal. He could go for that, honestly, in this type of situation, in this type of game where you are very far behind. You could kind of sacrifice your jungle just to try to squeeze out that Lord steal, because it would let you hold on to this game a little bit longer, and as we have established, BNM want to look for that late game outscale, of course, with every passing minute, and with that gold lead going even higher and higher for the side of Surge Titans. It doesn't look likely, but that's your only way out of this game with a victory. Of course, you can still gracefully get yourself defeated and think about the draft for the second map and try to come back into the series. But if you are wishing to win this first game, which is still possible, just not highly likely, you need to be going for that outscale. 10,000 gold difference at 10 minute and at 10th minute mark. I believe most of this gold is located on Wasted. He's level 15 compared to Lagger's level 11. It's right as I have said. 9,000 on this Roger, as we will be pushing into the base. This first lord doesn't really do that much. Just tries to get rid of that aura, which Surge Titans were able to even were able to get rid of aura on midline. So no aura on those two towers, on those two base towers, only on top side, as we see that in 80 seconds, new Lord will be spawning in. Kyoka locking in that stasis so he can squeak out from bad situations. Deep Sea Halberd finished for Wasted. He is going super big on this Roger. He is looking at finishing his build pretty soon. Right now sitting on 3 items and boots, and will be looking to complete his 5th. Super big. If you compare that to the most broke person on the side of VNM, you can see that he has double the gold. He has double the gold of Chip, double the gold of Ruby, and even compared to richest players on his side, he is still pretty rich. Of course, Kyokai not really falling that far behind. He has even 4 more assists than Wasted. Of course, falling a little bit short on that level advantage because it was able to clear jungle camps as well as lanes, so going pretty far ahead. Ruby right now trying to fish for something. Lapu on top side as well, together with Kyokai. The question is, will VNM fall for this, or will they be able to notice that there is something fishy about that situation? Chip on top side. I am not sure if that's the move, because Lord will be spawning, and I am worried that this second Lord could be the key to open up this chest to victory in this first game. Right now, the gold lead is still the same actually for the last 2 minutes, so that's a pretty big thing for the side of VNM, even though they were losing a lot of towers. They have 0 towers compared to their opponents, so a lot of gold for their side is still sitting in those towers. They can get a lot from that just by winning a single fight and trying to and being able to push their opponents in. Zhuxin will be falling off. She's 2-1-10, but there isn't really much more power to be gained for. Whereas Sivek on Forza will be just getting stronger every minute of wasted, finishing that Rose Gold Meteor. So magic damage not really worrying him anymore. Bao getting a face checked, but he cannot really do anything about that face. He cannot capitalize. Matty should be defending bot tower. It looks like you are giving that up. Not really wanting to risk your base for that. Wasted, getting bursted by Farsa, and we see this Farsa is already this strong, even to Rose Gold Meteor Roger. So based on that, every minute that passes is making it easier for VNM, and even if they look like they are in such a dire situation, it has to be said that Surge Titans don't really have late game composition. It was to be expected that they will be winning early game, that they will win in mid game, but late game is still to be decided. Of course, still that goal lead, but not getting builded up, not really getting bigger. And if for 2 lords you were able to take only 1 tower, I mean, if we make this as a statistic, we can expect this game to be like 20 minutes long, and at that moment, Sivek will probably be sitting at full build, and that's a full build Farsa, and you have no one to dive in, no one to go for her, like you have wasted. But he isn't really, he doesn't really have that much range in his kit. He cannot really get to Farsa if you compare that to her ultimate and the range that she has. So Wasted now sitting on his full build completed. So yeah, pretty scary Roger, but of course, every passing minute means that your composition gets stronger and your opponents doesn't really get strong. Your opponents aren't really available to, aren't really able to get stronger. Since Kyoka full build, Wasted full build, so every minute is a blessing for the side of VNM. You need to stall it, you need to slow it down, and you're able to actually. You just clear in your jungle, they cannot really much, they cannot just run into your base. As we have established, they don't have the dive in. They just want to play front to back. They lock the first target and they go in. The only real dive in is Gato, but except that, you don't really have anything. Of course, Roar, I mean Lord, spawned on map, and it looks like it will not be a contest from the side of VNM. They will just let it slide. They will let it be taken by Surge Titans, and now they just need to not get caught and defend their base. Pretty stressful game for both sides. Of course, Surge Titans know that their time is ticking. They know that every passing minute is going to make it a lot harder for them to close it out. And VMM knows that. And they were able to get through that painful early game. Getting, of course, killed 10 more times than they were able to kill their opponents. A lot of kills are on the roamer, but now you're in this position and now you can play. Now you can play, you can then defend your base, and you will try to defend your base as Lord pushes in. They are trying, Surge Titans are trying to go mid lane and top tower as well, and maybe for a base, Bao gets pulled in by Zhuxin. Lothar still alive. Now Forza get bombardment coming the way of their opponents. Chiyoko going in with a taunt. Mega kill. Sivek goes down. So your biggest damage dealer is gone. Now it's only for only about Matty Firan if he can defend, and it looks like he will be able to. Base still have half HP, but Lord is gone, and Sivek's sacrifice has been well used because your base is standing. Wasted now with immortality. Oh, could be getting popped. Mate for a bit looked like he could be getting that Roger down. Unfortunately, not really quite able to connect. Bao with a teleport going into the backline, into the backside of their opponents, trying to sneak some information about their whereabouts. For a bit, it looked like a little bit of a risky play, but fortunately for him, no one turned on him, so he just walk it off. 70 seconds for Lord. I believe Sivek should be finishing his 4th item. Oh, there is a flicker from love, and there's a fight happening. Shut down, Kyoka goes down. Mati, can he play it? Legger goes down. No, Mati is gone. And I don't think Sivek can play it out. He cannot. Triple kill for Wasted, and Wasted will go Maniac as he wipes out their opponents and goes for a victory in this first game, opening this series with a win for themselves. Of course, both of those teams have kind of that metaphorical knife on their necks, because right now you're in loser bracket. Just to remind everyone, we are in loser bracket, and that means that there is no ifs, there is no room for error, and right now it's all about how you play it and if you can hold on to that. If you can hold on to that. And we see that Surge Titans are holding on to that very strongly. Wasted crazy performance on that Roger, as we see. Juxin doesn't really have that much gold. She didn't really do, well, she did a lot, but as we have established, she's not really that late game carry. If you see, if you look at Sivek, he was able to generate basically the same gold as Lav, even though he was on that losing team. So you can see if the game went a little bit longer, if the last fight didn't happen the way it happened, you could be getting back into the game. But of course, 4,000 lead on gold lane, 5,000 lead or like 4,000 lead in jungle. Surge Titans, early to mid-game composition, and they played it to perfection. Unfortunately for the side of VNM, they weren't able to slow them down, and that was their death sentence, at least for the first game. We will see how they will switch it up coming into second draft, coming into second game. But that's a question for the future, because I believe that we are having a little bit of a short break before the second map, if I'm not wrong. So get yourself something to drink. Pretty hot, at least here in Prague, so I'm expecting that it must be similar to you. Of course, if you are watching us from North Pole, we love you and we are happy that you are watching. You are probably cold. You should get something to warm yourself up. So yeah, best of wishes coming to you if you're watching from North Pole. Of course, I don't even know if there's a Wi-Fi on North Pole actually. Maybe Eskimos, maybe they have something that's working for them. Well, we will be going into a short break, and after that we will be going into that second game where VNM need to step up or they are out. Alright, welcome back to today's broadcast brought to you by Search Europe. Of course, we are right now watching V4 season finals. Day 2, not day 1, day 2 So that means we saw a lot of action yesterday already, but we will be seeing a lot more action today as well. And right now we are jumping into the first series of today. That's of course Surge Titans against VNM. Surge Titans were able to squish out the victory, not really squish out, it wasn't really that close. They looked really formidable even though their opponents were holding them off for a little bit longer than anticipated. They made a great comp about early game, about mid game pressure, and they were able to use it to their advantage. They were able to dominate their opponents and come out victorious. Right now, we'll be seeing them on the red side, and it looks like VNM chose for themselves the blue side, so they believe the first pick is the advantage they could be having. They believe that the blue side could really help them out. So I'm expecting a pretty strong first pick. I'm expecting something spicy that they will rely on to bring them this victory, to come back into this series and not get 2-0'd. Because of course 2-0s, no one likes that. Just as the players, as the viewers as well, because we casters and you viewers, we want full series, we want full 5 maps on BO5s, we want full 3 maps on BO3s. And well, on BO1s we cannot really say, because of course you are having that one game, cannot really squeeze more juice from that fruit. Uranus will be gone with Yuzong, and it kind of looks like they flipped their bans. Before, Uranus was banned out by VNM together with Baxia, and then I believe it was followed up by Haya. Haya will now be their second ban, so this leaves their draft, their bans, to be able to ban out something more, something else, and it's going to be Roger. So it looks like Roger will not be happening. It was a great Roger wasted, but you had enough of this dog stuff happening, right? Now you will sit down, go back to your doghouse on the garden and sit there. Time out. Kimi will be bent out as well, so Kimi, we saw a lot of Kimi being picked up as a first pick, at least here on Search. She is super strong, pretty formidable. She can be either mid lane or she can be gold lane. Lapu Lapu locked in as that first pick. So the draft is being basically, you have reversed the sides, but still going for the same drafts, because Lapu Lapu was locked in at that first pick for the side of Surge Titans as well as for the side of VNM right now. So we will see how the draft will proceed. We will see how Surge Titans will answer this threat. And it looks like it will be Terizla, and for a bit it looks like Balmond, but I don't think Balmond will be a lock-in. It will be Peculiar, I think, I would say. I am thinking like a carry lock-in, mid lane lock-in. I think mid lane lock-in could be decent, because... Alright, Zetian locked in. I thought so. Zetian is not available, but looks like... it looks like Zetian... It looks like Zetian is actually available. So that will be my first competitive game of Zetian for me. So yeah, you can pop your champagne, or at least I will be popping mine, because I'm really excited. I'm really hoping towards this game to show me the most out of Zetian, because I saw her sometimes in ranked, but of course if you're looking at competitive, you want to... You are expecting that the heroes that are being locked in will be played to the... not all the times to their absolute maximum capacity, but at least to the higher degree, to the higher standard of the competitive. So yeah, I'm looking forward towards what Zetian can do in the hands of Sky Love. He had great Jukshin, he was holding his team together like a pretty nice glue. And no pun intended, glue wasn't really picked up there. But now Lapu Lapu will be paired up with Orlot, So now I am curious. Now I'm curious what's happening there because it's either Lapu Lapu mid lane and the other one XP lane, or one of those is jungle, and that would be Lapu Lapu probably, right? Because Lapu Lapu jungle will probably work better than Arlot, who really wants to use that Petrify to his advantage. Well, I am ready to be surprised. I'm ready to be surprised, as I am surprised by Lynn coming in to help me out. Hello, Lynn, and welcome to today's draft of game number 2. I am happy to have you here.
Hey, Warm, it's been a while here, and we are in the grand final. So, again, game the one went smashingly well, especially to the side of SRG. But VNM, I mean, can they make a comeback? Is the question which we're all asking. This is a BO3 after all, right?
Yes, of course. So there is still some room
Mm-hmm.
to kind of improve, to kind of learn from your mistakes. And it for right now, it looks like they learned because they stole Lapu Lapu. I don't know if you caught that first game, but Lapu Lapu was a
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
pretty important component of
Mm-hmm.
that victory together with Roger. Roger is bent out, but Lapu Lapu is now in the hands of VNM. So I'm looking what they will do with that. But I think you need to help me out, Lynn, because Lapu Lapu and Arlot,
Yeah.
who's going explain? Who's going where? Do you have any idea how this is going to work?
Well, I mean, you can't slot the Lapu in the wrong position because, again, it's absolutely crazy. But then again, it is a new patch note. So now players are experimenting. Maybe that's a question mark. But we have seen the Arlot played in the wrong position a little bit, maybe in a couple of the matches here and there. And he does have that sustainability, that instant, the instant setup for your team, which you need with the final slash, and the fact that they did buff his tankiness, quote unquote, with passive. So again, it's understandable why they want to go for that. But in the first draft, I mean, they're already confusing the side of the red team.
They
Because
are
I mean,
confusing it
yeah.
indeed. And I
Hmm.
didn't quite catch that. I'm not really sure who will be going jungle, who will be going where. So I am looking forward
Oh
to
yeah.
as we will be going into that game. I mean, I like Arlot. I like him a
Hmm.
lot. I like not only his design, but how he is able to be played. That final slash can be crucial
Yeah.
when turning those games around, which should be important to VNM because from the way they played that first game, they really need that turn around in them because the early game wasn't going really in their favor. Of course, you can still
Hmm.
pinpoint that towards their heroes and you can say, all right, if they have different composition, which they have now, their early game could be something else. Their early game could be a completely different story. So I'm
Yep.
expecting that it will be, but if it will not, then that final slash will come in handy for some clutches.
Perhaps you indeed, because like you said, we did see in the first game also how much of a dominance the side of SRG showed, at least with the team fight prowess and the fact that they had so much strong team fight divers with the Gatot Kacha, with the Lapu Lapu, and just the Roger to finish off whenever possible. And again, the Claude, he's just so mobile, right? Who is really there on the side of VNM to catch him if you're focusing all your resources on the damage dealers? I mean, the frontliners are already shredding your backline at that point, and the Lapu, like I just saw the chat, and Lapu was the front line. He was getting diving the back line. He was getting everything done. He was just a man of the match.
All right, we will be having a reset because Roger is
Mm,
not banned anymore, but Zetian, she is still under this period of 14 days when a new hero is
yeah.
released. So we are having a redraft. I believe it
All
will be
right.
a redraft until a Zetian is picked up, and then I think we will be coming if with a new draft. So yeah, I kind of I kind of thought that, but
Perhaps.
I was like the players know better than me, of course,
Mhm.
but looks like not really this time.
I mean, mistakes happen here and there, but for now, I'm interested to see, like you said, now since the Zetian is already off the board, what other options are available? At least if you're on side of the red team, and the bans so far, are they the same as
Yeah,
previously?
I think so. I think
Yeah,
so. I think so. Yeah, Roger.
Roger also here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I believe if we will be going same, everything same until Zetian,
Mm-hmm.
then we change it up.
Yep. Well, so far though, Warren, what do you think? Is the game plan going to be the same for the side of SRG? At least we saw their synergy, we saw their team fights, and the fact that how much map control they took over in those very crucial locations. VNM, I mean, are they going to change things up?
I mean, it will really come down. Teresa locked in, so that's same. But it
Mm-hmm.
will come down what their composition will be. Of course, Teresa can tell us a little bit. You have that strong XP laner. Probably
Yeah.
XP is the only option you can. Maybe you can cook him up on jungle, I guess, in
Oh.
ranked, but not really in
Ah,
competitive.
I wouldn't be too sure about that. Well, you know, you might throw me wrong there, but again,
Yeah,
Warren
I
though.
guess that's just my grandmaster teammates cooking it up. But well,
Perhaps.
Arlot locked in together with Retail. That's already a switch
Mm-hmm.
up. I think with Arlot we had something else. Cannot really pinpoint what that was. But of course, Forza. That makes a lot of sense when you were looking for
Yeah.
Zetian. Forza can give you basically the same stuff,
Mm-hmm.
kind of the same vibe of a hero. Not saying like
Yes.
they are identical, but like kind of the same bombardment mage, artillery. You
Mm-hmm.
have paired it up with Terizla. He is super strong for mid of a front line, doing a lot
Yep.
of damage. And then
Mm-hmm.
Farsa can finish them off. So now what you're looking for is, okay, could be that Granger. So you are really looking into that
Yep.
poke comp. So now I've seen that identity for the side of Search Titans. In that case, you want to ban out some crazy engages because they already have Final Slash, they already have
Mm-hmm.
Lapu Lapu. They need a roamer who can initiate and complete this composition.
Yep. Well, couldn't agree more with you on that note. However, there now SRG on the red side. I mean, we've seen their team fight potential. The setups are already there, but again, CWEC this time with the Purify is going to be having much more room to work with at least. But laning phase, it's a little bit of 50-50 who gets the upper hand on the early few minutes. But now the bans are going to be started. As for the red side, Lance being banned out is quite reasonable though. What are we expecting from the side of Vietnam? Jungle ban, perhaps? Same thing?
Could be, could be. There is
Yeah.
still jungle to be picked up. There is still your roam to be picked up. I think roam is
Mm-hmm.
a little bit harder to pivot down what will
Yeah.
be there because there is so many options. Like
Uh-huh.
if this situation is dire, you can always go Cho roam. There's so much
Yeah.
stuff to be picked up for roam. Oh, ban missing. All right. I hope this is not another
Ooh.
draft reset because we were cursed with this lane actually when we were with Cronus.
Oh no.
Last weekend we had, I believe, 4 draft resets. It was going wild, back to back. So I'm hoping this is not another case of multiple draft resets. But it
Yeah.
looks like that one ban will be slided.
Uh, yeah. I mean, if that does happen, it'll be a little bit unfortunate, especially for our viewers. Also, you guys will have to wait for a little bit. But for now, the question is still floating in the air. But we do see the side of SRG ban out again, another jungle, and now VNM. Though, like you said, are they gonna lock down those roamers, which is harder to because there are so many options. But
They're going for it.
Kalea, what? I mean, she got
I
nerfed a lot, right?
She did, and also I don't
Mm-hmm.
think she's fitting for the composition that Search Titans
Mm-hmm.
have. I think what you are looking for is probably something to peel you, not really engage for you, since you have a lot
Yeah.
of poke. You want to keep
Mm-hmm.
your range. You don't really want to step to Lapu
Yes.
Lapu. You don't want to step to Arlet. Terizla will be your front line, and you need to pair it up with some roamer who can just kind of peel for you. Not really saying
Mm-hmm.
that it should be Matilda and or like some utility. I mean, you need the tank, but I don't think Kalia with that dive in would
Yeah.
be the call. I really not see that working so well with Search Titans competition.
Because again, like you said, it's the lockdown. I meant the pick-off potential is only a single target. So Joko on this Kufre is going to do a massive job, especially shutting in those dive-in dashers here with the Arlet, and maybe even might catch the Riddle off guard and bait out of a passive. I mean, Purify here before. the rest of SRG rolls down. But VNM, they have a very stacked dive-in composition right now. But I don't think it's gonna be that easy to get hold of this Granger and Farsa.
Also, it is Lapu Lapu Rome or Orlot. Like one of them is Rome. But
Arlott, it's gotta be Arlott, right?
I guess, because Lapu Lapu would only be having damage. I'm
Mm,
not sure. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe he has no
maybe.
CC in his kit. I think he has just damage.
Yeah.
I think he has
Well, I mean,
slows, but I don't think he has
yeah.
hard CC.
You can build like hybrid build on it, maybe tanky build, but then again, it's not really what you want to go for. And now the fact that this is probably I've been
Oh,
talking about before.
Xborg! Long
I mean,
time
hold
no
on.
see. Long time no
Yeah,
see. How long was
very
it when
long
you
time.
saw Xborg in competitive last time, Lin?
It's been like months, dude. I think I'd say. But again, wait, holding the export in thought though, looking at the side of Vietnam's composition, they showed their cards a little too early with the Lapu Lapu and Arlat. If they saved it for the second draft, maybe I'd say their composition would have been throwing side of SRG into a little bit of a confusion. But now with what they have, I mean, if you're SRG, you can just draft tremendously well to your comfort.
I mean, I really like that Kufra.
Hmm.
As I was saying, I wouldn't like Kalia because, as you have established, only one
Yeah.
target, going in. But Kufra, he can either go in or he can
Hmm.
try to punish anyone going in himself. And
Yeah.
he can protect your carries. He is much more flexible in what he can do. I like it so much more. He will be blocking those dashes. Of course,
Indeed.
for Fredrin, he doesn't really do that much. Like he can block his down dash.
Hmm.
But that's kind of it.
Yeah. I mean, if Fredrin would have been fine, unless we saw wasted on the export, which again is gonna have a wonderful time, I believe so, in dishing out the
Oh,
damage. But
Chiyoko already going in, trying to play for Civic, and Civic already getting punished. I mean, Chiyoko half HP gone, but your mid lane already using Revitalize.
mm-hmm. uh yeah, again, I have the cost at least in this early fight, and looks like SRG won the fight. Do a lot of burst damage and poke, at least for the mid lane control. And although Vietnam are maybe looking to gank on towards the EXP, which I'm not really sure is. Oh, hang on,
Fredrin here is too late,
Tiger.
and Lager will get most of his health bar burnt away by Wasted, and Chiyoko,
Oh,
oh, now Bio is the target, has to flicker out.
ah, yeah, that's one crucial ability gone off the board. But wait, Suek, so low on HP. Oh, managed to survive, but this is just another invade by SRG on towards the Beetle now. Lapu, hang on, we'll be able to make something happen. Still level 3. Not so sure if he wants to go in right now. SRG looking to be very comfortable with their gameplay. Oof.
Based already level 4, so that ultimate available to him. First member on the map. Oh,
No.
Civic getting first bodied by
Yeah.
Skylab. So I guess right as we see this, I
Mm-hmm.
guess the statement that Skylab is giving is not about champs, it's about who pilots them. Because Cyvac is on that late game carry as well as
Yep.
Skylab, but he gets that kill on him.
Yep. I mean, Skylife just knows how much to utilize the burst, at least for Varsa in the early game. A lot of poking being done also, and the fact that you have Chiyoko on the Kufra to support you in this aggression is a huge statement, to say the least. Now they all have the level 4s. Turtle going to be looking for an option, maybe for VNM, but SRG is still on the orange buff. Jungle not present. Gonna be started by Lager. Are they gonna give this one? Or
It looks like they are giving it, but Wasted is moving towards the turtle. Moji is in position, but Chiyoko getting stand up, of course, is
oh,
still just a roam. Or Lager getting poked away, and now Bao trying to play it out. Final slash available to him. Oh no, it has been used, but I don't know to how much advantage. Skylaf is the target, actually. Petty finishes him off, and now Xbox with his ultimate popped, tries to play it out. Civic goes down, Chiyoko is dead as well, and now Wasted is alone. Arlo chases him down. This Rome Arlo doesn't
oh,
really function that well because Xborg is still well and alive. Kyokai has to flicker out, but I believe this fight went a little bit better for Search Titans.
I mean, it was even, but look at all the spells traded over there. It's all on cooldown right now, but Bao is going to be available for having a setup at least. But Lagger is starting off the turtle, probably going to be taking it before Wasted gets in range. Unless, hang on, Joko
Yoko
charging in.
trying to play it out. Wasted is here. He has retribution, but not just fast enough.
Oh, yeah, just a nick of time. A personal threat just doing enough burst damage to take the turtle for South Vietnam, though. Jokai going towards the turtle is costing you a little bit on those minions, but it does look like Matty is on the downside instead, and SRG having more of a map control right now. But again, they are going to be scaling harder as going to the mid game, at least after the 5 minute mark scales up. VNM, will they be able to break that setup?
But of course, for the side of VNM, there is Sivek, there is Matty for late game. They will be super strong. Only person on the side of Surge Titans who can compete a little bit will be Forza. But if Sivek can get these crazy ultimates, if Matty can just shoot his arrows, they should be winning those late game fights. And already this game is looking so much better because the early game wasn't stolen away from them, from Surge Titans.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. The fact that now BNM also, they learned their mistakes, they're playing it more to their strengths, and now we see, I mean, again, the Arlet Rome. Is this your first time seeing it, Warren, on stage?
Oh, it's the first for me. Is it something that has been occurring before?
Like I'd say only maybe once in
Final Slash
but
now
wait.
going in, and this is your answer. This is answer to me. I say not to you because you already knew.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is answer to me. Why Bao locked in that Orlot? Because Flicker Final Slash and see ya, Skylaf, you're in base, bro.
It's just so impactful, you know. It's almost unstoppable unless you have some kind of suppression, which are again limited to only a Kaja and a Franco. But you're not really going to be able to catch them. It's just too fast, just too quick, and the cooldowns are just too high up, I'd say. And now with this lead, they are going to be having a better position in the turtle. But hang on, Chiyoko.
Chiyoko was for a bit for in 1v4 situation.
Yeah. What? Wait. Wasted. Gonna be walking up, maybe. Looking for a flicker play here from the Trisla. And Tarns Rage also being charged. Does he go for it? Conceal play?
Who will get the retribution? Xborg going in with ultimate proc. Now 3000. Who can get it? It's Lager and crazy ultimate from mid lane. Sivek going for Wasted. Wasted goes down as his life is ripped away from his body. Chiyoko goes down as well. And now 2 members down together with a turtle. And VNM already looking so much stronger.
Yeah, it's such a passive play here for side of Vietnam. But anyhow, the Export Ultimate as well as the Retribution a little bit more early on, right before they get the perfect timing at least. And Liger apparently he's not lagging. He has the perfect MS right now to secure those objectives. And again, you have Choco diving in the back line, maybe Terisla, Serfield also, but they don't really have the firepower to back it up because Skylove is just too busy with this Arlet who has been such a menace, and even Moji here on the Lapu Lapu, which instead now SRG, instead of having that on their side, is struggling against VNM.
Bao has his Final Slash available. Town going for Chiyoko and Final Slash moving him away from the tower, and Chiyoko should be going down. He'll goes to Lager. Unfortunately, you could have maybe left it for Sivek, but of course you were worried about the flicker.
Yeah. And again, he's able to do this because Arlot has the build. Oh wait, hang on.
Kyokai getting taunted just outside of range of this ult, but Lager still finish him off.
Yep, so much burst coming in from side of ENM, and they're able to do this also. The fact that, I mean, there's so much burst magic, physical. Again, the CC is just on and on. Again, you have the instant CC, you have the confirmative afterwards with the Fredrin, who has been playing phenomenally well in those, answering after those engages. And now SRG looking for more of a reactive play, at least, which you don't really want to be if you have a Kufra on your team.
There is another action happening. It's Raphael Stellenbush getting stunned up by Bao. Maybe he has a sixth sense. as a neutral really spawning in. And wasted, trying to burn them away, but there are in man disadvantage because Granger is still moving. 6000 HP. Moji going in with Lapu Lapu, dishing out so much damage. Wasted tries to go for the steal. He goes for it. He gets it. Forza trying to burst them away by her ultimate, but Skylaf needs to retreat as Raphael tries to play it out. Bao is still in the front. Destroy tower in the meantime, but Wasted is already dead and run away to Rizla, surviving this one out. This fight, ooh.
What a massive play here from South Vietnam, but SRG managed to steal that turtle. Could be a little bit of an advantage, I'd say, but not really because he is down. He can't really farm while he's dead. So now VNM looking to go for a snowball off of that, maybe towards these lanes here. Mid lane is not really an answer right now, unless all 5 of them try to go for it. And again, the problem with the dice from SRG is you have Seraphiel with the flicker penalty zones, but you don't have that instant answer, instant follow up alongside. It's got to be Wasted or Skylove, but Wasted or he wasted his Viraga armor onto the turtle, and Skylove is just being targeted every single time. He needs to position perfectly, but it's proving to be very difficult, I'd say. And now, again,
getting taunted up, but shouldn't be in
mean,
much of it. Bao getting
what?
singled out in mid lane.
That was pretty fast here. Ultimate's committed also. Both Chioko and Skylove here. 2 massive ones down. But again, a huge problem removed off the board. Maybe they could make something happen with this.
They could, but doesn't really look like it because VNM right now pushing them away from mid lane.
Well, I mean, it's been pretty stagnant, right? Warren, they've been in the mid lane, they've been in the jungle objectives, either the turtle pit or the one on the left or the right. But now, I mean, lanes are not really being prioritized, I'd say, at least for the bot lane side.
Still a lot of tower standing, 1-1, 2 turtles to 1 turtle. Gold is basically equal, and now First Lord spawning in as a Wasted tries to push his opponents away. Oh, CC immune to Raphael goes in now for him and tries to zone him out. Legger is the first target to go down. Moji tries to go to the backline, forces Skylaf away. Chioko goes down, immobilized. Wasted tries to burn them away, but needs to run away. So Raphael is dead, and now Wasted tries to play it out. Everyone is kind of low. Kyokai trying to poke them away from Lord. Forza still alive and well. Doesn't have her flicker though. So much burn for the side of Surge Titans. Still 2 flickers for the side of VNM as Bao comes onto the map.
Yep. And so far, Warren, the win condition have been the same. But hang on, wait, Wasted.
Can Wasted? Oh. No, he cannot. And his life is gone. Mega kill.
Yeah. Now, I mean, with a Lord on the hands, possibly for VNM, they can't really contest unless maybe they take down the jungler. But Lagger is just so tanky, and you can't really see a world where you melt the Fragrant unless you have true damage, which the only true damage, your jungler being present. Now, VNM probably going to take the Lord here, unless some blunder happens. But again, now we've seen the win condition from both teams time and time again. For both the matches, it's always been apply the pressure on the back line just long enough that when the fight gets extended, your front line just gets melted if you're on the other opposing side. And right now, VNM is utilizing the strategy pretty well, unless Surge Titan somehow maybe they catch the diver before the fight happens, which, I mean, Seraphiel has been pretty aggressive, but I think it's been more of an initiate for the opposing fight in some cases.
Wasted. Third of his health bar is gone. Lord pushing onto the top side. Kyoka now defending it alone. Forza forcing them away with her ult. Moji, half HP.
Oof, and Lord being melted so fast here by SRG, though. Enhanced minions will be coming in, but VNM looking to take the middle turret. Chioko, hang on. Oof.
Legro tries to play it, but gets stopped in his tracks, getting stunned up.
Yep. I mean, he could try to go in maybe if you're on SRG side, but you need that instant play here. Chioko has to go for the flicker, maybe catch the marksman or the mage, possibly the mage, I'd say in this case. Since, oh, I mean, he does have the sprint. Hang on. All this time I thought she had Purify here, the Retail, but this changes everything.
This Retail is super fast, but if you catch her on that bike, She will be handing a lot more to you than just her papers.
Yeah.
She could be handing you the game and the series completely. Oh, Chiyoko
Hang on.
charging something up. Going for the double knockup. Forza ultimate. Now Matty going for backline. Civic goes down. Is the do so. Now wasted. Half HP gone. Doesn't have his armor anymore. Can he survive? Tries to run away. Gets stunned up. He lives for a little bit longer than anticipated. Unstoppable though. So you trade jungler for mid lane. Now nothing really can be happening since Lord in seconds.
Yeah. Teams have to wait out now. VNM also being pushed back so far. They can't really take the jungle from South SRG. Already onto the 13-minute mark and a 3k goal difference. So SRG still can maybe suffice if they, again, they mark the backline, which has been either that or punish the Lapu Lapu, which pretty difficult, you know. VNM has been playing it a very, in a very disciplined manner. And even looking at the item set here, we see most of the core items being completed. Even the fact that the Lapu has the Winter Crown, so it's going to be much more aggressive. So I guess maybe bait him out to the Granger with the Wind of Nature and far side position a little bit more.
There's
But
a
hang
fight
on,
happening. Two targets knocked up. Mete doesn't have his Purify, and that's when it doesn't really pay off, because he's gone as Lord is spawning onto the map.
Such a careless play here by VNM. Now SRG looking for the advantage right now. One member down and a crucial member at that. No one really punished, but hang on, Legger.
Legger going in, not really with anyone by his side, doing half HP, multiple targets. Chiyoko going a little bit too deep, but now CC me Lapu Lapu. I don't play it, buddy. You are alone here. Lager is behind you now, but Forza forcing everyone away by Herald. Kyokai tries to play it out, but shouldn't really get caught. Tries to poke them away. Lager kind of low, but Raphael as well. Can Terizla survive this onslaught? He cannot. He goes down low. Been taken in the meantime though by Wasted, and Bao is still alive. Arlo jumping around, but he is just making time. Matty tries to play it now as he comes from base. Xborg flaming everyone around him. The immortality available though.
Well, SRG now again overextending a little bit now, much more. Their low on mana, their low on HP, has to recall to reach and possibly in Lord already in top lane here. We're gonna be melted down by this irritant Lapu Lapu. They do manage to take a turret in the mid lane though. Are they gonna get a bot in the mid perhaps? Maybe. RWM could be used by Svek. Hang on, Legger.
Oh, it looked like a Legger play, but not really happening right now.
Well, if you're on the side of SRG now, I guess you played safe. You have your abilities on cooldown, but Chiyoko could go on the aggression.
Oh, Chiyoko is getting aggressed on himself. Now Wasted tries to play it out, tries to force everyone away by usage of Kyoka. It pushes them away. Crazy Forza ultimate flicker. I didn't even know you can do that.
I mean, you learn something every day, and that was quite a display of utility here. Although now the member is down, but again, what's the benefit here? Because VNM is just going to be defending all the lanes. SRG can't really dive because they used all their spells in the team fight earlier to get the Lapu Lapu emoji, and VNM is just going to be playing it safe because lore is not available. All the jungle lanes have been cleared. They could be waiting to farm up maybe and get their crucial items, especially the frontliners. But I'd say, I mean, they're just one off, at least 1.5 maybe. But so far, the punishment from the side of SRG has just been so much. Because again, you look at the Lapu Lapu, he's been building the hybrid side at least, but this makes him vulnerable to the Granger. He doesn't have the antique, he doesn't have, well, he's building towards the magic defense. But again, it's gonna take time. He needs farm, and right now the lanes are. If he tries to go for a clear, maybe he's gonna get caught up by SRG, and you do see him getting noticed here in bot lane.
Did you see that crazy problem happening with gold? How it's been like dispersed to everyone on the map? Because Matty is 3,000 behind Kyokite, even though he has 2 more kills and 1 more assist and the same amount of deaths. So Kyokite has probably took a loan out of his nearest bank because otherwise
Yeah.
I cannot explain. And there is
Oh,
action happening on
what?
Skylaf as he gets shut down right before Lord spawn.
No, not like this, man. SRG, such a crucial objective now. One man down, and it's the magic burst also. You don't really have anyone else. Maybe the Kupfer, but it's such a huge, key, important member. They'll need to catch someone.
Bao
Hang on,
will be
Bao.
in trouble. He's kind of away from his team now. Has to flicker out. Moji goes for backline. Lapu Lapu tries to burst them down, but he isn't really built for that. Oh, he is. Kyokai has disappeared to nothingness as he goes down. Moji is dead, but it doesn't matter because you win this fight. Wasted goes into immortality, but gets taunted, dies again, and goes down. Lord has been buffed. 18-minute mark as VNM will march into opponent base.
Such a risky play by SRG. They're committing so much, even if they had a member down, and towards Bao also, nonetheless. If it was Matty on the Urtil or Sivek, maybe I'd say it's an okay-ish decision, but that's just the front line here. After he uses resources, you just bait out all the spells for the rest of your team to move forward, and that's exactly what it did. And now Skylove having a little bit of vengeance, a little bit upset on being picked off there using the Feather Airstrike to just snipe him off, delay the recall. But VNM looking to possibly get a couple of turrets, maybe end the game, but it's going to be pretty hard, I'd say, either even in goal. And now, since they are, SRG are going to be playing on the defensive, it's more difficult to catch Skylab since Bao doesn't have his flicker, at least. But now the lanes are going to be synced though for VNM. Hang on. What?
Or could be getting caught. Farsa ulting him up, but it's still Bao building full defense, so this Arlot isn't really going that fast down, but Sivek is showing us that Love can go down immediately. Of a second. Oh, Sivek goes down in his stat as well as Slagger. Double kill for Kyoka, who has been farming this whole game, and I think he sold Immortality for something else, because this damage was absurd.
Indeed. I mean, the burst was just so continuous. You're just spamming his abilities and to the perfect direction, also getting the 1-2 boom combo. Skype should probably have a lot of stacks right now. It's the highest farm, has a spell, has a potion also, and the main DPS for the side of SRG. Now they clear the Lord, but a huge blunder again by VNM. We're seeing mistakes done by both these sides again and again in the crucial moment, right before the objective, right before capitalizing off your lead, and it's just been reset now to the middle ground. And Chioko trying to catch off Moji there, but not going to be finding it. The next fight is going to be the most important one, perhaps I'd say, in the Lord fight, and we'll see which team capitalizes off of it. Because Oren, again, I mean, the pick-off potential from VNM has just been so huge, right?
It is, and also another thing is playing for them, and that is not that they have a secret sixth player, but it is the fact that they have much more better scaling in their composition than Surge Titans. And in this phase of the game, they should be the stronger team in a pure 5v5. It only comes down if Bao connects that final slash on some crazy target or he does not. We saw that Bao can give and Bao can take.
Yeah.
He played some fights terribly and he basically lost them. And some fights, he was the sole reason they were able to win them. So it depends. If VNM come into this fight and Bao will do some crazy final slash, it's theirs.
Yeah, it's just like a whale, you know? I mean, if he comes to the right position, he just makes a tsunami on towards the rest of SRG.
Oh, Chioko engaging in Fasa ultimate, bursting them down, and now Mati is already gone. He doesn't have Purify. Can they play it out? 45. They have to try. Unfortunately, Legger goes down, so another tank is gone. Moji is gone as well. Double kill, and Sivek and Bao try to run away. They still have flickers, but they don't have their lives. As Bao tries to defend his base, but I don't think, even if this Arlot was built full damage, he could defend 1v5.
Yeah, it's just too much here, even the immortality being present. And it's just it for VNM and SRG. Is this match point? It definitely is. Taking the game for, yep.
That's it.
This
That's it, Len. They just took them like that. And as I have been saying right before this series and during that series once again, right now you have a knife on your neck, so you need to really try hard. There is no room for error, and unfortunately, For the side of VNM, this game started much better. The mid game was very decent, but in later phases of the game, Surge Titans were the ones that made less mistakes and were able to punish enemy mistakes much more. And that's the
Yep.
reason they won this series.
Well, we all saw the game plan they had. VNM, the vision was there, the execution was there, but those small mistakes, the small mispositioning there. You're facing off against Cupra. You don't have to be so front up. Like, so many times, it's Matty on the Irrital and Skylove on the Farsu who has been the main target, I'd say, the main cheese for both the teams. But again, performed wonderfully well, and highest DPS going to Kyokite, who has been bursting almost everyone from VNM. Even the frontliners melting a lot. You don't really have a legitimate quote-unquote tank unless you have the Fredrin, perhaps. But again, if you are Fredrin soaking up all the damage, you don't really have a frontliner anymore. And VNM, the game plan was there, the execution was there, but it just got dragged out too much. And I mean, they just make mistakes.
I mean, you could have clearly saw in that last fight that Kyoke was so far ahead that Moji, where he was kind of forced into that build with only one offensive item, as you see oftentimes, where usually in your ranked game, Lapu Lapu would be going full damage probably. I guess maybe Immortality as one defensive measure, maybe defensive.
Yeah.
But in competitive, usually those heroes to opt out into much more defensive build path, so they don't get blasted, they don't immediately die. And you could see in that last fight that that Moji was in the face of Granger, but Granger was so far ahead, and Moji had so much defense built in his item slots that he had no damage. And I believe that Granger was just healing off of him, and he didn't really take a lot of damage. So in this regard, maybe Moji could have approached it differently, maybe made a front line for his team instead of diving into this backline later in those phases of the game where he cannot really 1v1 the Granger. We saw him 1v1 Thorsa and Granger, actually 1v2 before during mid game, I believe. But now you cannot really proceed this way. You need to approach differently. But now it's all about Surge Titans. They are proceeding further into the tournament. And Lynn, how did you like this series and how are you looking at the rest?
I mean, there was a phenomenal match shown by both the teams, and SRG. I mean, you can't really have two winners, right? So, I mean, SRG came up and showed much more, I'd say, at least in terms of flexibility from the first game to the second game. We saw the composition being thrown around. It is the first few weeks of the new patch, after all. So the adaptability, I'd say, I commend them on that. And on the second game, I mean, there was just perfect positioning by the Granger there, being able to be super mobile in those fights, able to dodge a lot of Lapu Lapu's projectiles, and even the fact that he has to commit the flicker if he wants to. I mean, at least solidify his dive, but even after that, like you said, he just kept on dying again and again. And by the time Granger had full build, Lapu was just halfway there.
Indeed. Well, and with this last game of this series, we should be heading, of course, further into the tournament. But right before that, we should be heading into a little bit of a break. But you can use this break to great advantage yourself, because there is still a lot happening in the chat, because there are diamonds being given away. So, if you want those shiny skins, shiny new skins coming out, of course, with Samin right up front in our front yard, there should be a lot of summer skins coming our way, definitely, in MLBB. So if you want to grab that and grab some shiny diamonds to pay for that, you should be active in our chat and do as they say. Try to grab some diamonds for yourself. We'll be heading into a break. I hope you are excited about the rest of today's tournament. And yeah, grab yourself something to drink. Don't get too hot. And if you're watching from Pole, get some hot tea. Hello and welcome back to today's V4 season finals, of course. Today, here is me, Warren1X, and here on my right side, oh, sorry, left side, is Lynn. Lynn, I hope you're excited about our new game that's coming up at our new series. I already
Yeah.
leaked it a little bit before the first one. You weren't there yet, but I kind of leaked it, so our viewers going to be. But let's wait. Let's kind of keep it in a mystery to newcomers for
Mm-hmm.
those who weren't there fast enough. So we will release the information a little bit later. But
All right.
right
Oh,
now, we'll
there
be
it
looking
is.
at the bracket, how it's going. Search Titans were having a free win yesterday. Then they beat Cartuzzi Mafia going. No, they got beaten by Cartuzzi Mafia, unfortunately for them. That's how they got into the losers bracket. That's why we saw
Mm-hmm.
them against VNM. VNM
Yep.
got beaten by Ake, and then Ake also sent Sad Juice, sadly for them, into the loser bracket. So Sad Juice and Otsutsuki will be matching up each other. That's a series that
Mm-hmm.
that's happening actually 1-1. So
Oh,
spicy one. Whoever comes out
very,
from
very.
that should be a strong, formidable opponent towards Surge Titans. Because if you have two teams this equal, it should be spicy. You're going into full 3 maps, so you have a lot of
Mm-hmm.
practice. Maybe you can say even on the other side you could be exhausted. So let's see. We will see that. We will be watching Surge Titans against their later today, but now it's all about Cartuzzi Mafia and Ake because they will be matching up against each other right now.
Yep. And we have seen them play multiple times before in the search tournaments and multiple other tournaments also. And again, two really big names at least. I'm really excited to see what they have in store for us, at least for in this next patch. And have we seen a couple of games from them, I believe, yesterday or the previous day, right, Warren? Yeah.
We did, and we definitely
Mm-hmm.
saw them a lot of times even before that. Because,
Mm-hmm.
of course, into the season finals, you can qualify through having enough points. So
Yep.
that's why we see those teams here. It's the best of the best that were able to obtain enough points to get through here. Of course, for the
Mm-hmm.
side of Cartuzzi Mafia, we see some well-known faces. We see
Oh.
Tisokite, we see Laito, we see
Mm-hmm.
Statue the King, Enzo, and Kiyotaka. Those three latter being known a little bit less to me, but Laito, Tisokite, very well-known faces to me.
Yep.
And for the side of Ake, Astra, Kuro, Maku, Toby. I really like Toby, so I hope he will step up. He will show up and Nandayo, which really sound like some Korean saying why or something like that, you know. If you imagine
Hey,
it
it's
in anime.
Japanese.
Oh, it's
Warren,
oh
it's
sorry.
Japanese. Come
Oh,
on.
sorry. I culturally appropriated.
Mm-hmm.
That's on me. I hope we don't get banned. But yeah. Well, who gets banned though is Uranus and Matilda. They are off the board
Mm-hmm.
now, and Uranus, he had a lot of changes happening to him. He is so much
Mm-hmm.
stronger, and teams are
Yep.
locking him very often. Lynn, were you able to see some competitive games with Uranus? Because
Yep.
we had with Chronos, and it was
Oh,
crazy how tanky he is.
yeah, Warren. I mean, he's just so good in meta right now. Like you said, so tanky, very versatile, and he's in that sweet spot where you can build defensive items and still dish out the burst you need. And the fact that he has the mobility, the dashes, and sustainability also to just provide so much burst and so much disruption to the back line, which we saw with the Lapu Lapu in the previous series. This time, though, teams a little bit more looking to watch out for those diving EXP laners. At least in this case, the Fofi is also being banned. The Uranus again banned here, alongside the Arlet, which I'm a little surprised. But maybe the side of Cartusi Mafia are more comfortable with the Arlet. So, okay, predicting this, I guess it's understandable for the first game of the series.
I mean, Matilda Classic, Phoebus Classic. If you compare those two band phases, like blue
Mm-hmm.
side and red side, the left one is more like 2 patches ago, what we were seeing a lot, and the
Yeah.
right side is more like the new kids coming into town, the new stuff happening. Forza, still kind of something that has been not really left in the past. She's still very useful, but the priority of banning her was much higher before, at least I feel like.
Yep.
Arlott, now after his buffs, Uranus after those buffs, and now third ban. Thinking about it, Lynn, do you have a prediction what it could be?
Well, I mean, are you just gonna go for the trend of bending off the EXP laners, perhaps? But I think maybe it's just gonna be a jungle ban. Maybe the Roger might be banned here from Ake because again, Cartusi Mafia are on the blue side. So it's a question. What do you think, Warren?
Well, we saw two Lapu Lapus locked in as a
Mm-hmm.
first pick for blue side. Now Lapu Lapu getting through once more. So we will see if Statue the King will log him in. Oh
Oh,
no, Baksha is open. So
what?
of course you log him in. I completely missed that. And I think that's a fumble for the side of Ake. Banning Harit instead of Baksha. Ooh, that's not really good move.
Yeah. Maybe I mean they again they thought maybe because they want to keep crucial DPS mid lane player, I mean mid range player like Harit, they have the Farsa band for this, but it's understandable. But now on the other hand, Ake has a little bit more to answer back with Basha being picked off, which right now he's showing to go for maybe the role position, which I was expecting jungle position
Also,
in
I
this
find it
case.
so genius that when your opponents
Yeah.
back read and they kind of let Bakshia through, you go in
Mm-hmm.
for him. Since already this one super strong AP or like magic damage dealing
Yeah.
carry is gone. Of course, Kimi is still open, so that's a great response towards Bakshia because as we know, Kimi isn't really so much relying lifesteal. So Bakshia giving her that debuff on healing will not
Yeah.
be so deadly towards her.
It's
And
50-50. Yeah.
Lapu Lapu locked in.
Mm,
I mean, was this a great idea to go for Badang? Is he that strong? I must say I like the composition of Cartusi Mafia much more.
mm. Well, at least for the first phase, like you said, they have more flexibility. You could slot Blabasha in the jungle if they want to, but again, lanes are already picked here. EXP and marksman lane is already determined. So now the bans are going to be pretty simple if you're set. Okay, but Courtesy Mafia instead now possibly could go for a jungle ban again. I mean, it just might be jungle ban after jungle ban, and the jungle might just get dry for the picks. And since Ake are on the first pick for the second draft phase, they will have the advantage if that happens.
True, true indeed. They will be
Yeah.
having that first pick before their opponents. It's kind of that
Hmm.
weaker option of the blue side first pick, whereas you have
Yeah.
it just for those last two or like last four. Link getting outed together with Lancelot, so that makes a lot of sense. Very squishy
Hmm.
backline, very susceptible to those divers. Joy,
Yep.
this is kind of helping you out. Your opponent's banning Joy. Now your opponent's banning Fredrin. I would say that's helping you. No, actually, you are first on the pick, so you could go for
Yeah.
Fredrin. He would be deadly to Lapu. He could be deadly to
Hmm.
Granger. So I see the vision. But the Joy, really, like she wouldn't be that deadly to you since Granger has very high range. Joy would have big trouble getting on top of him. Then you have
Hmm.
Bakshia who can CC her up. I I kind of disagree with that one, but
Uh,
right now we have 20 seconds for fourth lock-in for the side of.
yeah. Jungle. Which is it gonna be here for? Okay. Are they just gonna leave it off in the air and maybe pick the X3 laner, which I was
Oh,
just
I don't
thinking.
like it. I
Very
don't like
slow.
the lane. I
What?
think I think you should go for jungle because then the Bedeng
Yeah.
is still a flex pick. Now you kind of shoot yourself in the
Mm,
leg and you have this last pick, but you are not using it for flexing Bedeng, but you are just using it for jungle.
yeah.
Jisan Shin is picked up by your enemies. Oh my god. You have no way to
Oh,
of getting to him. This Jisan Shin is like super
yeah.
safe. Like super
It's
safe.
almost looks like Joe for the side of Ake for now. But Cartesian Mafia deciding their final mage, depending on if they want to have the team fight control or just provide that extra support for the aggression or for the divers here, which they rely on the team fight, which understandable. They want to take control of those objectives. Map control, maybe even invades could happen if later on the side of Cartesian Mafia snowballs. But again, ah, okay, the jungle. Oh, is this a blunder, Warren? Because okay, forget about that. What are they gonna pick right now after all being going through all of that?
I mean, it's so tough. Lucas could be decent. Like
Mm-hmm.
like I think if we would magically transport ourselves into the 10th minute mark and it's 0-0, then the best jungle is Alpha because he can lock in Granger, one shot him, he can
Yeah.
lock in Jisunshin, Ivy, all of
Mm,
those. All right, Haya, that's very nice. I completely forgot about him, but that's very nice because he is doing
yeah.
basically the same thing as Alpha. He is not so reliant on his farm, of course, still, but he can do much more, much sooner than Alpha, and he's much more mobile. So Granger will be in trouble, Ivy will be in trouble, and Jisunshin will be in trouble. I like it. But except than that, your composition is super late game, and it's all down to Bedeng, Terizla, and Haya playing those early situations because Kimi and Iritel are just for the late game. They are kind of just waiting around, trying not to force anything, and then as those third or fourth items are coming in, they start playing the game. But until then,
Yeah.
they are nothing than living boards.
Mm-hmm. And the early game pressure in there, we have to see if Ake is going to be able to pull it off, especially against Carthusi's Mafias. I guess the Romer Basha doesn't really have the pressure that they need. Just he's just super tanky, and as a frontliner, he needs that level 2. So with the Eve, might be able to win the lane, might be able to get the better rotations. But now, I mean, okay, I believe with this Badang and Kimi, they are going to be all over the map.
I think we have a prediction. It looks like Jesus is talking to us and he's saying that it's going to be 17 to 16. It's going to be 58,000 for Cartusi Mafia and 62 for
What?
Ake. Let's see if this prediction holds on. I think, Lenny, we should take a screenshot for it afterwards, just for fun. Well, Kimi already on an invade against Baksha, and there's stuff happening. Oh, Ivy trying to push them away. We will unfortunately be seeing that through minimap only. But right now, Jisunshin is so much faster on that clear. If I am looking right, because he's right now finishing his. Oh no, he started on the
No,
purple side. So no,
yeah.
wait, he did his orange buff, and now his fourth
Wait,
camp is done.
yeah.
Yeah, I think he's much faster than Haya because Haya is now going for his fourth camp, as Jisunshin is moving into bot side, going for 2 more of his camps.
Well, I mean, he's going for the full wave, full camp clear, at least for his jungle side. Maybe he could go for a steal if the opponents didn't take the lizard. But here we do see Maku. Does get his 4. He's going to dive in the mid lane. Watch out.
Maku really doesn't have anyone to dive in for. Enzo still has flee. Oh, statue! Statue, you are in big trouble, my brother. You are gone. You are dead.
Yeah.
Oh,
What?
you are alive!
No way!
How did he pull
What?
this off? This
Uh,
revitalize was crazy.
no, I mean, okay, come on, finish the job, man. Hey, you committed so much there. Again, losing out on those farm. Wait, Naito, going for the aggression. Could go for the
Lighton
flicker
not really
play.
connecting
Wait.
in, and Toby forcing him away as his team will take the turtle. Maku has his retribution available.
Oh.
He cannot do it though. Kyo takes the cake as he kills Kuru. Oh, Kuru flickered
Oh,
out. He will
no.
be alive.
Okay, play it position-wise correctly. and dodging those projectiles. Now surviving to see another day, perhaps, but now down on farm, 400 difference at least with the junglers being the main issue here. Kyotaka is going to be farming up pretty fast, and once we hit that first item spike, at least, well, maybe a couple more, we're going to be able to dish a bit more pressure towards Ake, which so far are looking towards the goal lane.
Lane, I'm still flabbergasted how this Bakshia survived. He got Yogi Shadow kill on him. He got all the damage on him. They even flickered for him and he still lived. I have no idea how he did that.
He didn't even have the physical defense. He didn't have the warrior boots. Went for the top boots. I mean, magic defense towards Kimi perhaps, but Ake, I mean, they thought he was just gone and dead and gave up. But hang on, statue.
All right, but statue is maybe pushing his immortality a little bit too much. No, not really. He's all right. First blood. Bedeng is gone as statue heals up even more. He ends the fight with more HP than he started the fight. Oh, but Tisokite is the target. He could be going down. No flicker for him, and unfortunately, HP left for him as well. As Laito goes for more, and he tries to go for Nandeo. Nandeo is run under her tower, which she will be able to. So she lives.
Oh. Yep, it was a massive pick off by Ake, but again, Cartesian Mafia answer back so fast with Laito with a faster rotate. Hang on, statue.
Statue might be pushing it too far. Right? No, not really. He's fine. He is fine. Like, honestly, he is a David Copperfield in this game. Like, what is he doing with his HP bar and how magically he's able to escape every time? Like, now we know why Baksha is permaban, because he, even though he is on roam, he is unkillable. Like, what can you do? He doesn't have physical resist boots, but he still doesn't die.
Yep, the unkillable Demon King. But for now, Terrell restarted here, and if you're Maku right now, he's just probably screaming. He can't keep getting away with this. But now, wait, Laito, looking for a play.
Laito tries to play it out, but gets pushed away by Toby. Goes for Maku. Maku has to jump away. Still has that Yaogi Shadow kill, but doesn't need to use it just now. Enzo goes down as Lapu Lapu goes for that backline, but he is alone right here. Oh, he's fine. He jumps out. Kyotaka kills his opponents as Statue is still alive. Okay, he finally falls down, even with a revitalize. I think there was an anti-heal maybe in place. Kuru could be the next target, but Laito doesn't have his ult yet. Immobilized. Oh, he goes down. Kind of overplay from Cartusi Mafia.
Yep, there's long dragged out fights. Ake has the upper hand with the Uritel alongside this Kimi.
Oh, Astra chasing him down on the tower, and he goes for him. Killing spree Astra. He doesn't care. Rides on his bike as Statue tries to play for him, but there's the rest of the team as Statue needs to retreat. New turtle in 100 seconds.
Yep. Such a massive pick off there, especially jungler being taken down now. It's just gonna be slower on the farms. Ake looking to capitalize, maybe clear off those lanes, take off those camps. Laito all the way from bot lane. Once again, has been rotating a lot, I'd say, and missing out on those minions, missing out on those crucial, maybe sideline objectives and playing this pressure. Could maybe clear off earlier on, but Ake, on the other hand, also playing similarly for these team fights. We see Laito present, Statue also seen. Toby, is he going to take the bait?
Oh, Toby is actually baiting them. I don't think he is taking the bait. He is the bait. Because right here is Kuro as Nandao finishes tower on bot side as he will be having a 1v1 as Statue gets bursted and his tankiness is magically gone. His David Copperfield time is past. Because now there is a new magician on the street and it's Astra because he magically has 301 and I think he's the richest man on this map.
Yep. I mean, it's time to retire now, folks, but Kuro, hang on, so tanky, but Laito, once again,
Kuro needs to retire very fast if he doesn't want to die before going to Senior House. Laito tries to chase him. Kuro, he is trying not hard enough. Astra will be able to finish the job though, because Enzo goes down and Laito could be the next target. Though there's the rest of the team as Toby goes down. Laito picks up a double, but it's still a double going for Lapu Lapu as Astra picks up more resources, as Astra picks up more CC in his face and almost goes down.
Yep. A little bit of burst here by Kyotaka, but again, follow-up not going to be sufficient, not going to be on time. He has the War Axe, but not going to be able to burst out without the presence of the Endless Battle or the other crucial burst out. damage here with the GDS, I believe so. But again, these two frontliners here from both side of Cartus and Ake has been playing it a little bit on the aggressive side. We saw Toby go for his setup maybe, but didn't have the Fritz crack ready. But hang on, Lito.
Maku finishes the turtle off, and now Lito tries to play it out. It's still that fat Lapu as he goes for... Maku is able to jump away a bit, and Lito is now the target. He jumps away himself, and he lives. Revitalize keeping him alive, just up, as Toby cannot chase more. CC immune. Kiyotaka gets bursted into a wall, and now he is the target. Goes down, slain. Toby dies for his action, but same as Enzo, Statue will be the target now. Mega kill for Astra. And this isn't really going well for Cartus Mafia. They don't... Well, they kind of do have the late game. They have late game in the form of Enzo and Kiyotaka. But on the opposing side, there is Nandeo and Astra. Those two late game carries, you don't want to go later into the game with them. Low Lito with 1v1. Ooh, I don't think he can play.
He's gonna
no more mobility for him, and he will go. He will not go down.
Again, Warren, you don't chase freaking Badang here, especially when he has fist crack and combo here present on 3 of your members here, which he showed and successfully executed. That was such a misplay by Cartus Mafia. Ake had a wonderful setup there. Toby playing it for the opponents and seeing for the opportunity, seizing the day, like they say.
Oh, there's a new fight happening as Toby tries to open him up with that fist crack wall bank combo. Doesn't really anything coming out from this one. Well, just before that fight that happened, where Toby got a lot of stats to his name, right before that he was, I believe, 0-2-1, and it looked like he's kind of doing shit, like he doesn't really do that much in that game. But Toby was doing so much, he just didn't get the kills, but he was locking out Lito, he was locking out everyone away from those fights, just not getting those kills. But Toby was so significant. He was doing so much work done, and it finally goes through on those stats.
I mean, all the stats don't tell the full story. That's what we want to see here. And I mean, the roamer is such a crucial role, which Toby is fulfilling. But hang on, Lito.
Oh, Lito tries to play it, but he gets stopped in his tracks. Unstoppable Astra as he goes down. No one else is there to... I don't think you should have went for...
There's a fadeaway there by the Thrizzler. And I mean, Cartus Mafia right now on the pushing end. Wait, hang on, Astra.
With a bad face check. Astra could be chasing him down. He still has his speed. Toby walling them out, but Toby could be in a heap of trouble. He still has his flicker holding on to that, and will be fine.
Man, Lord's gonna be crashing in the top lane here. We do have another to support it alongside, but he's all alone, so we'll have to back off. Being spotted out in the purple buff now. There's a Ake on the bottom lane side. Maybe Maku might go for a play. Oh, what a snipe there!
Maku completely destroying Kiyotaka, and that's the issue that you have. If Enzo gets jumped, if Tiso gets jumped, if Kiyotaka gets jumped, and if the rest of your team gets jumped, double kill for Astra, and this could be looking as an end angle. Oh, not really. Ivy could probably defend it. Oh, she cannot if she is dead.
Yeah. Only one member left. So Kite will be able to have enough fuel left to finish off Ake.
I don't know. He is alone. 8 seconds. They can go for... Maybe it's too flippy.
I mean, getting 3 inhibited turrets though is gonna be huge for the side of Ake. He's gonna fall back, take the waves here. Jungle cap's gonna be taken for Cartus Mafia, further pushing off the gold gap, the goal difference with Ake with a 10k goal difference almost into the 12-minute mark, and most of the items are being set. Most crucially, Astra completing the critical set for his item build here, with the GDS also being present, and the fact that he has the range increase, only needing maybe a little bit more survivability, will be a huge force for the Cartus Mafia. And again, they don't really have a main target for that.
Fishing something out, but he will be the fish getting caught almost on that hook.
Oh, yep. Wait, Maku, look at Maku. He just might catch someone here.
Oh, Maku is trying to catch someone definitely, but needs to jump away just before that Yugi Shadow not really going for more. purple buff will be stolen away. And as the fight happens, Maku goes for that backline, but he cannot really do that much damage. Ivy down with her, but Statue is the first to go down. Maku is able to jump out and fly.
Yep. 1-0 here. Cardizi Mafia falling off the board. And now going to be spawning right as the Lord spawns for the side. Okay, now they are taking the map control. They have to reset their HP and mana, perhaps at least before they want to take this decision-making fight right now, which is being scouted out by Laito, and with the real here being present, 2 members spotted out, but Maku is going to be the one to be marked here if you're on side of Cardizi Mafia.
I mean, just looks that Statue has used all his immortality. Oh, Laito is really pushing his, but he goes down. Legendary Astra as he team. Maku finishing Lord, but Astra is super low. Can he play it? Tiso trying to burst him away, force him away. Kyo tries to survive, jump away. He doesn't have his dash anymore. He goes down. Maku, he is still alive. Now only 2 members defending the base.
Yeah. Will they be
Can
able
they
to
do
make
it? I don't think they can. Ivy ulting up. Base is super low and base is gone.
Yeah. As soon as they clear off the mid lane, top lane again comes down, marching through for the side of Ake, taking the first game of this series. And man, oh man, that was an amazing fight shown by Ake, especially, you know, the fact that we saw in those couple of matches, at least in the previous series, Lapu Lapu being such a crucial, key, important part for those team fights and able to distribute so much team force to answer to that. Toby just easily answered, giving that, hey, I got this, guys. Just give me, just wait a couple of seconds, and you're gonna have a free Filipino ready in your as a platter.
I mean, if you look at the gold, it's telling you something super important, because every time you see an XP laner being only 2,000 behind his carries, you know something bad is happening for the opponent. Because usually XP laners are kind of much more behind their carries, but if you see Terizla 417 only 2k off, when his items are so much cheaper if he goes this kind of bruiser slash tank setup, he is so dominant on the map. He can do so much. He basically even had more gold than his carry jungle. He did even more damage than his Hayabusa. So if that's the case for your opponent XP laner, you are in big trouble. And Laito, he was trying to catch up. He was doing a lot in the early game, but then they just fell flat and they couldn't finish it off.
Yep. And this is a lot of the case of overstaying those ganks here, overstaying those engages here. Oh, this is a potential team fight. I gotta stay here. I gotta be ready to answer alongside my team. But then again, you're losing so much resource in the process, where somewhere you could apply pressure in a different part of map, distribute a little bit more of that rotation, have more control. But it's just so clumped up in one single area that the fact that when we reach the mid to the late, at that point, the goal difference is too much, like you said. And like how the Terizla played out was also pretty decent here at catching those backliners, even bursting them a lot, giving a lot of burst. I mean, towards the backline, catching off the Granger at least a couple of times in those engages afterwards, even without the flicker. It just goes to show how much burst potential the side of Ake has if they have the right draft in hand, and which they did.
They did indeed. And now the question is, what do you need to change for the second game to have a different outcome? At least that's the question to be had for the unfortunate losers of this first game that was unfortunately not going in their favor. Well, you tried to push your lead with that Baxia. Baxia was looking super good. He was super tanky. He was invincible basically, but it looks like he invincibility in the phases, because then he wasn't really doing that hot. He was much.
Yep, gonna agree. I mean, I mean, if you're on the side of Ake, seeing the Baxia live at 1 HP so many times, statue. I mean, he's really living up to his name. It's a freaking statue there, and being able to tank so much burst. Are we going to see the same story here, folks? Because Cardizi Mafia, they need to switch things up at least. I'd say drafting wise, pretty solid. They have the right mind, they have the right target, but again, the crucial decisions before the objectives, before reaching that item spike, or even the mid game to the late game, those need to be revisioned, I believe. Revitalized? Oh, right, okay.
I agree. And
Yep.
also, I see another problem happening for the side of Cartusi Mafia. That was a
Mm-hmm.
lane where, in that part where Lapu was getting all the gold from those early kills, and as I have been saying, it's Lapu Lapu, right,
Yeah.
better than on your roamer. But if those
Mm-hmm.
kills were on Jisun Shin or your other carry, that would make so much more
Yep.
difference. But because it wasn't there and your opponents had their kills on their carries, on Hayabusa, on Astra, in retail on your mid laner, on your
Mm-hmm.
Kimi, and those were the ones with resources, whereas
Yep.
you only had resources on Lapu Lapu. It felt so. I cannot really say if that was a problem of like approaching the fight
No,
that
war, war. I
Lapu
got the
Lapu.
perfect. I got a
Yeah.
perfect analogy for that. It's like, oh, what's he gonna do with that goal? Just buy another defensive item?
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly. As we see, Lap cannot really opt in for the damage. Maybe that was the way, maybe I guess, but I think that
maybe.
it wouldn't really work in the competitive way because you just single him out and go for him.
Yeah.
It's more so ranked environment build. But that's kind of the issue because yeah, of course he can rapid fire himself, he can slingshot him versus the
Mm-hmm.
first damage item, and that's big spike. But then everything after that, it's not meaningless, but if you can tank enough, that's great, but if you don't deal enough damage, then you can tank forever, but not really because your HP will eventually
Yeah.
run out.
Yeah. We did see that with the case of Statue there in the box. Yeah. He had the healing, he had the tankiness, defense was also there, but again, it don't last forever. Just like life, nothing lasts forever. And in this case, though, will a case reign for this for this series last forever? Is the question here. At least now, bans though already present. Ake on the blue side. Now instead, we have Cards Mafia on the red side, so maybe they're more comfortable on the red. Who knows? Ban out Basha there. And first pick, what are you thinking here? Is it gonna be a bold pick? Is it gonna be a flex pick? Or maybe, a meta pick?
I mean, you don't need to go for Lapu only if you want to show your opponents how it's done. So you can
Mm-hmm.
go for something like Forza, because Forza doesn't really
Oh,
have the answer in form of Kimi, doesn't really have the answer of Zuxin, because they are both banned. And now, for your opponents, Harit is also locked out. So if they want to go for those AP dealing or magic damage dealing
yeah.
heroes, they don't have so much options, and Forza with her super big range, that's troublesome. So of course, going for Granger and Phoebus could be the answer. Phoebus will be
Mhm.
super deadly towards your Forza, and Lapu Lapu matching up that Phoebus in XP line. We will see how this goes. I didn't see this matchup much often, at least not
Yeah.
lately. I guess I can recall something from my rank, but I don't think my Grandmaster ranked will be telling us anything about how this much higher competition will be going. In retail, again locked in for Astra, it looks like it's his comfort pick.
Yeah.
And Lapu Lapu actually getting stolen away. So, I mean, Kuru must be like, all right, Laito, you had nice moments, but I will show you how it's actually done.
Well, I mean, that'll be a fun thing to watch here and see if he can outdiff, I'd say, the side of Ake for now. I mean, no, wait, there's Ake. Never mind. But again, the Irritil and the Granger, it goes hand in hand. I mean, they complement each other, lane against each other. It comes up to who gets their first upper hand. But so far, it is looking quite dire, I'd say. If you have a Lancelot and a Phobius here on the side of Cartusi Mafia. So Nanda is going to be targeted a lot, I'd say, unless we see maybe a strong frontline presence to answer back, which we see the bans already coming out. Badang already banned, and Angela being banned, a little surprising, I'd say.
I think she got touched up in that latest patch notes. I am not sure because so many heroes were touched
Oh,
up. Let me check, but I
I
believe she
I believe
was.
for
Oh,
healing was
was she?
was nerfed a little bit.
Yeah, I think
Healing
so.
or
But still,
shields.
still,
Yeah.
I'm surprised the same as you are. But even though you were saying that you kind of like the composition of Ake a little bit, I must disagree because I like the dive in that you have for the side
Mm-hmm.
of Cartusi Mafia, and I think it will be hard for your opponents to protect themselves
Yeah.
because now they really need to have something in front to protect them from Phoebus, to protect them from Lancelot, and your opponents also have the first pick before you.
Yeah. I'm just whispering onto Toby's ear. Grok, Grok, come on, Grok pick, come on. You did it before. Again on this time around, maybe. But we'll have to wait for that though. Bans are gonna be the last one for the side of Ake here at least. Maybe I'd say the mage ban could be optimal for them. Like maybe the Novaria, because again the dive in with the astral projection is gonna be a lot. But no, they opt for the Gato Kachu here. Okay,
I
I mean
like
it's fair
Ghetto
enough.
Ban.
Yeah.
Yep, I quite like it. I think that it would complement the side of Cartusi Mafia a
Mm-hmm.
little bit too much for your liking if you're Ake. But now they have kind of limited options because except Gato, there is well, actually an argument could be made about Kalia
Oh.
because you can just kidnap that retail, you can kidnap
Oh,
Forza, and make your fight
maybe.
so much easier for you.
Yep,
All right.
force them onto those purifies. But that would be quite great. I mean, diminish their, flexibility in movement with the fact that the flicker and purify, sprint will probably be replaced by purify. But now Enzo here, on the other hand, picking the Valentina, I believe to try and copy the Feather Airstrike, or maybe even the Bravest Fighter for Lapu could be an option. I mean, do you want to? Have you ever seen a Valentina dive in the back line as a Lapu?
I
uh,
mean, more probable, at least in my opinion, will be the
mhm.
Forza ultimate steal away. I think that's what she would be going for in
Yeah.
most cases. As you
Well,
look in Jawhead, I mean, it's alright, but
oh,
there is one important component of locking in Jawhead, and that's you need to be first. You need to do your place first before
mm,
your opponents, because if you are second, it's not really do that much.
oh,
And Kalia being locked in is something I quite like.
yeah. Predicted this earlier on, Oren, and now Statue is gonna be confirming it at least for this draft side. But again, I mean, we could hypothesize if Kalea is already locked in here. The dive is looking to be very solid if you're on side Cartesian Mafia. And now the fact that the Hellcard is there with a little bit of Terrify and Burst, but it's gonna be difficult to mark down those backliners with a statue here being such a dominating force with the Tsunami Slam. Alongside even Enzo could take a couple of ultimates, like you said, the Feather Air Strike could be an option. I'm still thinking Bravest Fighter early game might just be a great deal.
I mean, right now, looking at those team compositions, I must say that if I am betting right now, I'm betting money, I'm betting it on Cartusi Mafia because I think their
Ooh.
composition is so much easier to play since you don't even need to grab Hellcurt by Kalia. You don't, like, it doesn't really matter. Like, all right, you should be really grubbing Jawhead, but anyone else is free for the
Yeah.
taking. Lapu, you can burst. Who else? Farsa, you can burst. Their carry, Astra running that retail, you can burst.
Hmm.
There
That's
is
the thing.
really so much for the taking. You can
Anyone.
choose and dine however you like. It's like those Swedish tables where you just choose like from 50 cheeses and you can have whatever you want.
But I mean, I like to see Toby at least make some outplays, maybe with an unstoppable force, maybe immune the CC here provided. But folks, we are headed to the V4 seasonal fires, V4SF day 2 of the MLBB here circuit. It is the final of the upper bracket, Ake versus Cartusi Mafia. Ake on the leading side, and Cartusi Mafia looking to maybe close up the game. Are they going to make a comeback? Is the question, folks.
That's the question indeed. And as we are running into this first map, sorry, for the second game, I don't know how I fumbled my words that horribly. But as we come into this second game, we see that Nanda is already having pressure over his opponent as Statue is helping out Kiyotaka. What a nice guy he is. Helping him clear his
Hey.
jungle because it looks like Lancelot is kind of a sissy himself. He cannot really clear it alone, looks like. You know, that's what happens if you are living on royal court. Well, jokes aside, Lancelot will hitting level 4 as well as Helker. Oh,
Yeah, I mean, they'll have to wait a little bit more for the seconds to kick in, experience to be distributed. And now both teams are pretty much keeping each other in check with the rotations being seen, though. But, retribution.
oh, Maku could be in trouble. He's running away as Helker. If I know one thing about Helker, it's that if he's running away with his ult, something's wrong.
Yep, I mean, he stepped his boundaries there. Now, a crucial ability used very early on. Kiyotaka also compromised with the ultimate being committed, but then again, it's low cooldown. He's gonna have it back up before this turtle fight. Now, we're gonna be farming up pretty fast. Hope he doesn't have 4 yet, but looking to Enzo.
Well, we should look to Enzo, but he still has his flicker. He should be able. Now, as Jawhead flips him on his head. 5,000 on Turtle, and Kuro tries to play it. Lighto jumping in with his ultimate. Kiyotaka actually able to finish it off. Lighto is in the backline going for Maku. Just making space and time. Now Kuro is the target. He's getting locked in. But actually it's Statue who is leading the charge. Going for Toby as Toby tries to run away. Fortunately for him, he is able to. But Lancelot level 5. Absolutely destroying his opponents and leading the attack.
No one really falling from the team fight. Really surprising. It's a turtle for a kill trade-off with the fact of Enzo falling from that early on, 3 minutes into the game here. Tisokite as well as Statue looking for maybe catching someone off guard, maybe taking the lead a little bit more for the goal lane. But Maku has different plans in mind here. At least the fact that he just might go and get himself a free violinist here. Oh, take a look at that.
So look at Statue. He's whole half a level ahead on top of Toby, and right now it's basically a level ahead. He's level 5, and those stats will come in handy when you are fighting it out, skirmishing. Kiyotaka now running towards mid lane, level 7. Toby trying to jump them, but it's Statue, it's Kalia. She's very tanky. It's not really the target. Oh, it is the target. Maku finishes her off as he jumps into mid lane fight.
Yep, as a reverse feather strike being applied back, but again, Maku just too versatile, just too flexible. Managed to escape, although Astra
There's
pretty
a dive
low.
happening
Hang
on
on.
top side in retail. He needs to run for his life, but can he do that? I don't. Oh, she cannot.
Tried to sidestep there with the movement speed, at least with the sprint also, but again, Kiyotaka, patience. Hang on.
Toby going for Lighto, but Lighto able to play it out very well. He just knocked him up and stopped him from grabbing him. What a great play.
Yep, and now third's gonna be the one being targeted here. Okay, trading 1-for-1 with Carlos Mafia taking top lane here, and now Turtle is on their menu right now as Kiyotaka is gonna be the one to shredding it up. But look at the purple invade here. Mako is looking to equalize the goal, but again, Kiyotaka, information received. He's gonna be the one to dive alongside, but very airstrike.
Enzo now getting targeted. He still has the possibility to still evade that feathered airstrike, but I believe it was used since we see it already on cooldown. Oh, fight happening in mid lane just before our screen. We cannot really see. Need to move it a bit. Now we see the action. Well, outer turret energy shield dropped, so no more gold can be obtained from hitting those towers. And 60 seconds for the new turtle, or as we say, Triceratops, is it? I'm not sure. Well, now what I'm sure about is that Kiyotaka is playing it out against all odds, going for Astra and still able to live, at least for now, as Toby tries to chase him down. Kiyotaka is still playing it out as a fight happens. Bot lane, Kuro goes down, Lancelot's still alive, he's dancing, he isn't out.
Oh, trying to distract and maybe equalize the forces here. On the scoreboard, it is a jungler for an EXP laner though. for Kiyotaka. It's a little bit of a big ordeal for the side of Karzi Mafia here, especially with Ake pushing
Oh,
and
Toby could
taking
be the
some
target, whereas he
objectives.
was catching everyone off guard. Now he
Oh,
is the target getting caught off guard. But is he though? Maybe it was a bait towards Forsa's Feather Strike.
yeah. I mean, he just tanked that burst there from Karzi Mafia. But hang on, the aggression has been a lot from both teams, but pick-off wise, Statue hasn't really committed fully, I'd say, on his Tsunami Slam. It's more been a reactive play, at least for the one time in the turtle, with Kuru, Lapu being diving on towards the backline and just pick him off, put him aside, and maybe get a better team fight. But again, you're
They're going
distributing
for
the
Statue.
resources.
CC Immune
Oh,
getting pulled away, and now Terrified getting destroyed right with the fight over Stegosaurus. Now Nandao is the target, needs to flicker out with that Feather Strike. We saw play happening already in the series. Now Statue dies for his actions as Kiyotaka has to run for his life. He cannot though because double kill as the rest of the team retreats, but Laito keeps pushing on. He tries to go, but cannot connect. Oh, he does. Flicker in and going for Astra. Now reset. Not really able to finish her off or him off. That really depends if you're looking at the retail or Astra himself, who is playing the hero.
yep. And again, trying to salvage here, Laito, getting the one kill, but even the fact that the rest of your team fell off so fast, just for the turtle will be taken out of the hands of Ake. There's another objective, another turret. It's 2-2 though for the side of Cardiac Mafia in terms of the goal distribution at least. And Lancelot having the cooldown with the Warx and the Hunter Strike is gonna be pretty solid, I'd say, but more too on the side of Nandayo here. If he completes the Holy Crystal, it just might be GG for those team fights, and Tisokite and Enzo might just be bursted down pretty fast. I might even say the frontliners might get melted.
I mean, this is what would you just expect? Oh, dive on Lancelot. I don't think he can. Oh
wait.
no, he
Catches Jector.
Toby, great play with a flicker. Couldn't see that, unfortunately. Oh, Kalia with a kidnap, going for Nando as he dies. Because Toby, you left mid lane and that left an opening. You left your back door open. So Statue went in and stole your milk from the fridge.
Yep. And again, these plays here, again, jungler being traded always. Oh, wait, hang on, Statue.
Going for Kuro, but it's still Lapu Lapu, so quite mobile, jumping out, living that.
Well, they'll be looking to push the mid lane perhaps here, Karzi Mafia. Hang on.
You try really hard, but Kuro with his Lapu Lapu ult, now you leave Statue taking. He is able to jump out. Now Lancel back on the map.
Yep, what, Maku? It's all the way from
getting
top lane
caught,
here.
and he cannot really do anything about it. 9 seconds, 9 unfortunate seconds for that flicker. Toby goes down, killing spree for Granger as he obliterates this roamer.
Yeah, a lot of burst there from the side of Ake. And now Maku.
Ashu goes in. I don't think this is a correct play. He tries to kidnap, but Enzo is now super low, has to jump away. Valentina is able to live, but Statue now is on the retreat, almost dying.
Yep. And we've seen the plays here being done by
Mega kill, Maku.
What?
This is the Hellcurt you were hyping up. You were saying this Hellcurt could be scary, and he is 4-0 as he takes. Or at least he tries to, but Tiso has something to say about it together with Laito. Double kill, Astra is dead. Now Maku able to finish it off, but can he play the fight? I don't think he can. Toby goes down, triple kill for Granger as Tiso goes for more, but can he play this Maku, who almost was able to jump from the bush?
I can see how tempting he was. I mean, to dive onto the Granger and Kalea, get the double kill, maybe perhaps. But again, it's risking a lot. You need to land perfectly well. But again, his position once more.
Maku, can he do it? Oh, he cannot. He has to run away.
Yep. And now looks like Ake will be having to give up the slow perhaps and play on the defensive, or maybe utilize a little bit more from the bot lane here, which we do see Nandayo and Astra walking down, but the mid lane will be cleared. At least Malcolm positioned very aggressively right now. Could catch off Kiyotaka or maybe someone here, Statue.
Oh, but Statue is the one getting caught. He gets stunned up, CC immune, but dies, still able to at least use his ult. But now Toby is here, tries to go Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka is just dancing around on the edge, so Statue will be just taken away.
A lot of bursts coming in for Hellcurt. Again, 4-0-3 right now. 10 minutes in, probably highest goal for his team. And Toby has just been so aggressive here. But
Toby could be dying for his aggression. He gets terrified, sees it up, Lapu in the backline going for Enzo. Enzo tries to jump away. He is still alive and of health dies, unfortunately, in the end. Kuro is still living, and unstoppable Mako goes for double kill. And gets shut down by Tiso, who is godlike and still alive. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, very solid shutdown here. Gonna give a lot of gold towards Cartesi Mafia. Still evening it out, maybe 2k gold difference. And like you said, Kuro surviving so long is such a huge mistake, I'd say, for for Cartesi Mafia. And
but
now
no statue kind of overstepping, dying again immediately after getting respawn, not even using his flicker. Doesn't really mean that much since Lord is still dead.
Yep, it was very unfortunate for Kazu Mafia now. Frontline being gone, only Laito here to maybe check off those bushes, but Toby is going to be present with those ejectors. Maybe get the back line if he does, but doesn't have the flicker, so has to wait maybe for Nandayo to walk up a little bit further. Mako is rotating over to bot lane, so it's just going to be Astra and Toby in the top lane side, alongside maybe Kuro here, who is spotted out in the bushes. Cartuzzi Mafia, they just might go in.
They didn't really know if he is completely alone. There could be lurking someone nearby. Could be big trouble 20 seconds before Lord. You don't want to risk it.
Yep. And Warren, I just want to say, Enzo has the Lapu Lapu ultimate. I told you.
Oh, he does. You're absolutely correct. So he could be going for that crazy ultimates. Will he get the defenses? Does he get the defense? Laito goes in. We can talk about it a little bit later as Lanzo away the damage. Farsa wasting her. And Enzo goes and Laito goes down though. Now Kalia with a kidnap fight looking not very good, but Tiso is shooting everyone down. But will it be enough? I don't think it will be because Astra played out. He cannot shut down Enzo.
Okay.
Can he recall in time? Can he recall in time? I don't think he can. Can he do it? Can he do it? Farsa ulting up. Farsa killing him. And it's done. It's done. Just like that, Cartuzzi Mafia are in the loser bracket.
Oh my goodness, here. What a massive play here by Eke. And you know, even for those team fights, those setups, they were on the lower end, at least receiving end, with Toby being taken down low very early on. But that's the goal for this side of Ake. The resources are already expended, and now you saw Caruzzi Mafia clean up shop there. Even if you have the Granger on the Wind of Nature, it doesn't matter because again, Farsa, magic damage, magic burst, just so much. Has the Holy Crystal already, has the Lion Truncheon alongside maybe penetration or even some other items. It's just able to burst so much. And the fact that he took aggro on the last moment, see, yeah, he had the Divine Glaive there, penetration there, got two scepters, and was just bursting almost everyone in that team fight. I mean, Enzo could have taken it all, but it doesn't really have the crystal to support those stats here. And even the level differences, I mean, it's one level. But again, just so much burst here from the side of Ake here. Nandayo, a key crucial play maker for the side of Ake.
Nandayo was doing crazy stuff. We again saw his flicker usage together chain up with his ultimate with that feathered airstrike repositioning just to hit those targets that were deeper in. Isokite was trying to play to maximum of his abilities, but I feel like Enzo was really there. Like, he had this Valentina, but the Valentina, I feel, was that one important point of your composition that wasn't really working so much in your favor. At least I feel like. Of course, if you compare the damage, she still did decently. If you compare it to Irita, who did 14,000, you compare it to Hellcurt, who did 29. It wasn't that bad, but she wasn't really there. She wasn't really doing that much. I cannot recall the draft so clearly, so I cannot give like an alternative for that, but I feel like now retrospectively,
Novaria, maybe Novaria.
Novaria could have been, or Xavier, again, long range mage.
Not really. I mean, again, the fact that the side of Ake has so much diverse with this Jawhead, with this Hellcurt, with the Novaria, you can play it safe. You can go over the walls, maybe bait out some abilities, and enable your team to land their abilities much more with the range increase from the ultimate astral projection tier. And again, I was rooting for the warrior, but again, I mean, Valentina was exciting to see, but execution wise couldn't perform it most wonderfully well, because you saw in the early game, right? Toby was just picking them off. You saw the Farsa burst damage there. Nandayo was just dealing so much combos here. Even the fact that flickered off, but still landed on those abilities. So again, proc the CC stun and then placed him there right on the target mark. He's just a sitting target there for the Ake to get those first kills. And your mage losing out on minions on goals early on is giving it to the other opposing mage. It's just gonna show how much difficult those later team fights are gonna be in the upcoming Turtle or Lord, or even in those dive-ins.
So to right. And well, unfortunately
Yeah.
for the side of Cartesi Mafia, only one team can continue through that winner's bracket, and
Mhm.
it's going to be, unfortunately for them, Ake, but they still have the chance to come back as a phoenix from the fire, from the
Yep.
ashes, and come right up from the loser bracket. They should be falling right now into the round 4, where it will be best of 3, so they will be matching the winner of Otsutsuki against Surge Titans. So winner of that will be
Spicy.
matching up to them. I'm not sure if we will be catching Otsutsuki against Surge Titans. I think we
Mhm.
should be, but it looks like they already started. So I guess we will be
Yeah.
hopping right into that. All right.
Oh, all
We
right.
should be hopping. The little helper in our ears is telling us that we should be hopping right into the second game of that series. So Surge Titans with
Oh,
right, all right. So Otsutsuki, Search Titans will fight it out behind the curtains, and we will be watching round 4. So the winner of this duel will be sent against Cartusi Mafia in that round 4 of loser bracket. Of course, Cartusi Mafia can still survive, fight it through, and match
hmm
up back again in the winner, not in winner bracket, but in the grand final against Ake. They can take their revenge, or it will be Otsutsuki, or it will be Search Titans. If we
yeah.
look back,
You never
if
know.
we look back at the bracket, we
hmm
can see that Search Titans should have something against Cartusi Mafia, so they should really
Yep.
want to go through to take their revenge upon them. Whereas Otsutsuki kind of, oh, they
Every
also,
the
it's
first
pretty
one.
personal. It's pretty personal. Both of those teams got smashed down to the loser bracket by Cartusi
Yep.
Mafia, so this is super personal. Whoever wins this free
hmm
and goes against Cartusi Mafia will be ready, hungry for that sweet,
Yeah.
sweet revenge.
The mafia's got blood on his hands, and now Otsutsuki and Surge Titans are going to be the ones to maybe get a little bit of vengeance here. I'd say vengeance, like the
Maybe
term vengeance, not the battle spell. Okay, and so I believe it's going to be a BO3, right? For that,
it should be a BO3,
yeah.
but that will be coming in the future in
Hmm. All right.
after a bit of a break, as will the BO3 that needs to happen before that will be played out in the meantime. Get yourself a
Okay.
fresh drink, get
hmm
yourself maybe
A drink.
maybe go for not just get yourself a drink, maybe walk around, kind of hot, so
Yeah.
maybe not do that, just turn up your ventilator. Of course, not in North Pole, then turn up your heater.
Oh,
We will
yeah.
be catching you up again. We will be catching with you again in like 15-20 minutes. So a little bit of a longer break right now. So maybe if you have something good that needs to be heated up, I don't know, some popcorn, something, you can go for that
Yeah.
because you have time.
see. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Yeah.
and welcome back to today's Search Europe V4 season finals, day 2. Day 2 of not today, but no, this weekend of my beautiful face disappeared. Nice beautiful face of Lynn there, which is also quite welcome. Well, Lynn, hey, how you doing? I hope you are as excited as I am because we will a bloody rematch. We will be indeed a blood rematch because Cartusi Mafia will be matching up against Surge Titans, which they brought down back in loser bracket. Not back, but they brought them into loser bracket.
Yeah.
I was saying before that Otsuki were brought down by Cartusi Mafia, funnily by themselves. Well, so it wouldn't matter. By the way, I need to call out a quick correction because I've seen that been in 1-0 against Surge Titans, but actually how the results are rolled out right now is that Otsuki weren't even able to score 1 point. They got dominated by Surge Titans 2-0. So Surge Titans looking definitely very strong. They looking the best they could coming into this duel, and they should have a rematch against their beaters, against their slayers, you can say. Because before, Surge Titans got 2-0'd themselves. So it's pretty personal.
Hey, and it looks like they want it really bad. They want the W really bad right now. And they have that opportunity to face off once again. Like you said, it's a revenge game. It all is on the line, folks. They need to pull all their stops if they want to move forward to the next rounds here, especially up against Ake here. And I believe what you want to do, at least for the winning team, either Cardozo Mafia or the side of Surge Titans, is maybe have a little bit more of a less intensive game, because mentally going into the grand finals, you're going to be pretty tired because that is going to be a BO5. So you need to refuel the tank once again if you want to go for a longer drive. But well, since now Warren is back from using the Natalia passive, and Warren, this game, it's a revenge game, right? So ready for Surge Titans.
Well, it is a revenge game indeed. Surge Titans, we will be seeing them on the right side as Cartoon. No, sorry, that I fumbled. I fumbled it. Cartusi Mafia is on
fumbled
the
the
right
bag.
side. Surge, we will be seeing Surge Titans on the left side. They actually had if they actually had their team tag in front of their names, like Ake, for example. Ake, all beautiful Ake, all of them have their gorgeous, beautiful name team tags in front of their names. But look at Wasted. He has a wave. What is that telling us? Nothing. So yeah, it's definitely the players for right. Well, going into the game, Lapu Lapu getting banned out, so not being able, will not be able to be picked up by either blue team, as well as Uranus. So two of those strong XP laners gone. Now looking into the draft, what do you?
Well, I mean, predictions wise, probably going to be pretty standard, at least here. With, like you said, the dive in roamers being, dive in EXP laners being banned. And now the mages are the next ones to be targeted here. Kimi, possibly next Farsa or Zushin. Maybe could be an option, but unless Search Titan want to pick them up for themselves. And now, Wasted, again, you talked about the symbol. I think maybe there's a little bit of resemblance with the Surge's logo, but I might be pushing it too far. But for the first picks, though, still we're still on the bans here. Probably gonna be a jungle ban in this case, I'd say, if you're on the side of Carduzi Mafia, but no Matilda. Again, I'm proven once again wrong that these two teams have a different plan in mind.
I'm just thinking through and through over and over again. What is the plan? If you ban out Kimi, usually she is able to have mid lane priority. So what? That would be, for example, Cecilion, Xavier, or in such a good spot in the meta. You can still you can be going for Farsa. So banning Kimi. that could mean honestly only one thing, that the idea is that Wasted wants to lock in Baxia, because Kimi as VF is pretty strong into Baxia, since she doesn't care about his anti-heal. She doesn't really care about that.
That's true. That's true. And prolonged fights, Kimi, you can burst more with the passive being stacked up. You have a full red bar, you have full burst, range also being increased, and the fact that longer team fights means just better for the opponent if they're drafting certainly in that way. And now for the side of Karuzi Mafia, they have the final ban. So in this case, maybe I'm still leaning towards the mage band here because again, like you mentioned earlier, Warren, before the mid lane priority here, Kimi being banned off. Again, yes, there it is, the Lucian being banned, but this is gonna be giving the side of Surge Titans that Farsa perhaps pick here might be seen. We did see Ake do this similar strategy in the previous series in the last game. So now Surge Titans, are they gonna be the one to keep that strategy? Is a question to be asked here. And indeed, they do. There is it. Skylove locks it in. But this time, for the first game of the series, I'm expecting her to play a little bit more safely, perhaps, if the opposing team here on the side of Carduzi Mafia have the pick-off potential. But no, they do have the next two picks here. So, Warren, what are you thinking? What is on their mind?
Well, I quite like the Forza lock-in. I quite like that. Now it's making a lot of sense that you banned out Kimi, since she could be contesting Forza for game priority, mid lane priority, and also she could be that late game threat, whereas Juxin, which can, for example, contest that mid lane priority, she is also banned out, but also she doesn't really have that late game capabilities. So now I see it much more clearly, as well as Statue and Kiyotaka are their picks much more clearly, because Gato and Bakshi are locked up for themselves. Strong diving, you are able to lock out and single out this Farsa very easily, right? Also, you are already expecting carry, and together with Roger, I think you are kind of making it easy for your opponents, because Roger is pretty squishy himself. Like not as squishy as a typical carry, but definitely on the squishier side. So I'm thinking this is kind of a risk.
Wait. Warren, no way. All this here in this economy? What? No.
I mean, he
way.
has a sick skin. He could be just trying to flex it.
I'm just praying right now. I mean, again, like you analyze it perfectly well. The side of the team, Carisi Mafia here, they have such strong dive-ins, and now Surge Titans, they do have the flexibility, the mobility, and the fact that Purify is available. You have the dashes from the Harriet, and even the Roger being able to cycle his abilities pretty fast now after the buffs. But Aldous, I think that's pushing too far. Hang on. Is it gonna be a no? He's just teasing us so much. I'm a little disappointed and relieved, I'd say.
I mean, Selena is making much more sense, as I have talked about it. On the opposing side is super squishy team comp. So if you single out Roger, Farsa, Hurry, it doesn't really matter. He's dead, she is dead, they are dead. The single target burst damage is insane on your side. Of course, you are probably picking Selena into Shiva so much lane pro, so that could be troublesome. Of course, if you pair her up with Gato, what we are expecting, he can help her to try to make that mid. Now with Tilda getting banned out, you don't have this kind of magical utility Omer who can help you with the push for the side of Forza. So the question to be had is, you will pair it up with, probably it will be a frontline or not be a frontline. That would be kind of a blunder. You would be super squishy, and Selena would have free game on her. Phoebus now getting banned, that a lot of sense, together with Moscow, decent pickup, even into her read, quite a lot of ability. Able to peel himself off quite well against Roger. So making a lot of sense. CC getting banned, I think they were trying to go for Phoebus, but it was red from the opposing side because CC is the typical answer. Now Arlott, final slash, can be super deadly into opposing team.
And just baiting out the Purify, even you need to have the precise reaction time to at least be free from the chain CC, because again, you're just gonna be caught out into the enemy's side's range, and you just have so much burst there. All these demons here on the side of Courtesy Mafia are looking to hunt off this bird, and now the side of Surge Titans are going to be answering back pretty strong with this front line here. Bulwark and Terizla, okay, and Engager as well as a Disruptor. It's going to be pretty solid, especially up against this Arlet here. The taunts are going to be coming in clutch if he locks it in. Make sure he does.
I mean, I didn't know what would be it, but when I see this is it. This is your front line. Terizla with his damage mitigation, Belric super tanky himself, that's your front. If you look at the opposing team, that's who you want in front of you, that's who you want to peel for you. I like it. I think it kind of saved the team comp, because before they locked in those two heavy front lines, I was they will try to come up with, not what they will try to come, what would I in their stead be coming up with, because it looked pretty fragile. Now it feels it should be holding on together.
Yeah, and I mean now, since because of the threat of the Selena, you're forced to take those purifies. So this means the initiation for the side of Cartusi Mafia is going to be pretty solid, at least in the laning phase. If they're able to bait out those spells and take the advantage earlier on, given to either the Arlot or even to the Golden, which I don't really remember. Oh, the Beatrix, yeah, could snowball pretty heavily, potentially on towards the side of Surge Titans here. Especially when we go on towards the 5-minute mark, 10-minute mark, and slowly the game might just go in. But I might just be speaking a little bit too early on here. So, I mean, the draft's looking pretty solid, though.
I mean, it's looking pretty solid for both sides, but there is something very important, and that is setup. For Cartesi Mafia, there needs to be setup. You need to set those fights up for success. If you don't set those fights up for success, then you are in big trouble, because if you don't prepare those fights and you just hop in, Surge Titans are the winning team, because their team comp doesn't really have this necessity. They can just go in, fight you out, skirmish it out, and it's working for their side.
Yep. And you see the early pressure here being made, Skylove being the one to answer back.
Oh, taunt already happening for Statue, but Chiyoko able to run away. Taunt on Enzo.
Yeah. I mean, this is the early game skirmish. They'll be able to heal back pretty fast now. Waves are being cleared now, and both teams looking towards the goal lane here, with Farsa just not too far back. And, I mean, the skirmish for the early game is just going to be pretty simple. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to fall. At least maybe unless if we have Kiyotaka catching Seraphil a little bit off guard, which I don't think is probably going to rotate to the mid.
Oh, there is Baxia level 4 taunting in, going for route, but I don't can live that.
Yep. Just has to disperse. And again, the Tortoise push and Zeus, they're committed very early on before the turtle. Just might be crucial, I'd say. And Wasted is just farming up. Meanwhile, trades not being made here. But Courtesy Mafia a little bit overcommitting earlier on, and now Turtle will pull towards them. But again, Enzo is going to be a crucial missing piece here if he gets Skylove before the Feather Edge drops. Oh, hang on. Dive coming in. Slash on towards Chiyoko. Solo on HP, but Enzo couldn't be the one to take the turtle here. Meanwhile, first blood falling onto the hands of Lighto as they march forwards. Seraphil falling again here. Wasted, only being the front line. Yoji being connected. Nope. Has landed here. Forced to go back. And Tisokete still managing to get the kill alongside Forsyth Courtesy Mafia. 0-4 with a turtle going onto their hands once again. Oof. That just might be a huge blunder for the early game now. There's a 2k goal difference already. And now Enzo marking onto Skylove. Look at that burst. has to force back here. Oh, I thought lethal ignition would have cleared him off, maybe. Now Choco, level 3, waiting for his 4. Possibly
Right, 4
warm it up.
kills already.
Maybe,
Go
yeah.
in the favor of Cartozy Mafia. Pretty spicy entrance. Chiyoko getting taunted up, but I don't think this war of the roamers should be going anywhere. I think, oh, it could be because Enzo is right here, and Statue is actually getting caught by First Sultan and getting taunted by Belric and wastes no time and picks him up.
Yeah, but crucial first kill also going towards the hands of the Roger. It's going to be enabling the farm to be pretty fast, but what? Oh, nah, he gets away. All right, time. Perfectly timed dash. You know, if you're 1 second late or 1 second off the mark, you're just going to get pulled back to the chains there for the Thursday.
Wasted is trying to play it out. Belric with an ultimate usage, taunting up Kiyotaka, but it's still super tanky Baxia. He's going for Chiyoko. Stunned up, but doesn't matter. Statue continues in, and now taunted Belric goes down as Tiso picks up another for himself.
Yep. Cartozy Mafia still managing to claw back up. The lead is still on their hands here, and they're looking to maybe push it on towards the goal lane here. Kyokite might just be the next target. Oh, Abyssal Arrow.
Doesn't quite connect, so Kyokite will be able to live.
But now the turtle is going to be in the hands of Cartozy Mafia. Look at that shred there. It's just getting cleared so fast right now. They're on a 12k, 13k make that 3k goal difference here with Kiyotaka rotating just so fast. Wait, catches wasted on the bot lane.
Oh, Wasted will be in big trouble. He tries to jump out, or at least like make some time for himself. But Serafiel is the only one around, and he cannot really help.
That slow was just too much there, and again now.
Oh, this will be a dive. Serafiel tries to play it out, dodges one CC, but gets taunted, gets CC'd up anyway, and Farsa tries to at least defend him. Turizo still alive. He could be able to finish the tower, not really finish the tower, but finish the wave. Not really happening. And now Chiyoko is in big trouble, getting caught and getting double kill for Lighto.
Yep, which is the main one for. Oh wait, hang on.
Lighto playing for more, Wasted transforming in his werewolf form, but not really using that to his advantage. Well, Loki using it to survive, but not really using it to gain anything else other than that.
Again, Cartozy Mafia targeting goal lane there, Wasted their main cleanup for those team fights being not available for the fight. It's just showing that rest of the side of their front line just gets away scot-free with that Revitalize, healing them up right back to full HP. But Statue just trying to go for steal. Third even being taken down here. Cartozy Mafia might just go in for maybe another turret here in the top lane.
I do not want to paint the story too dark, but I feel like Cartozy Mafia are right now at this moment in these first 6 minutes of the game showing us how or why they push Search Titans into the loser bracket, because this game is looking so much in their hands and so much in their favor. 6-minute mark and 6,000 gold ahead.
Yep, and goal laner going down. It's not a good sign to see here. 6k gold difference, like you said. It's just going to be further up more with this objective being next on the target. Bot lane also being taken down here. It's just going to give Cartozy Mafia a huge lead. And the fact that it's on the hands of a Beatrix and a Selena, folks. So they are just going to be bursting down the front line of the Search Titans. And if front line falls, I mean, Kyokite, a Harriet, and a Farsa.
Town going for Serafiel. Serafiel is still pretty tanky. Rizla could be getting caught. No, he jumps out. Great usage of this ultimate as a disengage tool. Lighto with a 1v2 on both sides, but unfortunately only through the map lenses we can see it. Now Chiyoko is here. Lighto is super low, getting taunted. He tries to run away, and second taunt back to back. Shut down goes for Wasted as he goes for Kiyotaka. But I don't think he should waste his time on Kiyotaka, because this Baxia, super tanky.
Yeah, the level difference is so much. 2 levels, he's just 9, and then the side of Kiyotaka is 11 here. But you can see the burst coming from this Beatrix. Tisokite is just melting the front line, showing that even if you try to stand forwards against him, it doesn't really matter unless you have the flicker play, which again, gonna be full committing if you're on the hands of Search Titans. And with the goal difference, might just not be the right play.
It doesn't really look like Search Titans were able to do much right plays in this specific game, since only 2 kills going in their favor, 0 turrets, 0 turtles, and with the composition that you have in your hands, you definitely need a decent... Oh, great final slash, going for Boric, straight for killing spree for Tisokai, as they looking for more. They try to go for Serafia, Laito doesn't quite connect that combo, could be in trouble, but there is Gato with a disengage tool, going for the taunt, and now Rizla is in terrible trouble, tries to flicker out, he will leave. For now, Laito has to flicker out himself, but Kyokai dies from actions, tries to have a TikTok highlight, but this looked more so as a Tisokai's killing spree TikTok highlight.
Yep. I just want to see the burst damage on this Beatrix. How much are the stats? We can't really see it right now. Maybe after post-game analysis. But again, it's just so much. Look at the HP. Gone. Half HP. Frontliner. Doesn't matter. Wait, are they going to fall again? Nah, they don't have to reach.
I mean, you are playing this super aggressive, this super far up in the face of your enemies, and your Baksha isn't even there. And it's not like he's hidden, it's not like he's farming jungle, he is quite visible to the opposing team. And to engage in that, you don't care, Beatrix, crazy damage, but this could be too much as Tachu goes down, destroy tower as you play on. Mega kill for Beatrix, but can she play it out? She goes down as Wasted finishes him off and goes for Enzo. Can he chase him down? His werewolf form is gaining him some speed. Tries to go for more. 3 members already down as you start the Lord. This could be the turning point for Search Titans.
Yep. Kiyotaka still has maybe the retribution. His level difference is there, but doesn't matter. Teammates and vision is not going present. It's too risky. Has to play it safe as Search Titan takes the first Lord of the game here. And
oh, you're getting stunned up. You go for Seraphiel, and this Turizla is done and finished.
Yep, done and dusted, out of this world, but wait.
Kiyotaka could be the next target. This was an overstep, back-to-back, over-chasing, overplaying. Carthusi Mafia are digging their own grave with Search Titans looking on them.
And now, 2 crucial members down for the count. Lord's going to be spawning in, pushing on the top lane, maybe get a couple of turrets here. Further on, I'm interested to see how Carthusi Mafia clears off the lanes here. Focusing on the mid first, maybe rotate over to the top now, catch someone, perhaps, play it safe. I respect the movement here. At least tier 1 turret being given for free, that's a fine decision with the vision being present. And now, SRG, still not revealing themselves in the map, only Wasted being seen here.
Wasted could be in trouble. He's getting 1v2 to 1v3. Will be able to free himself from this though and live for another day. So as Selena goes for him, oh, he might not be living. He is able to jump around, not get hit by that arrow.
Yep, so close, but so far. Laito though, on the other hand.
Oh, as they play for more, Laito needs to escape through the usage of his spells. Now Laito is getting taunted up together with Tachu. Mega kill for Wasted as he double kills his opponent. And only 3 members remaining for the defense.
We're at the point of game now where the Selena's damage is starting to lack a little bit with the team fights being much more explosive. You have to pick off, but the burst potential for the team fights can't really get more than 1 target, even though...
Oh, they go for the play because Turizla kind of slept there. He was truthful to his name because Seraphiel kind of slacked off in that mid lane.
Just as I was saying, can't really go for the 1 target. They get him off and the damage burst was just too much. Again, Tisokite, a crucial one to be utilized at least in the burst. Cycling to ultimates, Renners and Bennett's is quite good here. But he won't be having that always unless the side of Carthusi Mafia marks down Wasted, who have been getting those finishes in the backline time and time again with the speed buff that he gets from skill 2 and just cleaning the rest of this backline of Carthusi Mafia, which we saw pick off Laito, saw pick off Tisokite, even Enzo here. And it's gonna be
Kiyotaka getting stunned up. This abyssal arrow was gorgeous. Goes for Seraphiel as the place for Search Titans just collapses. Enzo goes down. Now it's all on Wasted. And Kyokai, can they play it out? This is crazy ult from Beatrix. But double kill goes for Kyokai as 2 members down compared to only 1 on the side of Search Titans as Lord spawns.
Yeah, and Seraphiel not having a great day right now, just picked off so many times, but now the Lord is going to be contested here.
Kyokai could be the target. He gets pulled in by his final slash. Light though with a flicker and crazy play, but now Kiyotaka half HP. Kyokai still playing it out. Harit in pretty decent position right in this minute.
Skylife still has the feather airstrike, so this is going to be a very good util. But wait, the Lord's being bursted too fast.
But Laito is the target now. Final slash pushes Kyokai right into the danger, but now Kiyotaka is in the danger himself. Monster kill for Wasted. Can you play it out? 4 against 5. Has slain Chiyote, so goes for Chiyoko. But Laito is dead himself, and now Wasted tries to chase for more as he forces Cartuzzi to retreat in their base.
Yep, and Seraphiel finally getting redemption from the grave, picking off Laito. There is a huge teammaker. Although Lord will be marching down the bot lane here for South Cartuzzi Mafia, so SRG gonna be probably defending this, but we have to see if Enzo can possibly make another setup for his team. Seraphiel has been the main target, but can he get the backline is the question, because again, this Terizla is a huge nuisance for the team fights, but the damage burst has always been Skylove and Kyokite.
That's true indeed. But what is super important is that Wasted will be approaching his full build pretty soon, if he is not on his full build already, because 7-2-2. I bet 10 minutes ago you didn't think you would be seeing Roger this strong, this fat in this current game, as 100 seconds are for the next Lord, as this current Lord is approaching bot lane.
Yep, this is all for the marbles folks here. Roger also complete build, but hang on, feather strike.
Farsa got cancelled with her ult. Kiyotaka going in maybe a little too deep, even though Baxia super tanky right and that. But Gato going in, trying to approach the tower on both sides as he goes down super quickly. His elbow is gone. Kiyotaka as well. Mega kill. So Raphael is dead though because Beatrix just obliterated that team fight. Now it's all on Wasted as he approaches godlike.
Yep. And now Tisakite with the Rose Call is going to be pretty tanky against the Magic Burst from the side of the Harriet and the Farsa. But they don't really have a Lord to be contested. 2 inhibitor turrets taken down. This is huge news for South Cartuzzi Mafia, but they have to back off. Frontliner is not present. Only Laito being there, which is pretty strong, but he's very straightforward in how he engages. Doesn't have the flicker, so if he finds the right target, could be just enough for South Cartuzzi Mafia. But SRG, on the other hand, has been playing pretty well. And like you said, Wasted, the one leading the charge, the one who got the first kill for their team, and the one who finishes off. But more and so, I'd give the crown to Skylove, who has been out damaging or out positioning the side of the backline for the red team here. Cartuzzi Mafia being, I mean, the burst potential is there. They just need to connect the wombo combo, so which we might see now.
Getting stunned up as you speak about wombo combo as Roger is moving into bot lane, but Lord is on top side as you get caught on bottom side. Taunted Gato, who is gone unstoppable, and now it's 5v4 as Cartuzzi Mafia tries to make a retreat as they Wasted gets destroyed. Mega kill for Tisukai. This was an overstep from this Werewolf on bottom.
Huge final slash there by Laito, and this is what I'm talking about. These roam exp, I mean these like bruiser roamers, namely fact with Badang and the Arla has just been so good in answering the divers here. And even if you're full build on the Roger, doesn't really matter if you're going up against all the 5 members of the opposing team, because you're just gonna get bursted down. Now jungler also down. They don't really have an opportunity to contest this, and Cartuzzi Mafia taking the Lord. And again, like to point out the fact, Skylove, crucial burst damage, but I mean, every single team fight, I'm just expecting, maybe a double kill, maybe a triple kill, maybe get one crucial backliner. Even Enzo is fine, even Laito is fine, but not being connected here. Just the front line has just been too tanky for Cartuzzi Mafia that if Skylove stays stagnant, he's just going to get picked off very early on with the AOG or even maybe Laito with a flicker. But now we see that he is saving that for Wasted. So now Lord's going to be pushing in the mid lane here. This is going to be game.
Enzo is trying to fish for those abyssal arrows as he tries to end the game. Kiyotaka very deep, half HP already gone, but through this action, Seraphiel is caught. Now it's 5v4 as you approach enemy base. 20,000 on Lord, he's still alive as the Dream statue goes in. Crazy Town going their way. And now Roger is trying to play it out. He gets chased into the base, but he is still alive. Gato engages as Beatrix presses her buttons. Statue is gone, but as the base is approaching critical mass, it is almost gone, but can they finish it? I don't think they can.
So low in HP, the base crystal is just it's just one hit away with minion almost ending all for SRG there. The Dreams could have shattered for the first game if that connected, but again, regen just enough. Now looking for the counter push here in the mid lane, pushing it up, clearing it up. It's only Enzo here to defend. Maybe Statue could spawn in or Kiyotaka, but still late here. It's up to Enzo to delay it as much as possible. Abyssal Arrow, Abyssal Traps, just to clear those waves. But Siege Minion still strong and healthy. It's going to be pretty tanky.
Gato is back.
Inhibitor turret taken down. Oh, are they going to defend this? Yeah. Yes, they do.
I think they can. I see a huge problem happening. Oh, Gato with an engage going for Farsa, but she's quite mobile, doesn't have her Purify. Kyo, this is too deep, don't go for it. Kyo, don't go for it, you will die, you will end. Oh, this was a horrible, horrible moment to let your emotions get the better of you. Kyo has been doing this for the past 3 or 4 fights where he just goes too deep, too fast, too much alone. No one is there to help him, and he's just running in, feeling himself because he's like, I'm Baxia, no one can kill me. Well, man, news flash for you, 19-minute mark, everyone is full build, you get one shot like anyone else.
Yep. I saw the vision, but again, too greedy there. What a huge blunder now. And Lord gonna be spawning in now. We do see Cardi's Mafia with the map advantage, but Skylove, push back here. They need to look for a setup here, possibly a pick-off maybe before this Lord, because again, Surge Titans, they have the advantage with the team fight here.
But you still have Beatrix, she can try to zone them off. Statue could be too deep, now he needs to ult out or he will be dying, and that will be another member gone, getting taunted, couldn't even ult out, and now it's 5v3, can you play it? Kiyotaka is actually back on the map, he can play it, and he cannot go too deep. Tisokite is now the target, needs to flicker out, taunted, Kiyotaka is trying to make the front line. Now Tiso needs a crazy Beatrix ult, and he does indeed, but is it crazy enough? I don't think so. Enzo is trying to run away, wasted with a double kill, as Tiso recalls in the back.
This just might be it, folks, for this FKZ Mafia. They still have the Beatrix, so wave play is going to be pretty solid, but now Lord's going to be marching up. All members are going to be present. This is going to be possibly a final battle, folks. Is Cardi's Mafia going to be able to defend successfully how SRG did? It is an enhanced Lord, so he's much more tankier and much more of a force to be reckoned with. Mid lane being pushed right now, and all members cleared pretty fast, but SRG, all of them not ready
Gato
yet.
Is
okay,
back. Gato is back on the menu.
Aito, Kiyotaka.
Can they defend it? 35,000 on Lord. Beatrix should be ulting it up. She's trying to do some damage. Now a CC up. Tiso is dead. Who can defend? You don't have DPS. Monster kill. Statue goes down. Lord is still alive. They try to go for base. Harit try to finish it off, but there is no damage because no minions are near. And only Laito is still alive. I think that's it.
Yep. SRJ taking the first game of this series, folks. Yeah. Up against the side of Cardi's Mafia there. What a game, folks, to end there. And we can see finally the Farsa getting redemption every single time, marking the Beatrix, not letting her walk up more forward to maybe give her team a little bit more of an opportunity to melt down the front line of Cardi's Mafia. And finally, it happened there in the final fight. It was just too low. Roger just bursted him a little bit more, and then that was just enough for Skylove to deal the finishing blow, which, again, no deaths. What? That's crazy.
Skylove with a clean game on his hands. Unfortunately for him, the system isn't so lovely to him, since with this perfect score you would expect he will get awarded the MVP, but the MVP gets awarded to Wasted. Who wasted no time. carrying this game, pun intended. It wasn't really looking that hot in the beginning, and it looked like Carthusi Mafia will show us why they pushed Surge Titans into the loser bracket. But now, looking at the end and at the second half of the game, Surge Titans were just the better team. Better fights, better approach, cooler head. Kiyotaka, his emotions just got the better of him. And this way, the game slipped out of their grasp. And unfortunately for them, this was the game number 1.
Indeed. And what a game to start off with for this series here. Especially since you are on that revenge map, right? So now, again, going on to game number 2 for the series, I'm just so excited to see if Carthusi Mafia are going to answer back strongly. And if this is going to go to a third match series, Warren, what are your predictions?
I mean, it's quite possible, but it's super hard to say because usually if you have, for example, an underdog, which in this regard would probably be Surge Titans, and they would get beaten like in a strong favor. Not beaten, but they would win in a strong favor. Then you are kind of expecting that they will get pushed back, and then you get into that third map. But this game was so equalized. It was a lot of mistakes on, not really a lot of mistakes, but a lot of great plays on both sides that were punishing little tiny mistakes that were happening around the map. And it was going just back and forth, so it's super hard for me to say how will the second game end up, because the only thing I know is that it will be a banger, it will be a long one, and it will be another 40 kill banger, because I'm expecting nothing less from this clash. In the beginning, if you would ask me this same question in the 4th minute mark, where Carthusi Mafia was just owning the map, they were owning everything, they were owning Surge Titans' homes, Surge Titans were paying them them rent, they were paying them lunch money, they were giving them basically everything. But now Carthusi Mafia are the ones that are 1 point down, and they need to come back into the series. And right now, if you ask me, it's equal. I cannot tell. Wasted, crazy performance. Of course, if you get him out of the Roger, that could be troublesome to him, because he looks so strong on that pick that I am thinking, what if you put him into something else?
Put him to something which is not comfortable with. Put him to something maybe that requires a little bit more of an advantage, I'd say. Because again, the snowball potential for the Roger is just too much right now, with the fact that if you get that 1 kill, it's just going to be racking up and kills and slowly evolving to more items. More items means more damage. More damage means even more kills here, which we saw. He did get the most kills, 16 kills, I believe so. But now, though, the second game of the series now, bans are coming up here, and pretty solid. It's pretty much the same from the previous one, except the Uranus being opted out instead for the Lapu Lapu, and now maybe could be banned in the further. But we do see from the side of Carthusi Mafia ban out the Basha, but now Surge Titans, are they going to ban out the Uranus? Is this going to be a first Uranus match?
Could be. Not first under Surge, but it would be first of today. First of today. Yeah. If he will be slipping through. But I think Wasted and the rest are definitely thinking about it, since they are taking their sweet time. I think it shouldn't slip their minds. What else would there be to ban? Like, you can go for carry bans, but it doesn't really feel like...
Right?
Jushin. Yeah, it could be Jushin. But it doesn't really feel like... carries have so much, like, they do have impact, don't take me wrong, but I mean, in a way that they usually are not carrying it alone. It's always around, it's always about the team that's built around them. So if you draft accordingly, you don't really need to worry about that carry. For example, we had this Beatrix who had a crazy performance. She was doing so well. 9-2-2. That's a score that's in competitive game usually means that you won that game gracefully, but unfortunately for Carthusi Mafia, they didn't, and it went their opponent's way.
Yep, and I mean, you gotta point the finger back to the Farsa for that reason. I mean, she was just dropping in airstrike after airstrike and just annihilating the backline here. And the fact of the Beatrix not be able to go into range for taking the fights here. But now, Instead, looking at the picks here for the side of SRG are is once again wasted on the Roger, and Kyokite this time on the Granger can be maybe more flexible with the positioning here, especially against the Zushin. I believe so. Looks like Enzo hovering over the Purify, not taking the flicker, might just give enough range for him to stay away.
I'm hoping that they have a plan, because now giving Roger to your opponent once again doesn't really seem right. Of course, you have Juxin now in your hands, but before you had Gato and Arlott as well. It still didn't result in that victory. It was working well, but then it wasn't. So giving evaded Roger once again, not banning it, I find it questionable.
Yep. And Statue, again, not landing those AOGs in the crucial moments has been quite difficult. I'd say it was more towards the Baxia who was diving the Farsa, while Gato should have been the one to apply the pressure at least and dive alongside. But we didn't really see that again. To answer the counter dive from the opposing team here from SRG, but now Skoilov with the Sicilian. I'm pretty sure you're really liking this because you've been mentioning Sicilian so many times, Warren. And now Skylove finally on it. How does this make you feel?
Well, I quite like his ability to hold the games longer, to make them longer, and in that late game, when he approaches his 4th, 5th item, he's able to really defend almost against all odds and any odds. He's able to clear waves super fast, so he's your kind of reliable late game defender of the base, which for the side of Surge Titans is making a lot of sense, since their biggest issue was getting into that late game and stalling out long enough. Only issue I am having right now is that Sicilian is not really online until, as I have said, like 3, 4, ideally 4 to 5 items. And the question is, what else you get before he comes online? What else you have? Since you need a strong early game. Roger doesn't seem really that active, at least for me, towards that early game. He looks like he needs that 3 items up and more to really come online. And what else do you got then? You have Granger, alright, that's decent, but you need to pair it up with a decent roamer who can do something, do some actions in the early game. I would like Grog, for example, who is super strong about that early game, or Jawhead or something like that, who can make those plays happen and harass their opponents.
Harassing is what they probably need here for FSRG if they want to maybe win the early to mid fights here, especially on the turtle fights. It's going to be pretty difficult to look out for 2 ultimates in the fact of the Arlott and the Gatakacha being such a strong presence to the backline. The only saving grace is that you do have the Purify and the dashes to maybe out mitigate the Gatakacha's one, but Laito is going to be very prime ready for looking at those plays. But now bans already present. We saw the Yushin, Irital banned off from side SRG. Meanwhile, Karji Mafia bans off the XP player Terzla alongside the Belric. Chioko, the next one to pick, possibly EXP or ROM is available for the taking. And this time, maybe it could be an EXP. Yep, there it is.
Well, it's going to be Phoebus, so you already know what you are matching yourself into. Could have been also a roam pick, since you already know what opponent has for the roamer. But I guess you want to kind of feel it out more and see what they are going for, even though I must say it was already pretty visible that they are going for that dive-in composition, that they are going for your carries already with Juxin, with Gato, with Arlott, and now just doubling, tripling down even with that link.
Tisokita with the Bruno. This is going to be pretty interesting. Looking at the new Bruno, which is more accessible for getting in those fights here. Passive going to be stacked up very early on. So now the snowball potential for the side of Karizi Mafia is pretty strong. But Joko, looking at the Kufra, saving it for the last moment, not picking the roamer, maybe just to give Skylove just enough leverage to work with in the early to mid fights. But I don't know if it's the right idea against a Zushin. And Gato Gacha maybe on the roam position. It could still be Laito on the roam here and Gato to the EXP. I'm still questioning it.
It could be Gato EXP, but Laito looked pretty solid. I believe he had 6 kills on his belt pretty early on, so I think Arlot will be going in his hands once again.
Oh.
I don't know how I like Chioko's Kufra, because, like, except the dash of Arlot and except the dash of Gato, which doubles down as a taunt, I don't really know what else you stop in there, because of course you can stop Bruno's dash, but I mean, wouldn't like Kalia or something like that in this ballpark
You stop
be
Zushin
better?
also. Zushin and Link. So
Oh, alright.
so you're forcing Link to utilize his ultimate as an escaping tool or as an engage tool early on. So I see the vision there, but like you said, again, so much to look out for. I don't know if Kufra can watch out for everything.
It will be very crucial how Chiyoko will use his kit, and of course, with Chiyoko locking Kufra in, we cannot expect much mid lane priority for the side of Search Titans, as Zuxin is one of the most dominant mid lane priority mages.
Yep. He's cleared off the lane so fast right now, and possibly looking to maybe get off in the lethal here, perhaps. Shioku being spotted here. And the rotations from Search Titans looking to be towards the EXP lane with Wasted clearing off the golem here, looking to the purple buff, but again, Kyotaka much more faster with the rotations here. Chiyoko.
Oh, Chiyoko with an engage going for Enzo, but Enzo immediately loses no time and goes for Skylove, so he cannot retaliate. I really like this quick thinking where he got engaged on, but he didn't really care about who engaged on him, but he immediately went for the head of the snake.
Indeed, and now denying minion space, denying minion goal and EXP. Skylove's going to take a much more longer time to get online. And now Retribution also being used by Wasted. Level 4 could be available, but both marksmen so low on HP. All of this happens here. Kyotaka looking to catch the Granger maybe.
Kyotaka is definitely going for the Granger if he doesn't have his flicker. Oh, he does, but doesn't really matter. He gets... Honestly, I am not sure why he didn't use his flicker, because looking at how little health Link had left after the dive, I think the flicker could have... I guess he would just
No, I mean,
anyway.
he was gone anyways. Like, it was too late at that point, I'd say. But now, this one kill going towards the Ling early on is pretty good and solid for his early farm. And gonna be taking the turtle perhaps next online after the purple buff is cleared off. But a lot of poke being given by Enzo here. Wasted here, though.
Wasted is here, he's level 5 almost. I think he even... No, he doesn't over-level Link, but he's on the same level as Link. Here is Roger still in the early phases. Now Link is here with the ultimate ready, going for Roger as he gets forced. His HP bar gone and gets destroyed as the rest of the team, as Seraphiel dies. And Chiyoko follows.
Yep, and this is what I'm talking about. Laito with the flicker plays just too much. Oh, Purify, just to escape. Yeah, Skylar's fine there. But again, you have too much to look out for if you're Chiyoko right now. So you can't be marking everyone. You saw Laito with a flicker play. It's just instant. You can't really have a reaction time for that. Skylove also, it could purify, but doesn't matter. And we saw that happen. Kazuya Mafia, a massive lead right now. On towards the Ling also nonetheless. So this is going to be looking pretty difficult when we go into the mid game, at least for the side of SRG.
It definitely looks very difficult indeed. I think for the side of SRG, it's not really clearly understood for them how their composition is supposed to be played. Because you have Cecilion, who is going for that late game. You have Roger, who is going for a late game as well. And only one with presence during the early and mid game phase is Granger, who was nowhere to be seen. He was on top side. Of course, you have Phoebus, who can dish out some damage. But your main carries, Roger and Cecilion, are not online yet. You shouldn't be looking for those fights. If you are against Juxin, if you are, oh, there's another fight happening, but doesn't look like it. It looks like it will end quite fast and not really lead into anything else.
Yeah, agree very much on that. It's got to be Seraphiel, the one who takes on the aggression. If he wants to give his team the opportunity And
Oh,
space
they go
force
for an
will-
engage. There is someone who got lost in the forest statue. Big bad wolf got him.
And once again, going to the hands of Wasted, like the first game, onto the second game. And like the
Oh, but Cecilion is now going in hands of Link as Link finishes him off. As Lord Roger goes for his backline. Kiyotaka is super mobile. Who can catch him? Can it be Phoebus? He tries, but he fails.
recalling the bush sneakily, can't swat him out, gets escape. Escapes away in the face of danger there. And now Turtle is gonna be the next target. And all the while, Tisukite getting just so much gold while the Grange is busy. But hang on, Chiogo.
But can it really be the target? If Chiyoko is the target for opposing team, now he needs to recall and he's not really here anymore. You need to give this up. So Raphael should already be retreating, but he goes in 1v4. I think that's such a blunder. He dies for his actions.
Yep. But still ready for the team fight there. Again, an unfortunate cost though. SRG not looking
Link is
like
in the back line, ulting up, going for Skylife as he finishes him off and tries to run away. He is not yet on the wall. No, he is gone. He is just gone like that. And Wasted will be probably gone as well, but unfortunately for him, who boards his base because he gets deported into his fountain as the rest of the team continues to fight. Chiyoko goes down, killing spree for Enzo, and this looks like Cartusi Mafia that you wished for, or not like you, but I mean in a way that you kind of order something online and you are expecting Cartusi Mafia 9-1 against Search Titans, but you get Cartusi Mafia from the first game when they fumbled the bag. So now this looks much more like it.
Yep, indeed. Couldn't agree more. And now you see that if they do take this game, we might see it for a third match. But again, it's not speaking too far. Maybe SRG could go for comebacks. Not too far on the goal lead here, 5k difference. And the main player, Wasted, also still not too far on the farm. Just might need some time to get online, including Skylove. But now, again, it's all comes down to this Phobius again. He needs to get the right target in the right time, which this might be the
Chiyoko is
opportunity.
already engaging in. It's focusing Tisokite as he disappears into dust. Is the next target as he goes untargetable and survives for now.
Yeah, getting one there. It's massive for this side of SRG. Kite on the board now, looking to dominate with the bot lane, the next one to be targeted. And I was just talking about how Enzo had so much compatibility with the rest of Cartusi Mafia's team composition, with Arlott also being able to reset his passive, but it didn't matter because SRG just picked off the backline. Even before that, they even have an opportunity to showcase that. But Chiyoko, once again, charging in.
You're already starting turtle, you finished in the turtle, now Link is in your backline, but he's here alone, half HP gone, and Cecilion obliterates him, but this may be overstep for Cecilion as he purifies and runs away.
Yeah, just in the nick of time there. No one really falling. This great deal for SRG as he slowly resurface back into the map here. Oh, hang on. Oh, that was a massive sanguine claw there by Skylove.
Oh, but Phoebus goes in once more together with Chiyoko. Roger is nowhere to be seen. He's still clearing his camps. That was such a huge miscommunication. But it still works. Lighto goes down. 2 targets killed. But mega kill for Enzo as mega kill goes for Kiyotaka as well.
Yep, he's going to be the next one targeted here. Wasted, chasing him down. Like and Bounce coming in.
He ults up untargetable for a bit. Can he live? He cannot. Shut down going for Kiyokai. And if you saw for a bit when we saw the gold graphs and the gold differences, we could see that Kiyokai was only 300 behind Link. And now, look at that. He has the same gold. They are back in the game.
Yep. And the Skypiercer stacks are going to be huge here, especially with those kills, picking up 2, I believe, there, with a crucial pick-off on Tisokite alongside Kiyotaka there. Did expend the spell, but doesn't matter. I mean, the goal difference is now slowly resurfacing. SRG looking to make a comeback right now as they slowly farm up. This is where Skylove starts kicking in. This is where Wasted starts doing the bursts and cleaning up the kitchen sink here. But Kyokite, I mean, he's just the main play finisher here for the side of SRG.
And this is not something that we see for the first time. Kyokai was already the carry in the series that we saw Surge Titans in before, when they were matching up against VNM. Kyokai was at one moment, I believe it was like 3,000 gold ahead against opposing carry who had even more kills than he did. Kyokai always finds a way to get rich. I don't know how he does it. Maybe he has a couple of bitcoins laying around and he always sells a little of them. But as we approach this Lord possible taking, Granger is nowhere to be seen, so this would have to be fought without Kyokai, and I don't know if you can find that as Wasted goes down. Unstoppable for Enzo. Serafiel is now gone. Mega kill for Kyokai because now he is here. Now Daddy is here as he double kills. Lito goes dead, and now Tisokite is gone as you try to steal Lord. But unfortunately for you, you are too late. But fast enough for Kyokai to get even richer.
Yep, Kyokai is just bursting down. Everyone from South Karji Mafia, the bullets starting to really hurt. And even Wind of Nature also available. So this Ling is not going to be able to do anything towards him. And I believe the damage burst might just not be enough for the South Karji Mafia here as we slowly see them crumble. They did take the Lord and are still leading with goal difference, but what are they really doing with that? They got the pick off here with Wasted, but the main target, the main carry right now, the Kyokai flying high in the sky, is not going to be shot down.
I mean, your only real late game for the side of Kartuzi Mafia is just Tisokite and his Crit Bruno. There is nothing else. Of course, there's Link, but if everyone has immortalities, if everyone has this kind of utility, you cannot really count with Link because he isn't really that much useful in the super late game. But in super late game, Wasted will come fully online, as will Kyokai, as will Skylove, who was kind of just scaling up, but he is still there. The threat of Cecilion and him able to one-shot waves and even one-shot your team if you give him the opportunity is still there.
Still there, watching in the sidelines, watching over the walls here. And if you make a slight mistake, if you look away, he's just going to be there to snipe you off. And right now, slowly stacking up on that goal. After finishes his complete itemization, is going to be dealing much more burst. And the frontline presence here for Karji Mafia, you only have the Gather Catcher with Lito perhaps also with a Flicker place. But again, if he goes in, once you go in, you can't really back out. Which SRG, I mean, they're waiting for and positioning for the trap to be happening. Which, again, is it going to be successful is the question here, which Karji Mafia has to answer if they want to make a comeback.
Lord will be spawning in 40 seconds, so that's another question to be answered. Who will be taking this Lord? My bet is on Surge Titans since their fights were just better. Last fight, Surge Titans didn't even have two members for first 5 seconds of the fight and they still were able to come out on top. But now as Chioko gets stunned up and pushed away by Final Slash, that could be the wrong fight. Godlike Enzo with 0 deaths, I must recall.
The Flicker also being burned in. Tempest Blade also being used, so now Kyotaka looking to maybe split push a little bit if he gets notice of the positions of the SRG, but SRG looking to take the Lord perhaps, in this case Kyokite poking it up, Skylove also looking to set it up, but has to wait for a Flicker opportunity from this Phobius.
But there is threat of Link lurking around. He can single out your carries. Go for Wasted, go for Kyokai, who doesn't have his Flicker now. Go for Cecilion. There is so many options as the Lord approaches half HP. Kiyotaka still trying to take him as Kyokai tries to push him away. What wonderful two similar names we have there. As Phoebus goes into the backline, engages, Gato tries to separate the fight, but Serafiel goes down. Kiyotaka still trying to look for carries as he tries to finish Lord. Chiyoko is still alive, the Dream is still alive. Wasted goes Lord, Chiyoko goes down. Kyoka still trying to kite it out. He doesn't have immortality, but it looks like he doesn't need it as he plays another fight perfectly.
What a steal, folks. What a kill. And the fact that you bait out the Tempest of Blade earlier on, make him hesitate a little bit on using the Retribution and just clean it up. He's just like so sneaky as a wolf. Wolf supposed to be sneaky? I don't really know. He's a hunter. He's supposed to be sneaky. Laid out a trap, got the bait, got the target.
Oh
and
my
now
god, look at this
Kiyotaka,
damage.
wait.
Kiyotaka almost, most of his health bar gone as Kyokai
Nah.
shoots
He's fine.
rockets, nuclear warheads he's shooting at him because I don't know what else he could be packing. This is some 9mm Magnum rounds, some, I don't know, sniper bullets. He has 2 AVPs in his hands. I don't know what's going on, but he is destroying everyone he touches.
Indeed. Now, statue position very far.
But now Link is
off.
trying to destroy him in retreat, shut down, and Cecilion finishes him off.
Unfortunately, 1-for-1 with Enzo. Hang on.
But Chioko, dead again.
Yep. I was looking for a play there by Statue here. Got the position so far up in the river. Looking for an AOG, maybe a taunt could be answering, and maybe could try to get a little bit more kills there, perhaps, because again, Sicilian and the marksman Granger was all the way in the top 1v2ing the Ling, so it's gonna be a 4v3, but they didn't really commit on their opportunity now. So again, they did clear a lot, which is a great deal now. So it's a little bit of a reset, but SRG still strong right now. They need to get a shutdown possibly on this backline.
They do need to do that indeed. It's all about that Link. If he can land on Kyokai, the Wasted, or Skylove, he is already making the fight not really won, but so much easier. If then Statue can follow up Laito as well with that final slash, then you are looking at possibly a victorious fight. But unfortunately in the last fights it wasn't really happening, and Kyokai was holding his position so well. Now he has immortality on his hands as well as Flicker. As Raphael starts another fight, goes for Statue. Statue gets singled out. He is airborne. He is CC'd up. He cannot even escape as he goes down. 30 seconds for Lord, and that means Statue will not be here.
Yeah, but all the while Kiyotaka all the way in the bot lane clears it off, applying a little bit of pressure, pushing Wasted on towards that, and maybe buying his team a little bit of time for Statue to respawn before the Lord and the rest of SRG to come on towards the river here, and maybe opposition them, catch them off guard, which we did see happen with Laito here with Flicker Final Slash, but instead it's been Serafiel here who has been the playmaker for the side of SRG.
Lord already starting, 25,000, third of his health left, and now Serafiel tries to play it out, dives in, Wasted, finishes Lord, and now you go for Tisokai, who cannot even flicker out, and Link is nowhere to be seen. He was on a hike, looking for some flowers for his mom for Mother's Day. I don't know, that's not really soon, but I don't know what happened there. Why Kiyotaka completely left his team, and now he tries to play it alone. Can he do it? Can he go for Skylove? He finishes him off. He is crazy. He is doing it. He killed one of them. Can they get more? It's now Statue and Enzo. Enzo 0 deaths still. But now Titans march into opposing base.
Yep. Statue a little bit too slow there, and Kiyotaka falling there. But now
Gato is gone. And I think that's all your hopes gone. I don't think Enzo can defend it. This is Juxin in late game, which counts as definitely someone who cannot defend your base.
Oh, not like this, man. What a way to go out there, folks. Carjuzi Mafia, I thought they'd put been a little bit of a tougher fight there, and the team fight that followed up in the last moment was one without the presence of the jungler, one without the contesting ability, and now this led to a snowball here for SRG to pick them off one by one. The Mage done, the Marksman done, no, Mage didn't die. Marksman done, EXP laner gone off the board, Roamer also gone after the Ling tried to make some plays happen. Because again, you can try to play the hero, but if you're equalized on farm and levels, it's really not possible unless you have a great setup alongside your team. So, I mean, can't really have that if your team's that right.
I don't, well, not that I don't, I really want to uplift Kyokai because his performance through this second game especially was so good. Like, first game definitely was on Wasted back, it was on Wasted's back, and he carried that gracefully. But this second one was in hands of Kyokai, and I feel like the numbers are not even doing him justice, because what I saw, he didn't do 68,000 damage. He did like 200,000. Like he was there, he was destroying everyone. He was carrying those fights and he was doing so much. But as we see from the graphs, Skylove was right there, right beside him, doing equally as much.
You know, Warren, I'd say the rest of the damage, probably mental damage given to the South Korean Mafia. At least pushing off to the first game, to the second game, and now taking the series up for a whole. And they will be facing in the next round, possibly. I'm really happy for SRG that they did manage to get a sweep, because you're going into this next BO5 series, I believe, with a clear mindset, with a clear momentum that you're just riding the wave, and now we will see how they collide and what will be the outcome of that.
I mean, it's absolutely crazy that you have this story, right? You get put down into loser bracket by Cartusi Mafia 2-0. Of course, I don't have the exact scores. It could have been so close, but now looking at the bracket, looking at how the history will view it, it was 2-0. That looks dominant, that looks strong, that looks like, all right, you had no chance. Or maybe there was, but it just wasn't enough. And then you come back through the loser bracket, through the mud, through the filth of the loser bracket, through the fear of getting out of the Vol tournament. You get through it like an obstacle course, right to the end, and then you see the ones that put you right there in the loser bracket. And you're like, all right, now I am taking it back. I'm taking my revenge, and now I'm ready. And you tease 2-0 them. That must be a great feeling. I mean, of course, winning that Vol finals that are in front of you will be even greater feeling if that will happen for you. But right now, I feel their morale and their team feeling must be so uplifted. I think on their Discord there must be so much happiness, so much nice vibe. So because
wait.
man, what a
They
story.
can't celebrate too early yet. You know who they're up
mean-
against next one?
For sure. Because they are against Ake, and that will not be an easy one. That will not be an easy one. They will not give it to you for free. But from what we saw, Ake was coming head to head with Cartusi Mafia, and it was two pretty equalized games that came to a close in the end. It wasn't really super one-sided. It was like up and down. It was going to either side. So
Like
if we
waves.
saw, if we, yeah, like waves, exactly. So if we try to think about it and try to kind of approach the finals in this regard, I think we should have a crazy finals. I think I cannot really tell who will win. It can be either of the teams, and I'm sorry that I'm saying that once again, but I truly believe that since Ake or Surge Titans can be the victors, and I think we are going into 5 games.
5 games and match back to back here, folks. These two teams have to buckle up, have to get ready. This is all in. They have to go all in, folks. This is the last of the hour, the last moment to possibly prove yourself maybe in this tournament here. And what better way, like you said, than to have Ake versus SRG, which is going to be a masterclass of a match, I believe. So I'm pretty excited to watch that game. Or I mean, and cast alongside you, Warren.
I will be glad to have you as well. And I mean, it's almost like it was fate, you know, like Surge Europe in the finals. There is Surge Titans, you know, like it kind of looks like when they chose their name, they kind of you know, got a power up, got a you know, fate on their side. Well, we should be hopping into the finals soon. And I don't think we should be going into a break. I think our players are getting ready, if I recall correctly.
All right.
But as they are getting ready, we heard
Info.
that it's too warm on their side. So I heard that they should be getting some watermelons from the nearby watermelon stand. So if you have any watermelon stands by your side, definitely get some watermelons. They are refreshing, very great. For the summer, absolutely lovely, refreshes you so well. I absolutely recommend it. In the meantime, as we will be going into a short break before the finals.
Jack it up. Jack it up.
Welcome back to the stream that is brought to you by Search Europe and by our two beautiful faces and voices, me, Warren 1X, and with me, of course, Lin VL, aka Lin Wall. Happy to have you here, Lane, as we are approaching the finals, the grand finals of this whole weekend of this V4 season finals number 2. Of course, we will have
Dang.
more, but now it's all about this one. It's all about those two teams, Ake and Surge Titans. And well, we had a little trip down the memory lane and we were talking, we were yapping behind the curtains. And I believe that Ake and Surge Titans all actually both met in the last V4 season finals. And I even think it was in the finals. So that this one is quite a story. They are meeting
Yep.
again
Deja
once more.
vu.
And last time it was
Mhm.
Ake that were able to come out victorious 2-0 against Surge Titans. But now finals BO5, so no more 2-0s, only 3-0 or 3-1 or 3-2 will get you there. So it's up to them to decide that. And Lynn, if you would have to pick one champ that you want to lock in during this BO5, who would it be?
I mean, for if I'm playing for either teams.
No, like if like you play Mobile Legends, you love Mobile
Yeah.
Legends. So who is the hero that you would just love to be played on the competitive scene? It can be a hero that's played, but like we didn't see him today. It can be a hero that's not played at all. Like who do you
Yeah.
like?
Well, again, I mentioned it earlier before, and especially since Ake's playing it right now, I really like to see the Grok once again, see him shine in the meta. It's been a long time. We were maybe possibly coming in the next season or so, but that's a long way ahead. And now, I don't know if Toby's going to be able to pull it off, because if it's not the Grok, maybe the Yishun Shin, because I feel like he's a little bit of a sleeper, you know. There is a potential for him to shine, but we haven't seen any players or teams fully capitalize and utilize him to its full potential. But you know, these are all prediction theories, if or not. What about you, Warren? Which hero do you want to see in this game?
I mean, I would like Jason Shin. I mean, I wouldn't mind Jason Shin. He's a funny character. He has a lot of outplay potential. He is kind of 1v9, similar in a similar boat as Roger. But now coming into this draft, I'm thinking wasted on the left side. They will probably go for Roger on 2 and 3, or like on 2 or 3. So the question to be had, will Ake ban him, or they have a strat against him? Because wasted, every time he could, he went for that wolf.
Yep. Looks to be a favorite pick here for South SRG. And knowing Ake, you know, they could ban it off the first game, not give the opportunity, and make the side of SRG stumble, moving on towards the draft and towards the game later on. But for now, he's a little skeptical. For SRG themselves, though, they're definitely not banning the Roger. But in this case, maybe the mage could be an option. We've always seen the Kimi or the Zushin, or, yeah, I mean, the Farsa being banned off there. And now Ake answering back might just be the same, because so far the mid control has been the story for the early game.
The mid is pretty pivotal to playing out the early game. If you don't have Juxin, you need that Forza. If you don't have Forza, you need something else. Roamers can supplement your ability to push out that mid lane. Now Kimi off the board, one of very strong mid lane prio keepers and earners, you can say. Harit now off the board. I don't see the value in banning out Harit. I feel like there is so many, or like Harit like specifically, since there's so many carries that play very similarly to him. There is Granger, who is pretty much very mobile like him, even with higher range. Then you have Bruno, almost same mobility, even more damage, of course, physical. So maybe it's like a target ban. Could be. I don't really
Yeah.
know the champ pools. Also
On the
could be
kill
something.
kites, right?
You're
Marking
absolutely
off kill
right.
kites pull, right? Yeah. We did see him picked off the Harriet earlier on, and I believe game number 1, although This has been an Arlot ban.
Oh,
Nonetheless, Arlot has been quite strong. And like you said earlier, okay, banning of the Roger, not giving wasted the comfortable spot once. But you know what this means? Lapu Lapu is on the table.
Lapu Lapu is on the table, and Raphael needs to be freshened up because he cannot be tired on that pick. He needs to be doing so much. He can be tired after the full BO5, but not now, not now. Needs to be
Yep.
ready right now. I
Drink
hope
the
he
coffee.
brought his watermelons and he is ready.
I don't think watermelon is supposed to give you caffeine, but maybe the sweetness can help the brain function a little bit better, function to the full potential here. Seraphine has to access the full potential of the human intellect here, but Toby answering back with his Badang and the Farsa with Nandale, which we saw every single time. Such a great pick here for side of Ake and able to position quite well and punish the side of any opposing team. We had Cardio Z Mafia, we had SRG. Now, once again, SRG is going to be a tough call to make.
Locking in this Cecilion, you can match forces range, you can dish out similar damage. Of course, later into the game, Farsa will be online a little bit sooner than you, but you didn't really have any other options left. We were talking before, or I was talking before about Xavier, but he doesn't really look that decent as, or Novaria, as you have been talking about it. But he will be paired up with Gato, who is crying for a modal update, because that face looks like something I draw in the 3rd grade. No lie.
It's like from PS2 there.
Yeah.
PS2 model. But I mean, we're already on the PS5. But now it's a mobile gameplay, a Mobile Legends Bang Bang now. And Ake here. Maku locking in. Is this the first time we're seeing the Joy picked up?
Joy
here?
today?
Yeah.
For sure. Yes,
today.
for the Vol we can not really sure, but for today it's for sure. And Frederick Ban is the classic.
I like this. Quite a good draft coming in from Eke.
But the thing with Gato Lin is that like his Vol model is alright, and then his face is just like there's something wrong with it. And like no one else, no other heroes have this issue. No other heroes have this issue. Everyone else looks normal, but just Gato's face is like an emoji.
Is it because of the goatee, the mustache? I mean,
no, I don't know, but there's something. There is something. He just look. Wait. No, I will not do it now, but I will send you the specific emoji that he looks like after the draft. But let's refocus. Let's refocus towards the draft. Retail getting banned out. Alright, that makes a lot of sense. We have pretty mobile team comp. When thinking about Joy, when thinking about Bedang, Retail could work very well with that. Could be dodging out of Cecilian's grasp. Makes a lot of sense.
Okay, though. What are they gonna ban here? In this case, jungler, perhaps once again, giving Maku a better
you can. What other junglers is Baxia good into Joy? Is he?
Sort of, not really. It's more like he can't really do anything to her, and she can't really do anything to him. But now again, Hayabusa being banned off, a little bit more understandable. You want to give Farsa that security that she needs, and maybe Joy also prolong fights if you are not positioned correctly. If you utilize your skills in the wrong moment, it can get picked up with the OE shadow kill. But now, on the other hand, SRG with the final ban, perhaps in this case, could go for a goal lane ban if they really want to. But otherwise, I'd say maybe a roamer could be an option. Wait, no, I mean the Badang roam is still pretty strong. Obvious.
And I think the Bedang roam is very probable. You were saying Phobius. Phobius could be the thing. You go for Terizla. I mean, I think Phobius is much more scary in this case. Of course, if you are not thinking about some specific carry that doesn't really care about Phobius, which I don't know what would that be, honestly. Now I kind of backed myself into a corner by my own doing. Because
maybe a backline. Maybe a backline marksman like Ixia, but then again, we don't see the Ixia, so probably something like a Claude, who is pretty mobile, has a lot of burst here, and this fact matches up pretty well up against the Joy and the Badang, well, even the Farsa.
This is what I was just thinking about. I literally came to Moscow in my brain, and I was like, yeah, Moscow could be pretty decent for for the side of Search Titans, but then it got stolen away, so no Moscow for them.
Oof. Yeah, playmakers are gonna be pretty good here. Astra also on his hands. Ake's draft looking very solid, and like you said, stealing the Moscow here might just be detrimental to the rest of the draft for SRG, unless they have a different plan in mind to win out the lane and possibly win out the fights.
Right.
But Bruno, is this a right idea?
He should be winning 1v1s against Moscow. He should be winning on lane. But I don't know how he plays into Joy. Also, he doesn't have the highest range, so Farsa kind of punishes him a lot. Yeah, 1-1. Yeah, 1-1. I like 1-1, honestly.
Wait. Switch it up. Kyokite. Switch it up. No!
Alright.
He will never be balling.
I mean, he has a death wish. He has to have a death wish, because going into Forza, Badang, Joy, and Moscow, like Moscow is alright, but everything else is so deadly. Like, imagine you have 1-1 and you get jumped. You just ult out, you play this out when Joy has her ultimate. That's the deadliest spell that can go for you. And other than that, you just kite it away.
Yeah. I can see the vision there, but again, I feel like, again, it takes defending Kyokite a little bit here with the fact that, you know, he does have a little bit of that range advantage. So position-wise, can outmaneuver most of the enemies of Ake if he catches them off guard. But so much pressure right now. Look at Kuro also, Phobius alongside, and you have the Badang to be worried about. Even the Feather Airstrike that could drop in at any single moment. You have the Flicker to escape, but if you're stunned continuously, I mean, there's no going back.
I mean, it's going to be so much in the hands of Search Titan's Gato, because he needs to be landing his ultimates on top of Farsa to stop her Feathered Airstrike, because that can decimate their team. And it can be the second most deadly thing that can happen to Bruno. Other than that, he needs to only worry about these electrifying beats, and that's it. Like, Fios can still jump him, but in the later stages, he should be able to lifesteal it off. So, for Kyokite, it's a tough job, but it gets easier with time.
Indeed. And it might just be a job that he is comfortable with doing, because he is the main team player for the side of SRG, folks. But we are heading into the match of game number 1 for this series here, the grand finals. Ake versus SRG. Ake on the red side, SRG on the blue side. Who is going to take it all? BO5, Amir Castellino alongside Wolf Warren here.
Chioko with a face check right as you were right as you were having an intro to this game. He just cut you off with this face check that looked a little bit troublesome for a bit.
I mean, he's using the Revitalize so early on right now. It was not even 1 minute pass. Again, they want to apply that lane pressure, so I understand that. But that's just a big spell taken off the board. And Skylove is just clearing the lanes right now still.
Maku is here, not level 4 yet. Toby getting taunted up.
Looking for invade again, perhaps here. We go for the lizard. And Argon,
I don't think you can stop them. They will just take it.
Yeah. Skylove, if he tries to maybe go for this, gonna be late to his wave clear. Or snap it off, but Retribution just on time. And all the while wasted in the bot lane here, clearing off the lanes, getting his 4 also alongside and stealing the enemy lizard. But position-wise, Maku is going to be here for a re-engage onto Kyokite, but punishing Astra a lot. Is he going to be denying that siege minion?
Oh, Kyokite is 1v4. He needs to jump out. He flickered out, but now he is dead. First blood goes to Astra.
Wait,
that
Tommy
marks, and that marks a pretty bad swing for that gold lane.
Indeed. Huge kill onto the sides of Ake here. But now Turtle can be traded off on the other hand, but Maku so low.
Maku is here alone. I think this was an overstep, so Raphael picks him up, so kills on Lapu. Lapu, of course, it will speed him up towards his first damage item, but after that, he needs to really be giving those kills to other members. Now, Kuro is now in trouble. He's trying to play it out with Phoebus ult but it's not really in this. Oh, it's just enough.
Yeah.
It's just enough to
Berserk.
keep him alive. And as Wasted tries to continue the fight, as opposing backline gets taunted up, Toby goes down. Double kill for Seraphiel. Wasted goes down. Seraphiel needs to flicker out, but still 3 kills coming towards Lapu Lapu. But now he needs to be your carry.
Yep. Again, like you mentioned earlier, with the discussion we had, Lapu Lapu can complete his Thunderstrike early on, but after that, what's he gonna build? Just the defense items. You want to suffice that on towards your jungler, and perhaps Sicilian not exactly the best option because again he's scaling a little bit more to the mid game here. Needs to wait for the stacks, but again, Wasted really needed those kills, man. He did complete a little bit of his first item, but it's gonna be delayed even more. Probably gonna be finishing it in the 5-minute mark, and that's where the joy is gonna start hitting pretty hard. And Toby also, I mean, Fishcrack already available now, level 4, might utilize it on towards one of these lanes with Flicker coming up soon. But wait, they're just brawling it out. Warren, are you seeing this?
Oh, I am seeing it. I think they're just playing around, you know. They know neither of them can kill each other. They are kind of keeping each other busy so they don't get bored. But what I wanted to pinpoint is that Seraphiel, even though he has 3 kills... Oh, there's an engage coming in. Combo into Wallbang, and now Chiyoko goes down as Wasted goes down next to him, and 2 members already dead as Ake approaches their first turtle. But what I wanted to say before is that even though Seraphiel has 3 kills, he isn't even on par with Astra. Astra is so far ahead of him because Seraphiel gave up so many waves when he was doing this play in mid lane.
Yep, I mean, just again, laning phase, you're gonna get a lot more from the minions and from the gold plating in the turrets here. But I mean, Toby chunking down onto Chiyoko was not in vain, folks. As I mean, half HP, got a gotcha up against a full combo from Sarvake, at least 4 members. That's pretty threatening. But oh, look in the bot lane, Seraphine might just be the next target here.
Lapu Lapu will be 1v3. It needs to flicker out immediately.
Yep, just out of range, just enough damage. But oh, Astra.
But now Astra is in trouble as he dodges perfectly and he lives on.
Yep, and utilizing the spell has been quite good for the side of Ake. The Kuro applying the pressure that he needs, or clear off the lanes, can rotate over, but looking at the gold lane side, SRG trying to go for a gank, but not finding it, not finding the opportunity. Instead, Ake dealing out burst to the mid lane here.
And I think it wasn't correct from the side of Surge Titans because they lost most of their mid lane tower as they taunt up Kuru, go for Toby. There could be 2 kills happening, but Farsa tries to retaliate, forces ult into their opponent's faces as Kuru makes this escape.
Right, we got the gold lane here. Astra solo, hang on.
Now Kyoka at 1v2 and he gets jumped. He is still alive. He tries to trade himself, but he cannot. Killing spree for Astra. Beautiful connect with that roll. With that spear from ult.
Yeah. Spirits landed perfectly well and right on time for Mako to re-engage there perfectly well. Now gold lane is gonna be pretty slow for the side of SRG, as you know he does have the Husk close completed, but slowly and slowly this Moskov is just gonna be out farming him and out damaging him as the game goes on. And now Seraphiel, the one who has the highest kills for side of SRG, is just the main target every single time. He's forced to play so safe, while as an XP laner, you want to be the one making the space for your team to work with.
Also, Kuru just finished his first item when Seraphiel isn't really yet there, even though, once again, with 3 kills on his belt.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, now Chiyoko could be in trouble. Third of his health only left. Now Nando is the target. Mega Q for Seraphiel. Just as we speak about him, he makes another play. He goes for more. He tries to take Toby down. Now Kuru is the target. They try to play it out, but Kyoka unfortunately dies. And Seraphiel is here alone. Needs to jump out. Has his flicker up, so he lives.
Yep. Still, what a massive engage for himself. Okay, there. Oh, now they have to be the main bait. Hang on.
Oh, Lancelot going in. So doesn't really care, like there's no tomorrow, but Mega Kill goes for Kuru as he is 4-0.
He just needed that 1 millisecond there to cast the Thorn Rose. If he managed that successfully, could have resulted to a double kill, maybe even a triple here for Scythe SRG. But again, the change CC just too much from Ake. Just timing it every single time. Kuru goes in, Toby goes in. They just forever cancel out the CC here for SRG. Not even be able to move in any single moment. But wait, Andrew.
Oh, there's another fight happening. Farsa together with Phoebus are playing it out, forcing Raphael under his tower, even though he is 4-0. He needs to be scared of this 0-2 Nandao Farsa.
Yeah, he's just asking. Nandeo is like, why? I'd say. But oh, wait.
Oh, now there is Phoebus that gets caught. Shut down, go for Skylab. This is the best target that could get it, because Cecilion can hold the line.
Astra just wanted to go back in so badly there, but mid lane turret a better option here. Hang on. Toby.
Now Toby gets caught, gets taunted up, but Kyoka gets destroyed as Maku gets a double kill. Electrifying beats are too electrifying for the backline of Search Titans as Wasted makes his escape.
Oh, just so low there. The bird doing just enough damage to make him survive. Maybe with the lethal ignition could have been enough. But again, then proc here. There wasn't enough for the side of Ake, but they got the turrets. They got what they need. And now SRG are forced to play it so safe right now. But Astra, wait, he just might be the next target here for SRG.
Also, only Aura in top lane and bot lane is left. In mid lane, it's gone. So no more pushing away those minions, no more bursting this Lord down if he will march down the mid lane, which I think he will probably be doing, since there is no Aura. I think that should mean that he goes down that lane.
Yeah, most likely.
He is going there.
And now we're on to the 9-minute mark. Astra already completed the Trinity. Is going to be bursting all the frontliners, even the backliners, I'd say, if given the opportunity. The only one to watch out for probably would be Skylove if he does start racking up on his stacks. But so far, he has been answered pretty well by Maku with the rectifying beats and just the smallest burst alongside Nandeo's Feather Airstrike. But here we go.
Lord pushes into mid lane as Lancelot and the rest try to defend their base. It's still the first Lord, so not the tankiest. They try to defend, tower wasn't touched yet, but Nandao is touching everyone else with his Feathered Airstrike. Now Maku gets taunted up as Lord has 7000 HP, but it's gone in a flicker of a time. Raphael is gone though, as he gets shut down.
Yep, one member down for Seth. SRG forced to defend this, Wasted. Trying to clear off the lanes, looking to be tempted to maybe play aggressively, but again, just so much CC chain. I don't think it's gonna be that easy. But oh, Guru pulled back.
Oh, now Chiyoko could be in trouble. Anson trying to play it out, but he is just wasting their time as they are trying to make their retreat. Oh, Gato trying to cut Toby out, taunting him up. He could be the target, he could be going down, but he's still alive, flickering out. Can he live? He cannot. Skylab with another kill. Unstoppable, unfortunately, for Maku, as Chiyoko goes down once more. But still, 3-1-4, Cecilion could be the recipe for victory.
Yep, and showing up. His damage starting to show here, and the burst completed thanks to the fact of the Lantern also being purchased here. It's going to be huge. Farsa only needs to get the penetration here just to match, I guess, the resilience which the side of SRG has been providing, and the fact that, you know, the Lapu is pretty tanky, but I mean, with enough magic damage, you're going to burst him down, and Maku looks like he's trying to go in. Oh, but nah. Purple buff not being taken here. On to the 7:30 mark, folks here. 10k, no, 7k goal difference with Ake on the lead. Are they going to be able to close it out, Warren?
The game started all right for the side of Search Titans, but now looking at it, 11-minute mark, 8,000 gold difference. It's not the biggest, but it's still not the smallest. It's kind of in the middle ballpark. It's playable, but it's hard to play. And also, if you look for the side of Ake, they really don't have that much things that can fail them. You know, you have Maku who is just dancing around. There is not really anyone except Chiyoko's town who can lock him up. Oh, as we speak about it, Maku almost getting caught. But there isn't really much that can go wrong for the side of Ake. They basically just need to go for the first target, kill him, kill the next, kill the next, kill the next, then kill the base.
Yep. And as the Sicilian starts to rack up in damage, I gotta talk about this Farsa, because I mean, he's been able to just burst down, earlier engage in the mid lane here. Skylove and Wasted falling to more than 60% HP just from a one Feather Airstrike. After he gets the crucial burst items that she needs, it is just going to be GG. You're not even going to be able to walk up, and okay, just might be able to dive perfectly well if Toby has a perfect flicker setup. But this is all in a perfect world, which might just be easier with the Lord marching down the top lane here. Goal looking to be quite good for the side of Ake, and I believe almost a majority of them complete the 5 items here. Toby also getting that Athena is just gonna make him super tanky to the Magic Burst from the Sicilian, which has been trying to poke a lot, but now the battle goes on.
But this is the part where Sicilian can defend almost anything. His cooldown on the first spell is super low. He can defend so well. Lord is getting super low immediately. Yeah, you cannot get through. You need to kill Skylaf. If he is alive, he can defend anything.
Unfortunate, they didn't time the minions right here. Lord marching down in the top very early on, but mid and bot waves weren't synced. A crucial mistake here from Ake. Has to force to play it back now. Maybe just take off the jungle and get the farm here, possibly to finish off their builds and wait for the next Lord here, which will be the most crucial team fight here, especially since Skylov has been the one to dish out the burst damage that he needs. And I mean, Nando tried to mark him, but again, went for Kyokite instead or wasted on the other hand. So I'm just waiting for possibly Maku to finish off, maybe get a Winter Crown, and so that he can dive more aggressively alongside either Toby or Kuru here, bait off some spells, bait off some crucial CC abilities, and then set up for a perfect team fight.
Just look at that Skylaf. 2 spells into Cannon Wave and it's gone. It's destroyed, obliterated. You cannot really do anything if you don't single him out.
That's true.
As they try to force a half HP gone with 1 skill shot hit.
That's what I'm talking about here. The burst coming in from the far side is just so much right now. And I think it's slowly going to resurface even more after Nando finishes off 1 more item here. Only 1 missing here. Half the Oracle, half the Divine Glaive, alongside the Holy Crystal and the Winter Truncheon. So just 1 more item to finish off the burst needs. And I mean, Skylab just going to get 2-shotted, I believe, if the positioning is right.
Of course, Skylaf still can get his levels up, still 2 skill points.
Yeah, quite possible here. But wait. Wasted. Hang on, just might get caught. Astra. Wait. It's gonna be the one to be taunted here alongside, but Toby is here with the resurface alongside with the fist crack. A lot of burst being distant, but on the other side of the map, Wasted is gonna be the one to retire into the hospital as we have Machu picking him up, and now the Lord is gonna be the next target for Ake.
This is a free Lord. There is nothing to be worried about. They don't have retribution available on any of those living members. It's only Wasted, obviously. So now it's completely free for the taking. Skylaf needs to hit this level 15. He's still kind of far off. This 1 skill point will do so much for him. Nando is already like 3 minutes on this 15-minute mark, on this level 15 mark.
And the slowness, the reason for that is, I mean, they've all been clearing of the waves together. The jungle has just been taken by Ake every single time. Even the buffs here has been a great asset to Nandayo, giving that cooldown reduction that he needs for bursting on and spamming those skills here, perhaps. At this time, maybe sync on the waves. Okay, come on, end it off for the first game of the series, at least here. Wave clear, bot lane cleared off, mid lane the next target. They will have to regroup maybe before the next team fight, which I'm looking towards Kuru here.
Oh, there's a new fight happening as Skylaf gets obliterated. His health bar gone as he cannot defend just yet. He needs to retreat into the base, but will it be fast enough as Maku destroys his backline and as he destroys the base with the rest of the team.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Ake is showing the textbook performance of how to finish off a game, especially with such a lead. And, you know, like I said, the Farser marking the crucial backliner, which was a Sicilian every single time for clearing off the waves, and which he successfully did, push him off to the fountain to heal off, while the Lord just, I mean, wrecks the turret, in which now enabled them to take the game number 1.
I mean, indeed. Nandao, he has 1-2-7 and the game decided to give him just 7 points, but I think that's kind of fake, because he did so much. If he didn't force Skylab out of every fight just by bombarding him with ultimate ability over and over and over again, Skylab just couldn't play.
I mean, just look at the stats there. 30% burst damage here. Both mages showing to be the carries for their teams. Meanwhile, I believe so. I mean, a lot of credit to Nandayo, but again, Toby alongside Maku has been the playmaker for those team setups and disabling SRG from even able to commit any sort of play. You just go for the flicker, first crack combo alongside Maku, just swings in with the electrifying beats and just it's just like an instant delete button. Like you said, it's a strong Maku's electrifying beats, the strongest ability which Kyokite had to look out for. And I mean, he didn't. So I mean, he really couldn't, I'd say, with the Badang providing just so much pressure. And I mean, okay, it's a masterclass of the first game.
It was truly a masterclass. And if you want to see more masterclasses, not just today, but coming into the rest of the year, you should definitely hop on our Instagram and vote for which team you want to see on the European Midseason Cup. Right now we have vote live in our Instagram stories. The Instagram handle is search_Europe. If you look it up, it should be in the Twitch chat. I think moderators will be dropping it in Twitch chat, in YouTube chat, or you can find it definitely under the stream. The link should be there. So hop on there, go to the story and vote for your team that you want on the European Midseason Cup if you want to see them there. So just a quick jump right as we get back to the important topic that is this BO5. Well, Lin, how do you see the chances of Surge Titans coming back into the series?
Again, you gotta give Wasted alongside Kyokite their comfort here, which we saw earlier. Roger being banned off. You have the Lancelot being played, but again, he's a dive-in hero. He got the buff to the fact that the marks last 3 seconds instead of 5 seconds, so you can spam the dashes a bit more. But how much really can you move when you have a Phovius and a Badang fisting you immediately as you show up into their face?
It was tough indeed. Let's see if the second game will have a different story or if the writer of second game is the same one as was the first. As we approach the second draft, we have Ake on blue side, which I think was also the case for the first game. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Ake on the left as well before? No. Now thinking about it, they were on the right side. Yeah. Now when I see the Roger ban, when I see the Roger ban, it got into my head. Yeah. They had a third Roger ban. Yeah, on the red side.
Man.
Well, Lapu Lapu now gone, as well as Roger. Well, Ake on blue side, so that means Wasted cannot be playing Roger. And this means Surge Titans really like the red side. They are saying, all right, red side is better for us. It works better. I think we can be victorious. So that's saying something. And I'm expecting a different draft in that case.
Well, I mean, they gotta switch it up going to game number 2. Game number 1, too much control over team fights towards Ake, especially with so much CC and disruption present in their composition. And even the fact that, you look out for the Badang, you look out for the Phobius, but the Farsi is just going to be bombarding you all the way from Blackline. And the only option to diver is maybe the Gatot and maybe the Lance, which Gatot could jump in, but once he leaves your front line, the rest of the side of Ake is just going to be tunneling towards the rest of SRG, your backline here, midline. What's midline? What am I saying? Okay, never mind. But enough of the jibber jabber, though. We will be looking towards the bans now here. Uranus being banned off from the side of SRG alongside the Lapu, once again stated, alongside Kimi from Ake. Pretty standard here. They want to go for the mage pick, possibly here to be exchanged in the first of their the first draft series. But looking at the SRG, what do they want to retaliate with is the question. Because again, you're giving out the mage early on, so maybe just like how Ake did, take the dominating flex pick for either the EXP or the roamer in the form of maybe Badang. I haven't seen them play the Badang, but if they don't play it, just ban it off because Toby's just too comfortable with the Badang. Well, I mean, besides that one thing that happened in the first engage with the flicker going to the wrong direction and getting a kill to the third. But nonetheless, though, I mean, Harold being banned here from the side of Ake has been quite repetitive, and the target bans has been quite good for them. But SRG, on the other hand, is it going to be a mage ban? Is the question. Who do they want to give? Maybe don't ban any mages. Trade off 1-for-1 here. Could be the option. Instead, go for the XP ban. Might just be the best option. But no, or go for a no ban. Okay, that's really brave, I'd say. Really daring, I'd say. And when Ake is 1 point ahead of you, you're giving this opportunity to them. Is quite questionable. But the first pick is going to be pretty settled if you're on side of Ake. It mainly, I don't want to say it, but probably the Badang in this case. And a mage afterwards could be countered because you have both the Farsa and the Zushin open. And we've been giving a lot of credit to the Farsa, but again, Novaria is still hovering over. But we haven't seen either teams pick it up yet. Hang on though. SRG could answer back. Are they gonna get the Zushin now in this case? Or maybe lock in the jungler before it gets banned off in the second phase? They still have Scarlet possibly to be picked it in the first draft phase later on after Ake goes for the next pick. But now I'd say EXP laner and probably either jungler or mage is an option. Maybe even roamer, I'd say. They could go for a chip strategy if they want to. A dive-in potential strategy here could be great if you're on the side of SRG. But no, they go for comfort picks here. Wasted alongside in the Granger and Seraphil on the Terizla. We've seen them both played out in the previous matchup, in the previous series, in the previous games. And sometimes turn out great, sometimes turn out a little bit questionable. But this is gonna wait. Maku. No way. Arafaela
Hello and welcome back to today's V4 season finals number 2 and second day and the grand finals itself. We unfortunately were cut short by a PC malfunction, technical problems unfortunately. As we have established, it's super warm not only there but also on the spot where we have our technical equipment, and unfortunately the heat was too much, so we kinda needed to reboot everything. But now it should be all according to our plan. The game is paused.
Indeed.
The game was paused for in the meantime, so we shall continue. Now looking at the drafts, how you like it? We have 1-1 that's able to protect herself against this strong engage. You have the Juxin, which I have been calling for the start of Search Titans. You have super early to mid-game composition compared to enemy super late game comp with Forza, 1-1 and higher.
Yep. Lauren,
How you like it?
I'm seeing a big hole on the side of SRG right now in the draft fundamentals here, because again, you have the Zushin, like you said, a pretty solid hero, pretty strong, but against the Farsa, against this dive-in composition from the side of Ake, even the Mako here with the Hayabusa is just gonna be, I feel like, too much. Who is the Zushin gonna be marking here in this fight? Is it, I mean, the Badang, yes, you can silence out and outposition, maybe, but in the long run, I feel like it's just gonna be detrimental in those team fights, at least pushing further on, because you're lacking on the huge major magic damage burst. I mean, that is lacking here for the side of SRG, at least, to say the least. But I mean, still, they could make it happen here. Sushin, very solid hero. If the snowball potential is there, I mean, it's got to be this game here. They are on to, I mean, 1-0, I believe, okay, on the lead. So they did get some time to cool off, though, at least, while our PCs did.
They did, and they got time to think their draft through. As we see Astra approaching the bottom lane, then where he will fight it out with Kyokite. 1-1 against Granger. I don't really know much about this matchup, but I expect with 1-1 being much more late game sided, that Kyokite should have the upper hand during the laning phase, and he should be first to move from the lane.
Fair enough. I'd say it's more to who gets the. I mean, if 1-1 gets her attack speed items faster. But so far, though, I mean, lane's pretty slow here. Skylift's just bullying the side of Ake here for the clearance.
And they're already getting poked out. That's to be expected. But Skylaf really needs to use this pressure to his advantage, which I can tell you he is using that. Nandao getting super low, still holding onto his flicker. Love canceling this recall for the small price of half his HP. I think that's worth. You take that.
Yeah, I mean, cancels out the minions also. So now the Farsa is going to be leveling up pretty slowly. But on the other hand, we do have Maku here all the way trying to invade this lizard here. Meanwhile, SRG going for the top side. Instead, wasted, taking off another invade for this time. But again, the preceding problem I see right now for SRG is they're lacking on that burst damage potential. Too much pressure on Kyokite, I believe so, when we go to the mid to late game. So SRG, they want to end this game pretty fast if they want to have a stand a good chance.
But if you look at those level difference, oh now Chiyoko, he could be in trouble even though his mid laner has more levels. Now Mako trying to play it out, Yogi Shadow Kills available to him, he can play it, but decided not to. He thought to himself, Chiyoko, decent target, but I'm gonna keep it until we fight the turtle.
And now level 4 is also ready and available beside for the mage, but again, disrupted here. The turtle though, Kuro, hang on.
He's giving it up. He's giving it away. He doesn't care. Wasted finishes the turtle, and Search Titans suddenly in the lead.
Yep. I mean, so far, first objective taken alongside, though. Okay, I think they'll have to maybe try to get something off in the other different part.
Nandao, forced flicker to Rizla, great roam. But Seraphiel once again dropping his waves for this fight, so it really has to be something going in his favor. Seraphiel getting stunned up to the wall as Arlot cuts his wave on top side. Chiyoko now super low.
Oh.
They continue to fight. Frostbite
Try.
go in for the side of Surge Titans as Skyla flickers in and pulls Nandao back. Great kill, second kill going for them, and Kuro tries to play it out with final slash, but doesn't really quite have enough damage. He goes down, double kill for Wasted as they chase Toby, who still has his flicker available as he uses it. Wasted goes for more. I think that's too much.
Has to back off there. Gonna use the Cyclone to just dash out of objective. But wait, Choco.
Oh, they go for Toby. Toby overstepped, and Toby will be going down. Third kill of the game, going for Wasted. As he gets shut down, unfortunately, his star was shining bright, but was burning very quickly as he gets shut down, and all the gold goes to Nandao. So all the sleep that Skylab was building up is suddenly cut short, because I believe Nandao is now either on par or maybe even ahead in resources.
Yep, Ake slowly crawling back from this early creep stage, though. They will be looking forward, perhaps, maybe into his next objective. Although, that kill is going to help Nandao to complete the first item, perhaps, after this wave clear. But again, the problem persists as SRG, they take notice of this, and now we saw them take
1v1 on both sides. Granger against 1-1, but 1-1 absolutely dominates him with the use of Inspire. It's not 1-for-1, it's 0-for-2.
Yeah, dang. Amazing marksman taking off. Now, Wasted is going to be the next target, perhaps? At least he's probably...
Chiyoko playing this alone. Alright. That's a bit of a fumble on his side.
Yeah. SRG has to reset a little bit now, but Wasted. Again, pushing them back. Kake can't really jump on towards Wasted unless they have the magic damage available. But so far, though, I mean, it has been pretty decent, at least you'd say. And both sides are not really having that much of a difference, besides the fact that Ake picked off both the crucial backliners there, which is Shios, I'd say, coming in towards the mid game later on. As we did see itemization being completed here. Astra, at least with the Corson Sky, next looking towards maybe a more attack speed. But wait. Wasted.
There's another play happening. Chiyoko charging it up and going in. He should go for Farsa to stop her Feather's airstrike, but he doesn't do so. Now Wasted is a target of Yugi Shadow kill. As Chiyoko goes down, Skylaf needs to back away as 1-1 forces him away. Oh, this is a crazy engage from Toby. Double kill for Nandao as Wasted needs to run back to his tower as Kyoka gets forced away.
Again, Maku not having the Ogi Shadow kill. Used it up late earlier on Wasted here, which Virgin just so tanky. Level 8 also, nonetheless. So he's able to face tank all of that burst damage from Hayabusa, unless Hayabusa is overfed or overfarmed, or it is the late game, but that is none of those options. As you know, he has to save the target for the right person here, namely Kyokite, which Toby is hovering over, providing the safety for Astra, but again, doesn't have the flicker. Could use for a fist crack combo after it comes off cooldown, but SRG in the mid lane playing it for catching off someone.
And it could be Seraphiel. Maku is here in the bush, going for Seraphiel, forces his flicker. As Chiyoko engages in the mid lane, goes for Toby. Support gets picked up by Roamer. The gold should be on Kyoka. He's sitting right now on 4 assists as he will be. He won't be going down as Chiyoko takes all the damage from Shadow Kill onto himself.
Yep, unfortunate targeting there. It's a little bit randomized, but Astra, hang on.
Astra gets airborne, knocked up. He cannot play it, wasted.
Just 1 millisecond away from activating crossbow of tank, but instead the backline's gonna be dived here. Right, okay.
Oh, it's already getting dove, but Kuru too deep as Seraphiel picks him up as this opens an angle to pick up the third turtle of the game.
Yep, Jungler still has the retribution, so could go for a steal here. Toby providing vision needed.
Oh, engage, going for Nandao. Nandao is the right target. Shut down, going for Seraphiel. Kyoka unfortunately goes down as Toby steals the turtle, and they try to play it out. Seraphiel, there is Skylaf. Toby with a crazy steal coming from the roamer of Ake.
Jungle diff here. Both junglers gotta sit down after the non-retribution Badangs cleans that up, but Skylaf made out the flicker here. Maku could try to go in, but doesn't have the Ogi Shadow kill. So yeah, gotta finish that off. But now, I mean, the boards are gonna be resettled. Toby also still going for an aggressive play, but again, he will be able to escape Budang being so mobile, so fast, and the rotations also, and the CC just enough for buying enough time, I'd say, for Kuru to take a third, but he, again, gave that up instead for an engage and towards the Terisla. But besides that, I mean, Nanda is just going to get marked here, and Vision's going to be given. But we do see Chiyoko positioned towards the bottom lane side, perhaps wants to catch off either the assassin or even maybe the 1-1, but again, gonna be noticed, has to play it safe and wait for the rest of the team to follow up through.
It's so unfortunate that the kills are sitting on Wasted, sitting on Seraphiel, sitting even on Chiyoko, and sitting on Skylab, when all the gold should be on Kyokai. Even though his wonderful farming is keeping him still afloat, 1-1 is slowly running away. And as Chiyoko engages another fight, and they go in because they know early game and mid game they need to make action happen. Wasted goes for backline, forces Nandeo's flicker as he goes in. He's super tanky as Toby goes down, and Wasted goes for more. Kyokat in the meantime gets destroyed by Astra, but Wasted tries to chase for more. He cannot do so as he gets picked up himself. Astra with a double kill and might be looking at a triple for Astra. 4-2-2 for this 1-1.
Unfortunate. So many crucial moments where, again, Dandeo escaping successfully well. Poison's Rat not being dropped, just a millisecond away from getting a double kill there on towards Astra, perhaps, and even maybe Kuro over there. But unfortunately, didn't make it in time, was not tanky enough. And SRG, so many kills given towards Ake here. And namely, like you said, due to the damage dealers here, the fact that Astra was the one who picked up the kills is gonna be so difficult moving on to the mid to late game right now, as Toby has been the target for SRG. But again, he's the frontliner. I mean, he's gotta be the one to bait it out. And I mean, after that, you can just steamroll the rest of their team with this 1-1 and the Farsa. The 1-1 is just having so much burst damage. It's 9-minute mark, 30 goal difference. I believe he has completed his Trinity item set. So, I mean, just going to be melting even this Terisla out into oblivion.
You need to be playing those bushes because this moment of surprise, that's all you get. You are losing on gold and you are getting outscaled. There is nothing else that you can do then try to jump them in a moment when they expected the least. But right, as we see, Wasted needs to run away from his tower.
And they gotta reset it, gotta clear out the waves. Lord will be marching down to the mod lane section. Do you have the blast still ready intact? The Seraphiel position there, give it away for much to the safety for his team. Has to play it on towards the back and clear off the waves unless he's gonna get caught off guard. But I gotta look at Chiyoko here for the playmaker, unless he... Final Flash just to clear off that bush.
Kyla tries to fish for some pickups, tries to fish for some grabs.
Yep.
Thirst Titans have it really rough, 6,000 gold difference with an comp that's getting outscaled every minute, every second.
Yep. Counts. And now SRG. I mean,
Chiyoko with face check into
right
Maku. Maku still is Hayabusa, so probably not going for this target specifically.
Play it safe, I'd say. But I mean, it's just gonna be a disengage now for Ake, I believe, unless they want to go for a dive into one of the members or the purple buff, but instead gonna be farming out, min-maxing the goal difference and trying to complete those items. But hang on.
Oh, this could be the play. They don't have Arlo, they don't have Hayabusa. That's what you should go for. Chiyoko goes down, but I think this fight could be played. It's not. You retreat and you give it up as you get pushed back into your base.
Just too much burst here.
Oh, Haya is going for more. Skylab gets down. Kyoka at half HP. And Astra level 14 on this 1-1. Uro too deep. Final slash. And now there could be a final fight happening of this game. Kyokai goes down as Wasted and only Seraphiel are left alone, left alive. Chiyoko responds, but do you have the wave gear? Do you have the damage? It looks like since Ake are retreating and they are going for the mid lane tower.
Yep, this might be it here. Chiyoko charging off another Tire's Rage, but again, just cleaned off. Sweet. Their airstrike also being dropped here alongside, and Ake is just clearing them up. Every single ultimate used by SRG, but doesn't really matter because Ake is the one to try and finish off the game, and it's just Skylov left and remaining. Kyokite spawned in, but he's not even facing the inhibitor because this is just it for the side of SRG. Ake takes game number 2 off the board and cleans up a huge wipeout for the side of SRG.
2-0 for the side of Ake, and it looks like history will repeat itself since Ake looks so much better, they look so much stronger, they look so much more prepared. And I mean, it's not even the individual skill, which I'm not saying that Ake lacks the individual skill, I wouldn't definitely say that. It's more so the drafts. The drafts are doing them so much favor because for the side of Surge Titans, it doesn't really look like their drafts are landing, or maybe the drafts are, but they don't really know what to do with those drafts. It doesn't seem like they are on the same page. Whereas Ake, they know what to do, they know how to play it. Immediately when someone gets caught, they are rotating on the other side of the map, playing across map, they are immediately doing something. Then when they get a catch, everyone is following up, they are on point. It looks like Ake is just a better oiled machine right now.
Yeah. And, due to the fact that, it's not that SRE doesn't have strategies or have certain compositions in mind. It's just that it's either banned off from their draft or not even given an opportunity, or either that or Ake takes it off for themselves, which we saw the Farsa being used time and time again alongside the Arlot. Even the Badang has been such an immense force, which I'm surprised SRG hasn't banned it still up to this point, because I mean it's the Badang that has been giving them that initiation problem, the problem with stepping up forward and having a team fight. Because every time you're seen on the map, it's just a go. The Badang sets up, the Farsa all the way from backline can easily reach out. Ranges is just enough for those feather air strikes, and I mean everyone just gets melted. And this time they had the 1-1 alongside, so I mean, you can't really face tank all of those arrows. And once you unlock the crossbow tank, it was just melt after melt, team after team, member after member, just, I mean, gone.
Uranus will be permabanned. I think one game he was open, but no one picked him up. Picked him up, but
Well, no, he was banned. It was
No?
the last
Yeah.
moment. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
It was
yeah,
either
yeah, yeah.
Uranus ban or Zushin ban, like, and they banned us. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you are correct. You are
Yep,
correct.
yep.
My bad. That's absolutely right.
Unfortunate.
So Uranus all the time banned, not being able to be picked up.
Karma.
Lapu Lapu now will be joining the ban gang together with Kimi. Kimi also something that could be going for the prize of most banned hero. But yeah, Ake still have the option to go Bedang. You know, for the side of Surge Titans, it's this last game. If Chiyoko can play Bedang, I would say go first pick it. Go first. Ban Farsa and go first pick Bedang, take it away, and play like that. I think that's the call. I think that's what I would go for.
Either that, or at this point, because now you're down on motivation, right? You're down on your willingness to play more, perhaps, unless they have
I like
incredible
it.
determination.
Now go for Farsa. Now go for
Never
Farsa.
mind. Yeah.
Ban Bedang, go for Farsa. That's what I like.
Oh,
yes,
no.
flip it on its head.
Yeah. I mean,
Because I think we saw
Yeah.
Skylaf play Farsa. Let's go for it.
Yeah.
That could work.
We did. Yep. But could this be a trap here set up by Ake is the question. Because since they've played the strategy, they've played the draft, they must know its weakness also, right?
You are absolutely correct. It could be that.
No. Might be overthinking it though. Unless Ake bans out. Possibly. I mean, they're gonna leave both the mages open here in this case, unless it's too much. But yeah, Basha being banned off here. Instead, XP laners a lot open. But yeah,
Alright,
there
I
it
like the
is.
call.
There it
Immediate
is.
lock. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Wait.
Oh, no.
Funny. Open. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, wait.
Not the last game, Warren. For the last game of the final series.
Yo,
all
is
the
Maku
moments.
flexing his skins or what is this? Like he hovered multiple champs that he even isn't playing.
I believe you have all the skins in this current tournament mode.
Oh, you
Or-
do?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, all
So
right.
he might be broke and he's flexing free skins.
Oh, all right. So basically, what you are saying is that if you want to play with whatever skin, you just
Yeah.
go sign up to search tournaments and you play
Yep.
there. That's
Yep.
the trick. All right, and you can flex. You can make TikToks.
Definitely.
All right, all right. That's genius,
Or
Len. I
get-
must. If I
or
will not
get
be
TikToked
casting,
on.
you will see me participate. I will go like 0-20, but I will be flexing.
Hey, I mean, it's the attempt that counts, Warren. And I mean, who knows? You could participate with Ake, perhaps join as their sixth member.
Oh, all right. I be their bench warmer. I will sit on the
Yeah,
bench, make it warm and cozy. Yeah. All
Swap
right.
it up. Well, you know, when Mako is feeling sick or something, like you're the main star
sure,
player. Yeah.
sure. Yeah, but my champo is very limited. I could go only for alpha. So like, if they realize that, they ban it, and I'm cooked.
Maybe safer after that then. But nonetheless though. SRG's ban. I mean SRG's picks finally wasted getting the Roger for the final match. At least not final
Possibly
match, but
final
match
game.
point. Match
Yeah,
point.
match point,
I believe.
match
Yeah,
point.
that's the better term here. Against Eke. I mean, this basically Ake saying you go for your best possible composition. We're gonna beat it. We're gonna answer it back.
Also, like, if I was using the metaphor with a knife on your throat, right now that knife on the throat of Search Titans is like maybe 5 millimeters in their neck already. Like it's that extreme situation.
Yep. They're being strapped and nowhere to go right now. It's time to face your fears.
We already
In
saw
this case,
Changya. We
the
already
knife.
saw Changya being picked up against Forza, so that's something I kinda expected. So let's see how will they be able to play it out.
Yep. Well, so far the marksmen are being banned. Nonetheless, though, SRG hasn't really picked their roamer. In this case, a good roamer could make or break a Farsa, because again, at one time, Choco just was too trapped or couldn't really give the space for Skylov to work with. So we did see that one match where Skylov was being targeted a lot. So this time, okay, I mean, could ban off maybe the Gatot. Oh, yeah, I mean, they want to pick the Gatot for themselves. What I'm saying. Oh, marksman ban
Oh,
instead.
they are picking Gato so hard.
Oh, wait. Ban off the Gatot. SRG, come on.
Could be, because they wouldn't have anything that good that could replace it.
Irritil's still open though, I'd say. For marks.
That's true, but you can... Oh, you cannot go hurried, you cannot go...
Yeah.
True. Could be a retail ban,
Irritil alongside Chang'e is a very threatening composition. And we haven't seen much of the Hylos, I'd say. But again, Irritil and Hylos is a great combo if pulled, executed perfectly.
I mean, for the side of Search Titans, you can even go Hylos in retail if it's open.
Yeah.
But I think your opponents will take away the carries right now. I think
That's
they...
true.
Or they could go for Gato, but I feel like if so many carries are bent out, like basically 4, I think you are probably going for... No, it's Grog.
No,
It's Toby's Grog. It's Toby's Grog.
He heard me, Toby. Let's go. Kroku finally in the final match point here. Is it going to be the signature pick to finish it off for Ake here, at least? SRG though.
I mean, but they are doing literally the same thing as Search Titans tried to do in that second map, in that second game, where you are going with an early to mid game composition and you try to end it as quickly as possible. Grog is the earliest roamer there is. Like, his level 1 is uncomparable.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with that. And the only roamer that faces up pretty well against him is probably the Hylos to keep him in check.
Yeah, I would go for Hylos. I don't think Kufra has so much... What?
I guess for Arlot, he's trying to counter, but again, Final Slash is also a knock-up, so it cancels out the bouncing ball for Kufra.
Yeah, I don't really like it. I think Chiyoko
Mm,
sticking to his Kufra, like I don't know his champ pool, of course. It could be that he's so
yeah.
confident with his back against the wall and he's like, all right, my Kufra is the best I have. I am super confident on it. Let's roll it out. Let's go. That could be it.
Hmm.
That's probably
Could
it.
be.
But from the draft perspective, I feel like the high loss, as you have said, would be working very well in their favor. Because, for example, for Roger to reposition and engage
Hmm.
for the backline, high
Yep,
loss would be so useful with that ult.
that's true. That's true. And Astra just there hovering over the Lilia, giving us a throwback to 2023 there with that composition. Although I don't know, I think a cloth would be pretty solid instead. They didn't have a marksman in either way. But now though, looking at both the drafts, I really want to support SRG because they are on match point. But man, oh man, okay, they have the dream team right now.
Yeah, I like their draft so much more. I feel like their
Hmm.
draft is so much easier to execute, where you can just kind of hop in, lock whoever you want, and just go. Claude will
Yep.
AoE everyone, stack up his stacks, and just go at it.
Mm,
Whereas for the side of Surge Titans, you need to lock out those important targets. You need
yep.
your Roger to be locking those targets up, whereas there is Fredrin who can taunt him up, who can CC him up. Then there is Grog who can push him away. It's really tough for him in
Very,
this
very
game.
much. And you know, the fact also they have two huge knock-up abilities in the fact with the Grog's wild charge and the final slash of the Arlot. Again, those team fights are going to be very important. And Grog is also one of the only tanks whose range can even reach a Farsa with the charge there. But it's position wise, SRG, it's going to be very difficult. And if they do want to maybe snowball into a winnable game, I'd say they got to target, like you said, those damage dealers, the Claude, and even the mage here could be an option. But nonetheless, it's a tough call to answer if you're having to face such um, crowd control heavy frontliners once again, which has been the specialty for Eke every single game.
They do like their crowd control.
Hmm.
But the thing is, can Roger jump away? Can Roger sneak in into this back line, claw the important targets, claw on
Yeah,
Claude, and
Claude.
catch him off guard? That's the question to be had coming into
Hmm.
this third, possibly last game of today. No,
Perhaps.
not
Oh,
third game of today, but third game of this last series of today, and could be the
yeah.
last game of today. That's the thing.
Well,
We could be having
hmm,
some technical difficulties, so we will
yeah.
be having to restart the lobby probably. Uh, we
Perhaps.
will
Yeah.
we will be jumping into the game right as we are ready. But well, let's use the meantime to kind of analyze how the composition should work properly and how you want to play it. With Forza, of course, you have that late game composition.
Yeah.
Roger also scaling up into this late game. So usually
Hmm.
you would want relax, slow early game, coming into mid game, starting to play a little bit, and then into late game you go for the throat. That's the
Yeah.
typical game that you want to go with that
That's the
composition for
problem,
the
though,
side of.
Oren.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
problem.
you are
Yeah.
absolutely right because there's Grog and
Hmm.
Grog's middle name is fast early game. That's his middle name.
Yeah.
It's like it's like GR fast early game Oak. That's like his full legal name actually.
So his first name is Gur, just
Yeah,
GR,
yeah,
Gur.
exactly. And his surname is Ok.
Uh,
Yeah.
okay.
Actually, that's the
Mr.
lore.
Ock.
That's the lore.
Uh, okay. I mean, new Grok lore just dropped, guys. Warren just adding in to the MLBB universe here. A lot of them is going to be pretty exciting. And like you pointed out earlier, the Roger, what is he really going to be able to do to try and get in between the lines, get the correct targets, finish off the low HP targets, at least when, I mean, he's just one dog up against a giant rock titan who can lift a turret. So I mean, lore wise, it's Jover.
Lore
Draft
wise,
wise, draft fights maybe Jover, maybe winnable. It comes down to, like you said, execution and that early game. So a lot of hopes.
All
Oh,
right, we will be
all right.
having a redraft since Lunox shouldn't have been really picked, so we will be going into a new draft that will be starting from the point
Okay,
where Lunox was locked
makes
in.
sense. Makes sense.
So
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, as Lynn is saying, that makes a lot of sense.
yeah.
So we will be having something little bit different. Of course, this Roger was already locked in very early into the
Mm-hmm.
draft. Orlod also, all of those picks that were locked in before Lunox, where she was, I think, second last. So Lunox
Yeah,
will be changed, and then the last pick
alongside
for the side
Kufra.
of Ake.
Yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Hmm. And yeah, I guess it makes sense. I thought they were SRG was going for a gold lane Lunox. It is a little bit outdated though, like 2 seasons back in the meta. But unless, I mean, maybe they forgot they picked Farsa, or it was again maybe a misinput there. Could happen. It is. They have been playing for a long time now, through the entire night, through the entire week, and mistakes are bound to happen, folks. So I mean, this is a quick fix for that will be fine. But Warren, I'm curious though, what are they gonna replace the Lunox with? Because available
B-
marksmans are pretty low, right?
You can go for Brody.
Oh yeah,
I don't
perhaps. Yeah,
know. I don't
Brody.
know what is Brody's matchup into Claude, but I think he should be outranging
Mm,
him if I'm not wrong. So he
yeah,
should
but
be all right.
the problem
But
with
I
Claude
don't.
is he's just so fast. He's just a spinning Beyblade. Because at that point, you Brody, you're just taking 5 years to land any single basic attack, unless he's super fed, which he can two shot the Claude. If unless that happens, I mean, it's
Yeah,
very difficult.
That's that's a very wrong logic. Like if you apply logic, if he is too fat, then like counter matchups don't even exist because if he is
Yeah,
too
that's true.
fat, then like, then like,
I mean, it's the only solution I'm having here at this point, Warren, because I mean, the dive-in potential for the side of Ake is just too much. If they make the mistakes, that's the main thing. Grok isn't that very viable in the meta. This could work in their advantage. Maybe SRE don't know how to face against the Grok, but on the other hand, maybe Ake don't know how to play the Grok into this draft because I mean, let's be honest, Toby, how many games do they have on Grok this season? Like, it's
yeah, we
questionable.
don't know. We don't know.
Yeah,
He can text us in DMs so we can we can give you the answer.
the caster
But
insights,
yeah,
quick
yeah, yeah.
messages. Uh,
I mean, looking through
right.
the champs,
Mhm.
they could be too heavy on magic damage, but what about Nathan? Like you talked about him before, like
Yeah.
how is he matching up into Claude? He has some ability of his own.
Mhm.
Wouldn't that be the answer? Since we have the time to yap about it.
Yeah, I mean, Nathan has received quite a lot of buffs. We have seen him play it a little bit here and there in a couple of tournaments, but I mean, it's not finalized. It's not solidified because a lot of teams. I mean, I don't know about the other regions, but at least in the EU, there hasn't been pretty much any Nathan games right for a long time. And now after he received his buffs, suddenly adding him into the roster is gonna take some time. Hmm.
Well, let's see what they will come up with. As we have established, as we have said, the draft will be absolutely the same until that Lunox lock-in, and
Yeah.
that's when we will see the changes.
Well, to be honest, I've been giving Ake a lot of credit for the drafts, but taking a look at it again, the Shanga is. I'm a little bit worried if she's gonna have enough burst damage for the front line for SRG, because again, you need those items to start peeling the tanks here. At least with the meteor shower, you have the consistency to deal out the damage, but up against very mobile targets like Roger or oh, the carry is used here. Okay, carry here is going to be quite good, I'd say. But this
I
changes
like it.
everything, Warren. This changes
Yeah, it
everything.
does. It
Yeah.
does. Like Kerry for this super strong front line, Grog will melt, Arlot will melt, Fredrin will melt. This is super good. All right, I like it. I don't know how she matches up into Claude, as we have talked about. I think they have kind of same range, don't they? Like they,
Similar, yeah.
yeah, I think
Similar items, similar playstyle, but again, Claude a lot more mobile. The fact that you can go in and go out of team fights pretty fast, right? And the blazing duet gives you a lot of bursts on towards two targets at least. If more, it tends to fall off. But again, Ake, this is gonna be quite a match, I believe.
it will be. It will be. It's not so often that you see Curry. We usually saw Curry here under Surge when we were watching the regional qualifiers, where there was less experienced teams. A lot of them, not a lot of them, but some of them were going for Curry.
Yeah.
It usually didn't go so well because she, at least from what I understand about the competitive meta, she has very specific scenarios where she is picked up, but she isn't your 1 in 7, 1 in 8 carry where she can fit into multiple compositions. She really needs that opponent draft to make a lot of sense
She's
to
pretty
pick her
niche,
into.
right?
Yeah.
Yep, it's gonna be quite difficult here. Maybe Kurokite will be able to pull it off. He has been a phenomenal marksman player, at least for this series, for the previous series also. There, but now
There is the Grog with his rock. But Grog, half HP gone. I mean, not looking super hot right now.
I mean, he's gonna regen it back. He's fine. There. The main weakness, I'd say, though, is if too much burst comes out from the side of SRG, at least from the Roger and the Curry, and maybe if the Farsa stacks up, it's gonna be a lot of trouble because if you look at Ake, they have a tanky jungler here, so I mean,
Grog.
plays are gonna be slower.
Ooh, that wave evaporated.
Yeah, just gone. Oh, Gyoko.
There is wasted, not level 4 yet.
And see, the late jungle clear is much more slower on the side of Ake here. We know Wasted's already on towards the beetle here, invading further on.
He's first level 4 on the map.
Indeed. Probably gonna get Arlot maybe, if the opportunity rises, but I doubt that'll happen.
But Grog was super smart pickup from the side of Ake, since Changa alone wouldn't be able to pressure mid lane and get that mid lane priority. But with Rock, not Rock, but with Grog's Rock, you are always able to make that prio.
Yep. Oh, carry.
Oh, there's dive for Kyokite. He needs to flick around. Maku is targeting him right now, getting with the taunt, and Kyokite unfortunately dies, and the kill, even more unfortunately, goes to Nandao, so that mid lane matchup will go in the favor of Ake.
Yep. But all the while, Turtle being taken by the side of SRG, though. Wasted. Oh, hang on.
Kuru is the target, gets obliterated with Farsa's damage, but still alive, still has his flicker. He shouldn't be dying soon. Oh, wait a second. Second minute, first tower break on bot lane? What the hell?
Well, I mean, with the Shanghe, I guess changing my mind right now. The Claude and the Shanghe is dealing so much burst damage, and again, like you said, the kill going towards her is such a good incident for Safake. But now, wait, they're going for an invade.
This purple buff just evaporated. I don't know who even got it. Chiyoko is trying to play it out, going for Maku. Maku is super low. Now Farsa obliterating through the ult, and as Wasted finishes him off, he gets a double, and if something is bad news for Ake, it's Wasted that gets going. He goes for Kuru. Kuru still has his flicker available. He tries to jump away. Still flicker holding on to it as Wasted goes into opponent's jungle and picks more gold for himself.
Very patient play there by Kuru, utilizing the dashes whenever possible and not spamming it, successfully escaping. But wait, he might be in for a re-engage here.
Arlot could be in trouble. There's a re-engage happen, and he needs to flicker out, but doesn't matter. Killing spree for Wasted, and that's why you don't give him the Roger.
Oh, yeah, he's 3-0 right now. This is not looking good for Eke, especially since, it's just such a... Oh, hang on.
Nah. Crazy engage from Chiyoko. Go in for Astra, but Purify will save him for now.
Yeah, and now, I mean, the Roger getting so much kills is such a massive problem here for the Savake, because again, you have a tank jungler, so if you're able to be shredded so fast. We did see the further in action with the change CC coming in from the taunt to the knockup, and that was pretty good. But now moving on further, once Roger gets his items, it's gonna be pretty problem.
Oh, there's a new fight happening. Mid lane, Farsa ulting it up, bombarding, going for Nandeo. Nandeo goes down, wasted, mega kill as this Roger picks up his fourth and goes for fifth. Goes for more, gets stunned up, but he can take Toby in his stat as he goes unstoppable.
Oh, looks like, oh, this fade away, Terizla just getting the kill there for SRG. It is not looking good for AK, folks. Is this because of the Grok pick? I don't want to say it, but this just might be because of the Grok pick.
But Lane, there is something very important to pinpoint, and that's you have 7 kills in lead, but you are only 1k ahead. So you are getting those kills, but your opponents have so much more gold or so much resources that they are able to pick up all over the map that your lead doesn't really mean that much. Look at Roger, he has 3000, but look at Claude, he is 0-1, and Roger has 5 kills, but he is same gold.
Yep, I mean that's the fact that he got the bot lane turret there with a lot of bursts being done, but now SRG trying to even it out, trades turret for turret. But again, like you said, it's more spread out for AK. But the thing that worries me is Roger being a hyper carry in this scenario.
Oh, Toby is feeling that hyper carry momentum from Wasted as he gets half HP'd.
Level 10 Roger, to the fact that Grok only level 6. I mean, you're just gonna get answered a lot.
That's true. That level advantage is pretty scary. Level 10 compared to Fredrin's level 8. This Roger is getting hyper accelerated.
Yeah, SRG is slowly looking to maybe use that momentum to find out someone, but oh, hang on. Wall being used very cleverly. But,
oh, Roger,
okay,
don't get caught. Roger, you get in 1v4. Don't get caught, Roger.
He's the main target right now for the side of AK.
Tower goes down, but Wasted knows his place. He knows that he is the sole carry of his team. He is the sole reason why it's playable right now for them, and he needs to carry this game.
Bro is becoming the Flash for the final moment right now. Matchup is on towards AK's advantage here, and they're playing it slow. They're playing it patiently and carefully because they know they can't let this be a mistake for your side. But hang on,
Turtle up, Claude is nowhere to be seen. Is this 5v4? You should be taking it. Only if Retribution, no, it connects. Wasted picks it up, but Claude is sneaking tower on both sides.
Yep, just might get answered though. Look at all the members of SRG looking to hunt that monkey down here. Dexter gonna be in a bit of trouble, but it's gonna be recalling. Wait, Kyokai, does he check the bush? No.
He doesn't, but as Arlott gets caught, Kuru needs to flicker out, but can he save himself? I don't think he can. Chiyoko slows him down. Oh, he can! No, he cannot. Kuru goes down as Terizla finishes him off, and there is Wasted going in, but Astra scares him off.
Indeed, backs off right in the nick of time, goes back to farming. Okay, just clearing off the lanes every single time. The SRG is not able to apply the pressure because Nandayo just keeps on meteor showering all the minions and rotating so fast. Again, the Major's farming up, the Marksman's farming up. Split push is the game, folks, right now because teamfight potential has been gone down the drain after this early engages. But, you know, Chiyoko?
Astra not getting hit. He still had Purify, so I think even if hit, he would be alright. It was more so about applying more pressure. But as you were saying, AK is able to clear those waves, so Surge Titans are not really able to push their lead. But it shouldn't really matter that much to them because their late game is better than their opponents. So this state of the game is perfect. They shouldn't really mind.
Yep, their previous conversation coming in tech, I'm remembering it slowly bit by bit. But now SRG though, how patient are they going to be for that late game? They're probably hungry right now for kills, maybe for an opportunity to maybe make a comeback in the series here, which they are not going to let it go to be wasted here. But hang on, bot lane.
Oh, so Raphael getting caught. That was maybe too hungry as Chiyoko engages in to save his fellow player. Oh, monster kill for Wasted.
Oh.
He goes for more. He's still alive. He's destroying everyone. Almost level 14. This Roger is the super weapon as Seraphiel engages in.
no.
Wasted. As Nandel goes down. Seraphiel is unfortunately dead, but Roger goes godlike as he tries to go for Claude. Claude tries to escape, but he doesn't have Flicker available or not equipped. So Wasted as he goes 8-0-3 as they wipe out their opponents at 9-minute mark.
Yep. The best hero to chase anyone down. It's got to be the Hunter, Roger, and he just got the bounties one by one for all the members of Ake. Only Maku not being claimed though. But how long can he survive as the mid lane turret gets melted now?
Right now, the lead for Ake is kind of running away from them. Like we were, or I was constantly yapping about how the lead isn't really that important. Like it's not that big. But as we are coming into late games, First Titans are already in lead since their comp is outscaling their opponents. So if you pair this up with a significant lead like that, which is 5,000 right now, then suddenly you are in big trouble for the side of Ake.
And we talked about SRG being impatient, but I'd say Ake is the one being impatient right now, trying to prove to themselves, at least with the draft that they meticulously customize for their team members, though. But so far, it's pretty difficult with just how much farmed up Wasted is, and he's already level 15. No really to mark him down.
I mean, is he like Roger OTP or like what is going on there? Because Wasted on anything else looks alright, but on Roger he is something else. He is someone else. He is a him. He is the GOAT.
Well, I think it's mostly also due to the fact that they have a Chang'e, so not really a burst mage in mind that can perfectly catch a Roger. Because if it was any other jungler, I'd say it could be quite more decent at least. And they do have the Fredrin also, which is a little bit of a problem. If you're on the losing side, Fredrin tends to scale pretty badly, and you don't really have those playmaker sets. Because the only thing that's pretty good about the Fredrin is the continuous change CC you can apply on towards the opposing team.
But if there is no damage to follow it up...
Well, looks like Ake will have to be waiting for getting their items also alongside. Astra completed Golden Staff is going to be pretty good in the team fights following up, but again, Kyokite is not too far behind. It's way ahead, I rather say. Trinity completed for both sides, but Kyokite Malefic Gun purchase is just going to give a huge advantage towards the side of SRG. Even Roger almost completing a full build, probably need maybe like 400 gold to complete the set. And Ake, on the other hand, is lacking a lot on those team setups because so far, Chioko and Skylove has just been making love with those setups and tearing down all the members of Ake.
I mean, Ake should honestly already be thinking about draft into the 4th game, since I don't think this is going their favor.
Maybe. I still have hope on Astro here. The cloud could always pop off. The main problem is they need the right timing here, and Kuro needs to land a massive final slash. But, oh, wait, Lord's gonna be traded here for a couple of thirds. This game would be pretty anticlimactic if Backdoor ends up giving one of the teams a W, I'd say.
I don't think we should be expecting any backdoors soon. I honestly feel like in MLBB compared to other MOBAs, backdoors tend to happen much less. I don't know why so. I don't know if it's like the high mobility of Astra. Maybe you are onto something. Maybe it's a backdoor happening, but not really. As Wasted goes legendary and he goes into the opponent's base as Astra tries to push some more. But wait, they can defend. Can they? Can they? I don't think they can. Surge Titans take the cake in this game.
Unfortunate. All the meteor showers, all the pellets being blocked by the frontliners, and deservedly so, because they already have the Radiant armor, they have the Athena to soak up that burst from the Chang'e, which, again, she farmed up pretty hard, but at that point, I mean, how much burst can you really do when it's all distributed towards all the 5 members of SRG? When none of them are taken down, none of them are being threatened in any of these team fights. We see instead Ake being the ones threatened, with Toby not being able to make a play, with just how dispersed SRG is. And this again due to the fact that Farsa is all the way in the back line. Kyokite, as well as Wasted, can join the fights whenever they want. They have so much mobility, they have so much cleanup potential and so much burst, whether it be individually or even marking those crucial targets, which they successfully did. And I mean, Wasted was just a wolf who, I mean, this was just a dinner. There's 5-course, 5-star, 3-course meal.
It was indeed. The question to be had though is, I actually, let me rephrase that. I don't think that's even a question, because like I wanted to ask if Roger will be banned, but I think that's not even a question since Ake now sees for themselves, all right, his Roger is pretty serious stuff. We shouldn't be giving him the Roger like halabala randomly, since that might cost us the series. Because all right, give him Roger one more time, then you are at match point for either of the teams. You are at 2-2, and it can go to whoever you are, or you are suddenly from a very comfortable position, put with your backs against the wall. Same what was done in this match point game to the side of Surge Titans. And suddenly, stress can happen, a lot can happen, and the series can slip out. So yeah, I think Roger should go back in the cage, in the ban cage. And
Unless they picked up for themselves, you never know. Okay, Roger.
all right.
Yeah.
But I must say, my observation is that Farsa is the best mid laner right now, because like in this series, every
maybe.
no, listen, every time
Livorio,
Farsa,
come on,
yeah,
Livorio, pick it up.
But every time
okay.
a team had Farsa, they won. Farsa 2 times for Ake, they won. 1 time for Surge Titans, they won. Like, what is it saying about Farsa? Maybe there is no solid answer. Maybe it could be the Novaria, but players don't play it so much. Maybe they don't see that angle. I don't know what is it, but Farsa seems, at least in this series, super strong. And I think whoever gets it is already off to a great start. All right, that's a message to you.
The first one. And again, call on the Farsa being so strong is, because of multiple mini buffs that she received over the past couple of patch notes. And the drafts are pretty much predictable, right, at this point, Warren. Right now, after this, it's just like, gonna be the Badang.
Yeah.
For Toby. Yeah, there it is.
Badang gone, yeah.
And then, the side of Ake are probably gonna ban out. Wait, who was that one hero here? Goal laner, perhaps? Oh no. I'm forgetting. The Uranus, maybe? No, they want to pick up the Uranus here. So
yeah, their opponents should ban Uranus. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well,
so, all right, Cecilion. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
They are going. Bans are coming up.
They are going for Uranus for sure, because otherwise you would take Cecilion for yourself and you wouldn't ban it. So this speaks volumes. But of course, he will get banned out. Like Wasted and the rest has to see that. Like they are obviously seeing that, and they will ban Uranus. Like there's no way around it. I don't believe there will be any other ban. What?
No.
What?
No.
What? No.
Not like this. Not like this. How did I forget? What?
Lane is doomed. XP lane is doomed.
The whole game is doomed.
Yeah, I don't care what you pick up for the top side for the XP line, but it doesn't matter. Like Uranus, he will cut you level 1. He doesn't care, and he will be so obnoxious.
SRG, man. After getting one up over Ake in the previous game, blundered completely in the draft here. I don't want to say it's not too late. All hope is not lost. But seeing as how Uranus has been played in so many tournaments, in so many games, even the ranked games here, he's just gonna be a huge force to be reckoned with, which CC can sort of answer, but again, he's just gonna be stacking up in all of that aggro from the side of SRG. Ah,
Now you have
Warren, are you-
CC. CC could
Yeah.
be working into Uranus. Lancelot locked in for jungle. I don't know if Lancelot with this high priority should be your take, because Wasted didn't look so hot on Lancelot. I think he
no.
should
It makes
go-
sense. Wait,
Does
Warren,
it?
sorry to cut you off, but it makes sense because again, the Lancelot problem was the Badang and the Phobius, and now since the Uranus is picked off, you don't have an XP laner. You can't slot the Uranus to roam position. Maybe a jungle Uranus, but then again, at that point, I don't know what we're cooking. But yeah, makes sense. Badang's been banned off. Phobius can't be picked. I mean, Toby picked off the Kufra, so okay, never mind. I might change my mind.
Toby has Kufra. He's like, all right, Chiyoko, I will show
Yeah.
you how it's done. I will show you how you actually are supposed to play Kufra. This looks personal.
Very personal at this point. The previous game was a match deciding on the drafts, and this time again, it's looking towards the draft, but with Mage for Mage being traded, with the Kimi for the Zushin being traded, Zushin is going to be very difficult here because again, you lack a lot of burst for this Uranus. I just keep on going back
I
to the
mean-
same point, Warren.
I mean, you still have CC for him. That could work.
Is it going to be another carry game here from Kyoku?
Like from Yokai, I don't know. Depends who you pick. Who you pick for him. You can still go for that Kari. You can go for that Kari. She's strong into Uranus. She's strong into Kufra. She's opting into super late game where Kimi is also going for that. So you can match her in that. And your composition is definitely lacking that late game since Sissy will fall off. Lancelot really not the best into late game. Zuxin as well. So yeah, you are kind of in a critical need for decent late.
Yep. We're looking at the ban though for SRG. Maybe predicting probably a jungle ban once again to give this Lancelot a great time and the backline for especially, I mean, Skylove to be enabled to play on the aggressive side. It's going to be a problem. But nonetheless, Kufra is there to answer. But again, Joy being banned off, quite sensible. Akido, on the other hand, would go for another roamer ban in this case because then again the marksmen are still on the float. You could go for a Moskov, you could go for, like you said, the Kari, even in this case, well, at least if you're SRG, but even the Irrital's open for the taking, and the 1-1 also available could be quite good into this matchup.
You're absolutely right. That's still available indeed. As we are approaching the second ban phase. Oh, carry off the board. Ay, someone is listening to the stream.
Hey, yo, turn off the stream. Toby.
Did he answer to you how many grog games he has at least?
He
Not
said
yet?
it was like 5 this season.
All right.
That explains it. I'm just lying. All right. Warren, for this next pick, what are you expecting? Is it going to be the marksman here or
I
the roamer?
mean, what?
What?
Minotaur? No, yeah, Hylos. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Honestly, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's alright. I don't know. You know, like the way I see Hylos is that you have Sisi who can deal with the tanks through her kit.
Yeah.
And with Hylos, she would be able to stick to those tanks and just get on top of them and finish them off. Where with Gato, you are aiming for that backline, where I don't think you have so much trouble with, well, you have Lancelot for backline, and I don't know.
Guess you
Maybe
can dive alongside, maybe. But I take your doubt into account, Warren. Because again, the Hylos' ultimate is just instant. He just drops it on the board, gives the slow debuff, gives the movement speed buff to his team.
Exactly.
Meanwhile,
exactly.
Gatot, it takes a couple of seconds to trigger, and even then, the side of the opposing team can just dash out or even immune some of those some of the abilities. But Asher on the Moskov is going to be pretty good, I'd say. Ah.
Well,
Alright.
as we will be approaching our potential last game, as we are saying it once more, as approaching the fourth game,
point.
2-1 match point for Ake, but still one game off the match point for Surge Titans. Well, wouldn't it be a great day to see Surge Titans reverse sweep into a full BO5 on the second V4 season finals on the second day?
That'd be crazy.
Wouldn't
That'd
that
be
be crazy? That would be indeed crazy. But based on the compositions, we already don't have Roger for wasted. He has Lancelot. And I'm not saying he was bad Lancelot. He was like 50 times better than I could ever hope to be as Lancelot. But his Roger is like there, up there. I don't know if Lancelot is as high up as his Roger is, but that's to be decided. And of course, Wasted doesn't need to be the main carry. It can still be Kyokite on that Melissa.
Yeah. And once again, folks, we are headed into the Land of Dawn. Ake versus Surge Titans, the grand finals. 2-1, Ake on the lead. Surge Titans
wait a
slowly making a
second.
comeback.
Ooh, half
This is
HP
gonna be
gone.
possible. I mean, he's a Uranus, though. He's pretty tanky.
Is
Pretty
he?
tanky.
Is he?
Pretty
Is
tanky?
he?
No, never
Is
mind.
he?
I mean,
mean-
he's regen back. Yeah.
Yeah, but wait, like Seraphil is cooking.
What?
Wait a second. Ooh, what? Wait, first but on mid lane,
Wait,
Chiyoko.
Wait,
What?
wait, what? What's
What is
going
going
on?
on?
Yeah.
Sissy
Ake, what
destroyed
happened?
Uranus. Oh my god. He already
Okay.
lacks his vengeance. If Seraphil had a flicker, I think he would go for it.
I mean, Uranus, I saw the wave cut potential, but you have to play it safe till you're level 2.
Oh, Skylaf is in trouble. CC immune for a
No
bit.
way.
Can he live though? He cannot. Nice Nandel picks up that kill. And that's much worse than the kill that they got before, since this goes to Nandel and not to your roamer.
See, Warren, he's starting to push back up after getting that level 2 here, and level 3 also. But now,
True.
SR
Now it looks
SR
unfair.
yeah.
Like, I'm worried about Seraphia right now.
No, yeah. Gonna be pretty difficult. And since, again, the mid lane also losing out on towards Sake. So, looking towards the ball rotation. Is this gonna be another turret taken
No
down
way.
before?
Full
No.
plate's gone.
Oh.
No, they taking it. They go for it. Can you respond? Okay, you save it,
Back.
but you get
I know.
caught instead of the tower. Skylaf goes down as Chiyoko gets obliterated. Wasted tries to play it out. He is level 4. Can he do it though? I don't think he can. He's running for his life as Toby chases him off into mid lane, and Uranus is trying to cut him off. He is running in front of him, going for Wasted as Wasted gets cut off and alone, friendless, scared, backed into a corner. Can he live? I don't think he
1 HP.
can. Kuru
Oh.
finishes him off as the rest of Ake pick up Turtle, and I am worried about Surge Titans because 2,500 gold lead in the second minute. What is going on?
Yeah, 6-1. Okay, he's just done playing around. And you're like, SRJ, you had your chance. This is it for game number 4. 3? 3, yeah. No, 4.
Number
Never mind.
4.
Yeah. But
I mean, you
again,
have
you're
Juxin,
seeing-
you have Juxin for
Yeah.
that mid lane prio, you have Juxin for that early game, but she is
Look at how
0-3.
tanky Kuru is.
Yeah, he is super tanky. I think he can even live those. Maku goes down in his stead. He's still alive. He's spinning around with his balls.
How is he still alive?
He is still alive. Gato tries to cut him off. He is still alive. He left. And now Toby will die in his stead. Toby needs to flicker out as Kuru is still alive. I repeat, he is still alive. As
He's
Nandel
still
kills Wasted.
standing. All the while. I mean, see, Kuro was the distraction in the whole process. Every single time he goes for an engage, he just distracts all of us so much that Nandeo just gets the off-screen kills so many times. Look, Kuro's just gonna survive that. He's just playing with his food right now. Okay, I mean, showing goes to show why the Uranus is always banned.
I mean, Kuro is healing. Look at the map. Look at his health bar. He's healing more than CC is doing damage. Look at his health bar right now. Like, look what he's doing. Like, we don't even see it, but it's so unfair. Like, Seraphiel is completely cooked. He cannot do a thing.
And you know, Warren, what the funny thing is, he doesn't even have a single item yet.
Yeah, he doesn't. And he didn't even... He's diving him. He doesn't care. He just dove
He's
him.
back up. He's back up. Wait. Okay.
Wait, wasted killed Astra on
yeah.
the bottom side.
Oh.
That's a great play, but you don't have a wave. Can you cut it? Can you cut it and try to go for the plates?
Perhaps. Could be possible. A reverse goal take though. But hang on, Helkert. Maku. Oh, escapes.
Oh, arrow coming from Moscow. Oh, it misses.
Ah, just a few centimeters off here. And now instead, Kuro providing the pressure on towards the orange buff. Oh, Thorn Rose being used also alongside the orange buff being taken. And Ake getting the turtle.
Kylaf
Hang
is
on.
going down once more. He tries to flicker out, but Nandeo flickers on. Oh, he is alive. He is alive and well, but not the same thing can be said for his XP laner as Raphael goes back to bed.
Seraphiel must be so tired right now after all those games, and now finally facing off against Kuro with the Uranus. It's just
Like, look what he's doing. What am I even supposed to cast? This is manslaughter. Look what he is doing with them. He's 1v3. He's still alive. Still has vengeance. He's running around.
Wanna
You
heal
try
that
to go.
back up?
Look. He's still alive. How is he alive?
Wait,
Can
finally!
he? He is finally dead, but the rest of the team pays for it with their own lives.
Yep, the bait.
Wait, will
is
they
already
though?
taken.
Oh, they do. Seraphiel is dead. Chioko now is the target. As he goes down, Kyokai tried to play it out. Oh, can he? Melissa, can she be the carry?
Oh, wait,
Kyokai, 1v5, double
Oh,
kill,
no.
tries to go for Astra. Kyokai goes down, Skylaf tries to play it out. He's now alone, 1v2,
Skylaf.
can he do it? Goes for Nandeo. Oh my god. Wait, they are back? Surge Titans are back in this game, I believe.
We're so back, folks. We're so back, guys. We are so back right now. If you are a Surge Titans fan, just be typing in the comments. We are so back. We are so back. Hashtag. We are so back. But for now, though, Ake here struggling a little bit more. I mean, Kuro was just a little bit over the over-aggressive side there, being so tanky. Even if he completed his items, really didn't matter because it doesn't have the magic defense ready for this Zuxian or this shred from the CC. But wait. Oh, Nandeo? No way, right.
New turtle will be spawning as Chiyoko and Kyokai are moving around this objective, and as Kuro cuts like the 6th or 7th wave of this game from the hands of Seraphiel.
He will be rotating more towards the objective, though. Hang on.
Oh, Toby could be caught. He tries to engage for himself, but gets caught in his stat. Toby super bursted. He could be dying, but Skylaf dies in the meantime. That's so bad news as Kyokai gets a kill, but gets wall banged. Stunned with that wall through Astra. Kuro is deep in enemy backline as Moscow connects with that spear as he finishes off Kyokai. Wasted tries to run for his life as Chiyoko makes space for that retreat. Oh, Wasted, why did you go back, my friend? Oh, unfortunately, he goes down as well.
9-2-3. Maku is having field day right now with just how much gold and EXP is racking up. There's one more turtle to their name. 3 turtles and 3 turrets on the hands of Ake, with the objective game being the main favor for their side. As slowly by slowly, SRG is getting gapped in terms of farm and EXP. And this is going to be starting the show. Wait, Wasted? No way, solo.
Oh wait, Kuro getting taunted up, but he's still he doesn't have vengeance yet. You get some damage on that Uranus.
Still tanky though. I mean, just heal back up. to
Super
full
tanky.
strength.
Engage with Gato, but doesn't quite connect. Now Astra getting taunted up. That could be the play. Unfortunately, goes to Chiyoko, but you still try to play the rest. Seraphiel needs to run away. You got this kill. All right.
No,
All right.
Maku.
Oh, Mako goes down.
Yeah.
Shut down for wasted as Toby will be probably the next target. He tries to flicker out. Nandao is there to defend his comrade. But now Kyokai tries to play it out. Melissa, she can be the carry as she helps to bring down third member of Ake.
Yep, a lot of burst damage being done by sides of SRG, and Kuro being tanking it. Oh,
Nandao could be the next target. Kuro gets feared for a bit. Gets CC'd up. He's hiding under the tower.
Right.
Oh, Chiyoko dies for his tryings.
Indeed. Finally getting one off the board for that trade here. And slowly by slowly, Azure starting rolling back, but Ake is not going to make it easy as they try to go for a re-engage. But again, Maku not having the Sky Piercer is such a huge problem for finishing off those low HP targets.
Oh wait, oh he will delete Kyokai.
He just got it. Okay. Alright, proc there.
And he goes for wasted. Oh,
Yeah.
he is alive for a bit. He lives. Chiyoko taunting Kuro up. Just not quite enough damage on his own. So Raphael goes down, unfortunately, as well. As Chiyoko tries to taunt more. Toby goes down, but it's still just a roamer as Moscow finishes bottom tower. Wasted tries to play it out. Jumps around. Skylaf is there. Chiyoko in the middle of enemy team. Killing spree for Nandao as Kyokai rejoins the fray. But unfortunately, Skylaf is not alive anymore.
Indeed. All fights overstanding for side of SRG. Okay, just being able to show the goal difference and the burst damage there with Kimi and Astra here on Moskov. Just being able to burst them down. Trinity also completed with the Malefic Gun. Is just going to be dealing much more burst. And this Kimi also going for a Genius one perhaps is going to be this deal breaker here for the side of Surge Titans. At least who do have a little bit of sustenance, but then again, they don't really have the burst which they need for this Uranus, for this Moskov at certain times, unless the side of Ake is fighting.
Oh wait, they pull. He popped his vengeance. He is still alive, but this big cooldown is off. If you can run away, you cannot. Unstoppable, wasted.
No.
Astra kills more. Astra gets a double killing spree for Maku. Everyone is dead. This is a wipeout. Ake finishing strong.
Yep. What a way to go out, folks. SRG taking the loss here. Ake winning the series. Winning the match and winning the series of the grand finals here for the V4 seasonal finals. V4SF, day 2, MLBB grand finals. Once again, Ake showing us why they are the names to look out for, why they are the team to be feared. And once again, a tremendous engage on towards the top lane. Like earlier I mentioned, they don't really have someone to melt the Uranus down. He can just get his HP back up super quick with the Vengeance and just pop the ultimate. And he has the shield, and that's just a goal for the rest of the team to further push forward. And tremendous play though by Nandayo here. The crown goes to him there. The burst damage from this Kimi was just so much. We saw on towards those. Actually, we didn't really see because all of our eyes were on this Uranus Kuru here, while Nandayo gets that sneaky kills off camera while we're always looking at the tanky boy here.
Look at the damage graph. Raphael even did less damage than Kuru. Like, how is this possible? Like, how broken is Uranus? What is happening? What is wrong with this hero? At least he didn't go for that cheesy golden staff build. That would be even worse.
No
Jesus Christ. Like, he almost eclipsed everyone else except Nandao. Like, he eclipsed everyone else in terms of damage except Nandao. Like, what does this speak about the state of the game when this is your tank who doesn't get melted by the biggest tank shredder in the XP lane, which is CC? Like, what does this speak about the game? She was winning level 1, she was winning level 2, and then level 3 popped and she was gone.
Well, to that I just have to say, we all know it's an indie company, so it's all right. We make mistakes here and there, balancing. But maybe it's probably gonna get a nerf though. Most definitely, right? Looking at that burst here, do you really have any EXP laner that can go against the Uranus and match him in terms of proudness, in terms of effect that he can do on towards the team? No,
I don't
right?
think so. Like, what do you have? Like, I don't think there
Ah,
is.
it's crazy though how SRG didn't ban the Uranus and went for the Lapu ban. I'd say
Yeah,
very
I
unfortunate, but
think they will
yeah,
be having nightmares about that. I think
contemplating. Hmm.
they will be dreaming right this night, and they will be in their head playing on their phones, and they will be repeating this exact moment, and they will try to ban Uranus because they played against it, but they will not be able to, as you cannot control your dreams, and they will be repeating this on repeat, just
Yep.
watching as Uranus doesn't get banned.
Mm. Circle of life here, folks. But once again, Warren, we have to congratulate our champions here. Ake, taking it all, taking the trophy all the way from downtown, pulling up to Serge's office, snatching it from everyone's hands, and I mean, just taking it, going to a bar or something now, probably partying after that victory.
I mean, they should be partying because
Hmm.
this last series, this BO5, was, except for that one game when they were, I guess, too confident and were like, all right, what will happen if they get Roger? And then, like, you
Give
cut
him
to
what
the
they
end of the
want.
game. Yeah, you cut to the end of the game, and they have scratch marks
Uh,
of wolf claws all over their heads, all over their faces, you know? And then they were like, all
yeah.
right, yeah, we are not giving them Roger anymore. And then they got back into the game, and it was all right.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Hmm. Oh, all right. We'll take a look at the brackets now,
yeah,
folks.
let's
But
go through the
yeah,
way. Let's go through the story of Ake
the
once more.
journey.
How they were able, yeah,
Hmm.
exactly, through the journey. How they were able to end up in this best of five, where at the end they succeeded winning the grand finals. They
Yep.
faced off against VNM, that they sent into loser bracket. No loses there. Of course, BO1s, you cannot lose
Yep.
there. Otherwise, you would be in the loser bracket yourself. Then against Sejus 2-0, pretty dominant
Hmm.
performance. Then they
Yep.
went against Cartusi Mafia, sending them as well in the loser bracket, and then waited for the grand finals. Absolutely beautiful run. Unfortunately for the side of Surge Titans, they were fighting in the mud, they were fighting in the dirt, but this wasn't their story. In this story, they were the cool side character, but Ake is the main dish. Ake was the main guy, and they delivered. So congratulations to them. And yeah, exactly.
All right.
Absolute MLBB, absolute
Absolute
MLBB.
MLBB.
And yeah,
Yeah.
we are looking definitely for more Ake gameplay, and we are looking forward to seeing them in the future. I'm happy you were here
Very
with us.
much.
I hope you enjoyed today's broadcast. I was here, Warren 1X, together with Lynn Wall, who was joining me here. I hope you enjoyed our voices, sometimes our jokes, and mostly our, of course, intellectual insights into the MLBB and today's matches.
All right. Yep.
Well, yeah, Lynn, play the flute.
Oh,
It's your
wait, wait,
classic.
wait, wait, wait. No, no, no.
It's your move. It's your move.
All right. All right, folks. Have a good night. Thanks for coming. It was a wonderful time here in the tournament here. Outspending how much? 2 weeks, right? Or 1 week?
Yeah, yeah.
Around that time era. Yeah.
1 week,
But
yeah.
yeah. Uh, well, I was probably not supposed to do this, but again, as Warren stated, thanks for watching. All the viewers out there, all the supporters for the teams, for the company, for the search as a general in whole in the community. I mean, props to you guys. This wouldn't be possible with you guys, all of you.